we are talking about morphology of flowering plant. So there are two important words here that we all need to focus on. The very first important word is morphology, and the second important term is flowering plant. When I say morpho, just remember the word morpho means external, and when I use this word logy, logy basically means study. So whenever you are studying the external parts of the plant, that branch is called as morphology. When I say flowering plant, so the branch which is dealing with only flowering plant is nothing but it is angiospermae. So what we need to understand here, in kingdom Plantae, the most evolved basically was angiosperm. Here we are going to study the angiospermae in detail. It means we are going to talk about the root, the stem, and the leaf and everything. Whenever we talk about angiosperms, remember that there are approximately 3 lakh species available of angiosperms on this earth. So when I say morphology, it is the study of external structure of an organism. So let's put it in this way. Study of external structure of an organism is called as morphology. Now sometime it happens that we cut that animal and we try to study the internal part of that animal. So let's take that also. Study of internal structure. It means by taking TS, you are cutting the animal and you are going to study that animal in detail. So study of internal structure of an organism. Now that organism can be plant or it can be animal. That is called as anatomy. Anatomy means cutting and observing inside. What we need to understand here, very simple concept. First we need to know the parts of typical flowering plant. Whenever we talk about any flowering plant, what are the different parts of the flowering plant? This is again one of the important concepts that we all need to study. So let's take it in this way. If I take plant, the plant has two major parts. One is the underground part, the one which is present below the soil, that is underground, and second is the aerial part. So when I say underground part, it is always root, and inside the soil you will always get root. So root is nothing but it is the homogeneous part. Now you might be wondering what do you mean by this word homo. The word homo means same. So inside the soil, if you see, you will always see roots, roots and roots. When we talk about aerial part, that you see above the soil, that is shoot. But here shoot is heterogeneous. When I say heterogeneous, hetero word means what? The word hetero basically means different. So whenever I talk about shoot system, the shoot system of any flowering plant, it consists of many parts. Like it will have stem, it will have leaves, it will have flowers, it is going to have fruits, it will have birds. So it means all these are different parts of the plant. That's why we say shoot is heterogeneous. Now, apart from this, if I divide the part, first we need to draw a diagram basically of a typical plant. So what we are going to do, let's draw a typical plant and study its parts. So this becomes your soil surface. Below the soil surface, what you're going to see, you're going to see the roots. So I draw this as the root system. You never find anything apart from root below the soil. And above this, what we are going to do, we are going to draw the shoot system. So let us take this basically to be the shoot system. Now I will take it in this way. Now this is the shoot system. Now to this shoot system, we are going to get different parts. So let's understand now what are the various parts. So first thing, we are going to draw the nodes, because we all know that in this stem there will be nodes present like the sugar cane. Sugarcane shows the presence of nodes and internodes. So I will take this as the shoot system which has the nodes and the internodes. And from here, what arises is basically the leaf. So I can say this leaf is nothing but it is one of the important part of the shoot system. Apart from this leaf, there are some other things also present basically in the shoot system. So let's draw that also. And that is nothing but the bud. Here you will see one of the bud. Now these birds that you are observing is called as axillary bud. Why? Because they are present on the axis. And sometime the bud is seen on the top also. So this bud that you are observing on the top is called as apical bud. In that same plant, you can get fruits also. So this is nothing but the fruits that we normally see. So whenever it comes to labeling, you have to remember all these parts, and we need to draw a flower because there are flowers also present in the plant. So I draw this. This becomes the flower. So the flower is, let's take, having a stalk like structure. So this is the stalk. So now when I have to do the labeling of this, how will I start? So first I will say that this is nothing but the root system, and root system is basically homogeneous. It is underground part, and above this whatever I see above the soil is nothing but the shoot system, which is heterogeneous. What is this? This is bud called as apical bud. What is this? It is called as node that gives rise to the stem. And the distance between the two nodes, they are called as what? They are called as internode. The other part is basically it is the leaf. We have flowers present here. Then we have the fruits. And at the same time, this orange color is also kind of a bud that is called as axillary bud. So this is how a normal typical basically plant looks like, and this becomes the stem. So this is heterogeneous. So remember, whenever it comes to root, you have to say root is homogeneous, and second point you will say it is below the soil. And whenever we talk about shoot, you need to understand that the shoot is heterogeneous, different, and this shoot is present above soil. Now coming to the most important property, whenever I talk about parts of plant. So see, there are two major parts. The very first part that I will be talking about is the vegetative part. Vegetative part of the plant means that is not involved in reproduction at all. And the second part is the reproductive part. The reproductive part means the part which is involved in reproduction. So whenever I talk about vegetative part, it is mainly concerned with vital functions. So it is mainly concerned with vital functions. Now you might be wondering what are the various vital functions. So that what various vital functions can be like conduction of food, help with supply of mineral, or even I can say growth. This all becomes a very vital function because unless and until growth takes place, plant cannot reproduce. So what includes? What are included under vegetative part? So we have root, stem, and leaves. These are the important parts of the vegetative part. The moment I say reproductive part of the flower, it means it is concerned with sexual reproduction. It is concerned with sexual reproduction in plant. So the only part of the plant which is concerned with sexual reproduction is nothing but flower. So asexual reproduction can be shown by root, stem, or leaves. But whenever it comes to sexual reproduction, it has to be always flower. Now coming to the most important and very first part of the plant. That first part of the plant is nothing but I will be talking about root. So let's explore roots in detail and understand the different characteristics. So very first, let's talk about the root of plant, because root, stem, leaves, flower, and fruit is something that we need to study. So whenever I talk about root, first let's look at the characteristic of root. So when I say characteristics of root, so very first example that I can put in this way. Let us take this to be the seed. So if the seed is going to germinate, the seed basically germinates. So let's put it this way. Now this is called as germination. When the seed has germinated, the first thing that comes out from the germinated seed is nothing but the root. And the part of the seed that gives rise to root is nothing but it is called as radicle. So remember, radicle is that part of the plant which will give rise to root. And most important, where the root grows, root will always grow towards the earth surface. So what I can say, first point I will say with respect to characteristic, a root is nothing but it is descending part of plant axis. Root is descending part of plant axis. Second, it is moving towards the earth, means it is geotropic. So I can say that the root is positively geotropic. Now what do you mean by this word geotropic? So the word geo basically means soil, and when I say tropic, it means movement. The root is moving towards the soil. That's why we say that it is positively geotropic. Next characteristic, the root always moves in search of water. So I can say that the roots are positively hydrotropic. Now you know the meaning of this word. Hydro is water, tropic is movement. So it moves towards the water. Root never moves towards the sunlight. It is moving away from the sunlight. So I can say it is negatively phototropic. It never moves, it moves away from the sunlight. So hydro means water, and the word photo means light. So the roots, they move away from the sunlight, therefore it is negatively phototropic and moves towards the water. So it is positively hydrotropic. Then what I can say, fifth characteristic, from where it arises. So we can say that the root develops from radicle of seed. That is what I showed you in diagram. So from radicle of seed, what comes out first is the root basically. So in any seed germination, remember radicle comes out first. The next point that you need to understand is root is non-green. It means it will not do any photosynthesis. It is cylindrical in shape almost, and it is similar underground. So we can say when you see below the soil, what you can see, you see all roots and roots. So it has all similar organs. So I can say endogenously. When I use this word endogenously, it means below the soil. And the most important criteria for root is there is no dissimilar organs. So roots basically do not contain any dissimilar organs. Now that dissimilar organs can be stem, or it can be flower, or it can be fruits, or even I can say birds. Nothing is present in the root. Root has only root. And the next part that we need to focus in detail is parts of root. Now to understand the parts of root, we need to draw the typical root structure in detail. Then only we can focus on the different parts of the root. So let's first draw the diagram for typical root. So when I draw a diagram for typical root, I put it in this way. Let's say this to be drawn as a conical shape structure. So this is the conical shape structure, and below this cone, what you get a root cap. So I draw this as the root cap, and above this, just 1 millimeter area, this area is rich in meristematic cells, the cells which keeps on continuously dividing. So it is a region of cell division, 1 millimeter area, nothing else. And this, what you can see here down, basically it is nothing but it is a region of root cap. This root cap will allow the root to grow vertically downwards. This is the zone of growth. And finally what we need to draw is the root hair. So let us draw the root hair structure. So I put it in this way. I take this zone, and from here I start drawing the root hair. So this becomes the region of root hair. So these root hair are those part of the root which is involved in absorbing water from the soil. So water from the soil is absorbed by this root hair structure. So this is what is general structure for typical root. So when I do the labeling, what things I can label? So very first thing I will say, this is nothing but it is the region of root cap. Above to the region of root cap, what we have is the region of cell division. Now when I say region of cell division, it is a meristematic zone, and above that there is region of cell elongation. When I say cell elongation, it means here the roots will grow in size, and this area what you can see is nothing but it is the region of root hair. There are primary, secondary and tertiary root present. This area what you can see on the top is nothing but it is region of maturation. So this all basically becomes what? Parts of a root. So in general, whenever we are studying root, remember these all are nothing but the parts of root. Any dicot root will show the presence of these regions. That is what we need to understand here. We are talking about the different parts of root, and we discussed the diagram of root also. So in order to understand the parts of root, we need to draw that root structure again. So I draw it in this way. This is what we draw last time. So this becomes a typical root. Let us take this to be the root cap. So this structure that you can observe here, it is called as root cap because it helps in penetration of the root deep into the soil. This is 1 millimeter area, which is also known as region of cell division or the meristematic zone. And this is all region of root hair. Now, so these are all the different root hairs. So this is all region of root hair. Root hair is meant for absorbing water. This is one of the important point to be kept in mind. And we have this is the region of maturation. So let's understand one part in detail. Very first, I will be talking about this. This is nothing but it is called as region of root cap. The point is, what do you mean by this and what exactly happens here? The region of root cap is nothing but I can say it is multicellular cap-like structure. Means it is made up of many cells. It is going to act as a cap, and what it does, it secretes mucilage. Mucilage is nothing but it's a sticky substance, and that sticky substance it helps in lubrication. So it secretes mucilage for lubricating passage of root. If the soil is moist, then only the root cap can penetrate the soil. This root cap is present in aquatic plants also, but in aquatic plants they are not multicellular structure. So what they are, in aquatic plants they have something called as root pockets. These root pockets, they are filled up with air. As a result, they can easily float on the surface of water. So when I say aquatic plants they are also called as hydrophytes. Now the examples of hydrophytes is Eichhornia and Pistia. These are the two examples where the root cap is like root pockets. The next region that we have is this reddish area. Now this I can call it as the region of cell division. Now this region of cell division is 1 millimeter area, not more than that, which is continuously helping in case of cell division, that allows the cell to divide and roots to grow. So for region of cell division, I can say that it is nothing but it's a small area. How much? So we say of 1 millimeter. And this region of cell division is protected by root cap. So logically root cap protects it. And what exactly this region of cell division is made up of? So we say it is made up of meristematic tissue. Meristematic tissues are those tissues whose cells are actively and constantly divided. And what is the role? So we can say that this region of cell division, it helps in longitudinal growth. So I can say it helps in longitudinal growth of root. It means if the cells divide, then only the root can grow downwards. Then above this region of cell division, this area what we have is nothing but it is called as region of cell elongation. Now when I say region of cell elongation, so logically here the roots will grow in size. So what is the role of this region of cell elongation? I can say this region increases length of root. So length of root is increased by the region of cell elongation. And at the same time, this region of cell elongation, it helps in absorption of minerals. We all have been studying right from the school that roots are meant for absorbing water and mineral. So mineral is absorbed by the region of cell elongation. And above this, what you see here, this is nothing but it is the region of root hair. Now we need to understand what are the different regions of the root hair. If I draw a root, let's take it in this way. I draw this. So this root which I have made is called as primary root. From primary root, what comes out is the secondary root. And from secondary root, what comes out is called as tertiary root. So remember, in region of root hair, you have primary root, secondary root, and tertiary root. And this region of root hair, it has piliferous layer. And this piliferous layer that is present is known as epiblema. What we need to understand one important thing, that the tertiary root is going to have a very short lifespan. So I put it as tertiary root, which is having a short lifespan. Now you might be wondering what is the lifespan. The lifespan of tertiary root is only 10 to 15 days. And after 10 to 15 days, new tertiary root will be formed. What is the role of the tertiary root? So it has very important role that is called as absorption of water. So primary, secondary and tertiary root, there are three types of root, but it is only the tertiary root that is involved in the absorption of water. So this is very important root, the tertiary. So what is the role of this primary root and secondary root? They are meant for support and anchorage. And last region that we have is this one. It is called as region of maturation. As the plant grows upward, the roots, they are going to grow towards the soil. Just remember this. And as a result, the diameter or the girth of the root increases. So I can say that this region of maturation is nothing but it is major part of root. It is nothing but it is major part of root. Now this region of maturation is thick walled. It means the cell wall will be thicker here. So I can say it is thick walled. It is impermeable cell wall. So I can say it has impermeable cell. It will not allow anything to enter. What this region of maturation has? So we can say it has xylem and it is going to have phloem. So along with xylem and phloem, with the help of xylem, it will absorb water. With the help of phloem, it will help in the transportation of food. So what is the role of the region of maturation? I can say that the role is fixation and anchorage to soil. This is what we need to understand. So this all basically becomes the parts of typical root having different regions, like number one, region of root cap, above that region of cell division, above that region of cell elongation, above that region of root hair, and above that region of maturation. So you need to remember that there are 5 different regions of root. Let's understand the next important part, that is called as the functions of root. What is the important role? So whenever I talk about functions of root, you need to understand first, it helps in fixation or anchorage. It helps in fixation or anchorage to soil. Second function, it helps in absorption of food, and it helps in absorption of water and mineral, and water is absorbed by the tertiary root. That is what we need to remember. Sometime what happens, this becomes the 2 major roles, no doubt. Sometime when the conditions are unfavorable and the root is not able to survive, so it undergoes modification. So I can say in some cases, I will say that in some cases it undergoes modification. The root will modify, and once we study entire modification of root, your root will get over. So what are the different modifications that we can normally see in case of root? So I put it in this way. It undergoes modification means there are different types of modification. Very first modification is for food storage. Sometimes the root will swell up to store food. So it becomes fleshy and swollen to store food. That is one of the modification. Now which root swells up to store food? So example that we have is carrot, we have radish, we have beetroot. All these are different examples that will swell up to store food. Even we have a sweet potato. The next that we have is sometimes the roots, they become green in color. Now since they have become green in color, it simply means that they are doing the process of photosynthesis. All the roots will not become green. Only in certain plants the root will become green. Example that we have is Tinospora, we have Trapa, we have orchids. So this is again one of the modification. Then sometime the roots that are living in the muddy area, salty area, they are not able to respire. So some roots they modify, for exchange of gases. The roots which are involved in the exchange of gases, we have Rhizophora. Then we have Soneratia. These are all nothing but mangroves. Mangroves plant, they modify themselves for exchange of gases. Sometimes the roots they become parasitic, they don't want to work, they just want to grow on someone and take all the nutrients. So we have parasitic roots also to obtain food and water. So example is cuscuta. Sometimes the roots they modify themselves for vegetative reproduction since sexual reproduction is not possible. So the roots modify themselves and they can reproduce. So the roots which are for vegetative reproduction, the example is sweet potato. Sweet potato is also known as kand. So kand is basically sweet potato. Even it is called as ratad. Sometimes the roots they become aerial. Aerial means they are growing above on some other tree. So they are hanging. So since they are hanging, they need to absorb water from moisture. So from moisture, if they absorb, they must have specialized tissue. So what kind of tissue they have? They have velament tissue. And that velament tissue is seen in only one plant that is called as orchids. So these are the different modifications. Whenever we talk about the next important part, that is types of roots. How many types of roots we can see in the nature? So remember there are only two types of root. Very first it is called as taproot and the second one is called as fibrous root. So we have taproot and we have fibrous root. Let's explore this taproot and the fibrous root in detail. So here now we are going to distinguish between the taproot and the fibrous root. So on one side I will write taproot and on other side I will write fibrous root. Let me draw one diagram for you so that you can understand the taproot and the fibrous root difference. So it is like this. This is the soil above the soil. Then finally we have something like this. This is the primary root. From primary root comes out all the secondary root. From secondary root comes out all the tertiary root. So it is the tertiary root which is responsible for absorption of water. So this root is called as a taproot. And when I talk about fibrous root, here they don't have any kind of primary, secondary or tertiary. They just grow like this. So such type of roots which are growing in any way, those are called as fibrous root. So this becomes the basic diagram. Now let's explore the distinguish between. So very first point what we will say, taproot develops from the radicle of an embryo. Now we have studied that the seed consists of embryo and that embryo gives rise to the radicle. So it develops from the radicle of an embryo during seed germination. So whenever it is seed germination and if the root develops from the radicle, then it is called as a taproot. So if I draw a diagram, let us take this to be the seed and inside the seed this is the embryo. And if this root is arising from the embryo, then it is called as taproot. Now when we talk about fibrous root, I will say that fibrous root develops from any part of seed. Just remember this. Fibrous root develops from any part of seed except embryo. So this is what we need to understand. It will develop from any part, but not at all radical, you know. So the root that develops from any part of seed except radical, then it is called as fibrous root. This is very important. During seed germination. So here the roots will be formed, but it will be not from the radical, it will be from any other part except the radical. Second point what we can say here, In case of taproot, the main root is primary root. After primary root, there will be secondary root. After secondary root, there will be tertiary root. So I can say that here in case of taproot, there is primary root, secondary root, and tertiary root. But in case of fibrous root, I will say there is no primary, secondary, or tertiary root. There is nothing called as primary, secondary, or tertiary root here. And in case of taproot, you will see primary, secondary, and tertiary root. When we talk about taproot, this taproot is mostly seen in case of dicot plants. So in all the dicot plants, the one which is dicotyledonous will show taproot. But when we talk about fibrous root, I will say it is mostly seen in case of monocot plant. So all the monocot plants like sugarcane, maize, jawar, you will see the fibrous root. Now when it comes to taproot, you need to understand that it goes vertically downward because it has root cap, so it projects the root vertically downward. But in case of fibrous root, I can say it grows horizontally. It cannot grow vertically downward. Now the roots, how they are arranged. So I can say that the roots are arranged in acropetal succession. Point here is, what do you mean by this word acropetal succession? Acropetal means the first root, the matured root. This is the first root which has came. It is a matured root. So it will in the center. And the roots which have formed newly, they will be at the periphery. But in case of fibrous root, this is not going to happen. What will happen here? The matured roots, these are all matured roots. So I can say these are all mature roots. So mature roots will be outside and new root will be in the center. New root is in the center and mature root is in the outside. So we can say that the roots are arranged in basipetal manner. So remember this. Taproot is called as true root. So it is also known as true root. So when I say true root, the root that develops from the radicle. And this fibrous root is also known as false root. False root means the root that develops from any part of the seed but not the radicle. What are the different examples for taproot? So we have mustard. Mustard is also known as brassica. Even we have sunflower. All the dicot plants, in fact, they will show taproot system. In case of fibrous root, I can put maize, wheat, sugarcane. These are all different examples for fibrous root. So these are the two major types of root that we need to understand. Fibrous roots, they are also called as adventitious root. Now let's go for the modification of roots. Now when I say modification, it means the roots, they want to survive the unfavorable condition. So in order to survive unfavorable condition, it will be undergoing modification. So it is called as modification of roots. Now since we have two types of roots, so both the roots will be showing different types of modification. So on one side, I will put taproot. So here there will be taproot modification, and other side will be adventitious root. Adventitious roots, they are also called as fibrous roots. That is what we need to remember. Now in taproot, very first modification that we will see is for food storage. So in food storage, there will be three forms that you are going to study. One is called as fusiform root. We will be studying everything in detail. We have fusiform root. Then we have the next one that is called as conical root. The third one is napiform root. So we have fusiform, conical and napiform root. All these are meant for food storage. And the another taproot is there which is meant for respiration. So when I say respiration, we have only one plant that will show respiration, that is rhizophora. These are all mangroves. So all the mangroves, they are going to show respiration modification. Let's talk about the adventitious roots. So in adventitious root, again, the first modification that you will see will be for food storage. Now whenever it comes to food storage, there are two types that we will study. One is called as basically simple tuberous root. One is called as simple tuberous root, and the other one is called as fasciculated tuberous root. So we are going to study what do you mean by this simple tuberous root and fasciculated tuberous root. This is also showing food storage. The second modification that we see in case of adventitious root is something called as mechanical support, because there are certain roots which cannot grow on their own, so they take the support of some other trees. So whenever we talk about mechanical support, we have different examples. Very first that we will be studying is a prop root. After prop root, there will be stilt root. After stilt root, we are going to study climbing root. So these are the three different types of roots in case of mechanical support. The third example that we have for modification is for special function. It means the roots they have modified for some other reason. And the reasons are, first we have epiphytic root. Epiphytic means what? The one that grows on other plant, that is epiphytic root. And we have the another type, that is sucking root, or even you can call it as hostoria. So we have sucking root or hostoria that is meant for special function modification. So when we study all these types of modification, then our roots will get over. So let's start with the very first type of modification. So we are talking about modification of taproot. So when I say modification of taproot, the very first was for food storage. So for food storage, we are going to study. What exactly happens here in case of this condition? The primary root basically swells up. Primary root swells up to store food. So primary root will swell up and will store lots of root. Then what will happen to secondary and tertiary root? So secondary and tertiary root remains thin. Nothing is going to happen to secondary and the tertiary root. Only the primary root will swell up. Sometime it has been seen that hypocotyle also joins taproot. Not always. In certain conditions, the hypocotyle also joins the taproot. And what will happen to the stem? stem is reduced. Reduced means it is a very small. Even it can be discoid. So stem is reduced and discoid in the beginning. Now let's start with the first one. So first type of root that we study under the heading of food storage is fusiform root. When I use this word fusiform, it means they are fused. So it is swollen in the middle. Now I draw a simple diagram for you to understand fusiform root. So I draw this, then I draw a spindle shaped structure, something like this, and this is all dot dot. And from these dots only, you will see some small hair-like structures coming out like this. So this is fusiform root, and here this there will be leaves present. So I draw this as the leaves. And the example that we have here is carrot. So let's understand one thing. Whenever we talk about fusiform root, this is fleshy taproot because this is something that we are going to eat. And what is the shape? I will say it is spindle shape. Now this spindle shaped fusiform root, it means what? The upper end is narrow, the lower end is narrow, but the middle one is swollen. So we can say the apex and the base, they are tapering, whereas the middle part is swollen. This is very interesting to understand. The middle part is swollen. The example for this, now with the diagram, you have understood that this is nothing but it is radish. So when I draw a radish here, what will be the scientific name for radish? Remember, it is Raphanus sativus. Raphanus sativus is radish that is going to show fusiform root. The second type of root that we need to study is the conical root. When I use this word conical, you have understood that I am talking about cone shaped roots. So I draw it in this way. This upper end, then we draw this. This is how the cone shaped roots will appear. This is nothing but a conical root. Now this is carrot. And this conical root, logically, it has upper end broad. The lower end will be like this. So it is something like this. Yeah. Now this is all small pores that you normally see. And sometimes you see small hair-like structure. So this hair-like structure that you're observing is nothing but it is the secondary and the tertiary root. This is the disc-like structure that you will see. It is the stem. And finally from here what comes out is the leaves. So I can draw this as the leaf here that normally is seen on the carrot. So I can say again, this is nothing but it is fleshy taproot. I call it as fleshy taproot, and this fleshy taproot is cone shaped. So when I say cone shaped, it's like an ice cream cone. What you will say? The base is broad. So I take this as the base. The base is broad. The apex will be narrow, and the middle part will be swollen. So now this becomes very interesting story here. Now example for this that we have is a carrot, and the scientific name for carrot is it is Daucus carota. Daucus carota is the scientific name for carrot. Coming to the next important part, the third type of root for modification. It is napiform root. So when I say napiform, it means it's like a diaper, nappy. As the diaper swells up, in the same way here, the diaper swells up, in the same way, the root will also swell up. So the example that I can put here is something like this. So this is the napiform, the one that you normally see. This diagram that I'm drawing, as the name suggests, napiform. So it will be so linear. So this becomes the napiform root. Now this root that I'm drawing is actually a beetroot. So beetroot is the example for napiform roots. And in the center there will be a disc-like structure like this. So this disc basically becomes the stem. And finally what we have is the root. This is the leaf of all the beetroot. So what I will say here, again I will say this is nothing but a fleshy taproot, and this fleshy taproot is almost spherical shape. And when I say spherical shape, it is somewhat like this. This is not the correct shape. So just let's take it. So I can say something like this. Base here, base is much swollen. Remember, it is almost spherical. The apex is narrow, very narrow. The middle part will be almost spherical in shape. And the example for this, we have beet. Scientifically, the beet is known as Beta vulgaris. Beta vulgaris is the scientific name for beet. So here we finished three types of root for food storage. First, fusiform root. Then we have second, conical root. After conical root, we talked about the napiform root. These are the three different types of root for food storage. After this, we are going to talk about for respiration. The point here is, what do you mean by this respiration? See, there are certain roots which live in salty area. So what happens? They cannot survive there. The roots cannot breathe in that soil. Why? Because it is full of mud. It is full of salt. So the root is going to come negatively up. So negatively geotropic for respiration. Example for this, we have pneumatophores, and even they are also called as respiratory roots. So let me first draw the diagram for you for respiratory roots. Then it will become easy for you to understand what exactly is going on. So what we are going to do, we'll draw one big tree. So this is that tree, and these trees, they have roots. So this area, let's take it as the soil area. This is the soil. Now the roots of this tree, they will come up above. So for this I will take it here. So the roots, see, the roots are coming upwards like this. So this upward growth of the roots coming above the soil. So this upward growth is for respiration. And this kind of modification where the roots, they come above the soil just for breathing purpose, it is for respiration. It is pneumatophores. So what and how the things are working here? Let me just draw one simple root for you, then you can understand. There are small openings present on these roots. So black dots that you are observing, These black dots are nothing but these are small openings, and these openings they help in respiration. So what I will do, I will draw a soil surface, and what is going to happen here, these roots they will come upward, so there is a negative geotropic, and like this it goes downwards, moves ahead, and since it is below the soil it cannot respire, again it will come up and again it will grow, so it keeps on growing. This is how the roots they become negatively geotropic. It means they come above the soil, and what you see on this is very small opening. These openings are meant for exchange of gases, and through these small openings only the roots are able to respire. And we draw some kind of, just a second, we draw some leaves here to show that this is a tropical tree. So this is one of the example that we all need to understand here. So this is a kind of negatively geotropic root. When I say negatively geotropic, it means it comes above the soil. Only root that will not go deep inside the soil is seen in case of mangroves. So when it comes to labeling, I can say that these are nothing but they are conical spikes, and these conical spikes they are also called as pneumatophores. And on these pneumatophores you will see a small openings, so these openings are called as lenticels, and these lenticels are meant for exchange of gases. And there will be normal roots also present here. Okay, it's not like that they will not have roots, but for breathing they have to come above the soil. So it is a kind of modification that we normally study. So I will say the plants which live in salty area they are called as halophytes. Halophytes are nothing but plants growing in saline, swamp, marshy and salty area. Plants growing in saline, swampy and marshy and salty area. What exactly happens here? In this case, the root do not get air for respiration. Since the roots do not get air for respiration, what happens? They grow vertically upwards. So I can say that root grows vertically upward. Now when I use this word vertically upward, it means that it is negatively geotropic. So I write it here, negatively geotropic. All the roots are positively geotropic. Only the mangrove roots they are negatively geotropic. And when it grows upward, what you can see lots of conical spikes. And these conical spikes that you can see, they have pores. These pores are called as lenticels. And these lenticels basically they are responsible for exchange of gases. Lenticels are responsible for exchange of gases. So let's talk about the different examples for respiration or respiratory roots. Very common example that we have is rhizophora. Next example that we have is Avicenna or Avicennia. Then we have Soneratia. Then we have Heritaria. So these are different examples. And with this, our root modification for taproot will come to an end. After this, we are going to talk about modification of adventitious root. So we have the next part, that is modification for adventitious root. Sometimes it happens that the adventitious roots, they modify themselves to store food for mechanical support and storage special function. So very first we are going to talk about food storage. Adventitious roots, they modify for food storage. So what we can say here, there are two types. One is called as simple tuberous root and other one is called as fasciculated tuberous root. What do you mean by simple tuberous roots? For that I will draw one diagram. You all have seen beetroot. So beetroot is one of the example for simple tuberous root. Now from here you draw this. This will show upward movement. So here what you observe is the leaf. So this is the leaf of beetroot. Not beetroot, sorry, it is sweet potato. And from here, from the base, you are going to get this irregular shaped sweet potato, which is also called as ratad. In normal technical term, we call it as ratad in Marathi language basically. Now this is sweet potato. This area I call it as node. This area I call it as stem. This example is a sweet potato. The scientific name for sweet potato is Ipomia batatas. Ipomia batatas becomes the scientific name for sweet potato. How to write the description for food storage? So first I will say here, in case of simple tuberous root, the root becomes swollen. Roots, they do not have definite shape, so I can say there is no definite shape. Sweet potatoes, they do not have definite shape at all. They are always born singly. It means from one node, only one root will modify itself. So they are always born singly. From where it arises, so we can say arises from node of stem. And example is Ipomia batatas. Let's talk about fasciculated tuberous root. When I say fasciculated tuberous root, so I draw this as the stem. Now this stem will be branched up to form a different part. So here you can say like this. This is the root, no doubt. Above this there is a stem. Stem will definitely have leaf and all everything present in it. So this is the stem part. But what happens to the root in case of fasciculated? From the base of the stem, all these roots, they will swell up. See, all these roots, they are going to swell up, not having any definite shape. They are going to swell up. So from the base of the stem, if the root swells up, that kind of swelling basically is called as fasciculated tuberous root. So again draw this dotted. They don't have regular shape. Only difference is, in case of simple tuberous root, only one root swells up singly, but here many roots, they will swell up. So what we can write for description? I will say cluster of root or cluster of adventitious root becomes thick and fleshy. What is the role? So we can say role is nothing but it is storage of food. After that, many roots, they will swell up. So I can say that many roots swells up. And most important, it arises from base of stem, not from the node of stem, from the base of stem. And the common example that we have in case of fasciculated root are dahlia and asparagus. So this becomes another type of modification that we see in case of adventitious root. Now we are going to talk about modification of roots, no doubt for adventitious roots only, for mechanical support. Since the adventitious roots, they are very weak roots, to get the support, they will modify themselves. So that becomes the second modification and the most important one. So I put it as for mechanical support. Now in mechanical support, the very first one that we have is something called as prop root. So whenever it comes to prop root, you need to understand one thing. You all have seen banyan tree. So let me draw one banyan tree for you so that you can also understand the banyan tree. So this is a banyan tree. Now the banyan tree basically keeps on growing in different shapes and areas and region. And these banyan tree, they grow very far. They can grow in this way. So this is a modification. Now this see, the stem is growing very far. Now these stem which are growing very far, they cannot survive or they will fall down, they will break. Now in order to avoid this, what happens, from the stem arises a root that is called as prop root. The root that Tarzan used to use and swing all over here and there. So what will happen here in this case? So I take this as the ground surface. And this is the body of the banyan tree. So from this, the root arises, see, like this, the root, the hanging roots, logically. So these hanging roots, they are called as prop roots. And the role of this prop root is to just move and touch the soil. So this root, what you can observe, it is called as prop root. Now, they will try to go and touch the soil surface. This is very important. So that this main branch, which is growing in this word direction, it can get support. Otherwise, what will happen? It will fall. So this is a kind of mechanical support. So whenever it comes to mechanical support, what we will say? First of all, we will say this prop root arises from horizontal. It arises from horizontal branches of tree. Second, you will say that prop roots grows vertically downward. So prop root grows vertically downward. It means it is growing downward towards the soil. And it grows till it penetrates soil. It means it has to touch the soil. If it is not able to touch the soil, it will keep on hanging. So if it is hanging, it cannot give any kind of support. Most important is secondary growth is seen. Now secondary growth means they have cambium present in them. So there is a secondary growth seen. An example for this, I put it as banyan tree. Example, only one example we have, banyan tree. What is the scientific name for banyan tree? So I can call it as, it is Ficus bengalensis. Ficus bengalensis is the scientific name for banyan tree. The next modification that we have is called as stilt root. Now what is stilt root? It is seen in case of sugar cane. Stilt root is seen in case of sugarcane. So for that, let me draw a sugarcane for you so that you can understand here. So this is green part of the sugarcane, and these sugarcane, what they have, so they have nodes, and in between the nodes what you can see is the internodes. So no doubt that this root is growing downwards. Leave it aside, we are not worried about this root because it is adventitious root. But as the sugar cane grows vertically up, this root is weak root, so it cannot get any strong support. So as a result, this sugar cane can fall down. And if you don't want the sugar cane to fall, so what happens? From the base of the node, this node, root arises. And this root which is arising, it grows downward and it touches the soil. And this root is just acting as a support. Basically, they are not going to absorb any water. So this root, what you can observe here, which is growing from the base of the node, is called as stilt root. It is meant for support so that the sugar cane should not fall. And in most of the time we have seen that it grows on the upper node also, but it is like this. So it is just meant for support, nothing else. Remember, stilt root will never absorb any kind of water or mineral. So what we need to write, so whenever it comes to writing part, remember that the stilt root, it arises from lower node of a weak stem. It arises from lower node of a weak stem. Stilt roots, they are seen in case of monocot plants. The stilt root, I will say, it grows obliquely downward. It grows obliquely downward and penetrates the soil. So it grows obliquely downward and it penetrates obliquely means slantly. So it is growing obliquely downward and it is penetrating the soil. What is the role of the stilt root? So I can say stilt root provides support. Since it is giving support to this sugar cane, it can stand. And most important, I can say that this stilt root, it has much folded multiple root cap. It has much folded multiple root cap. And let's talk about the examples. So the examples that are included under stilt root, we have sugar cane as one example. Then we have maize as another example. We have kevada. Kevada is a perfume plant. Or we have pandanus. So these are different examples for stilt root modification. We have the last modification for mechanical support, and that is nothing but climbing root. So there is something called as climbing root. Climbing root means these are those roots which are growing on some other root. So I put it under the title of climbing roots. So what exactly happens? For that I have to draw a diagram for you. This is the climbing root. So let's take this to be regular roots here, something like this. There no doubt there will be leaves present. So I draw this as the leaf. You all have seen money plant. Money plant cannot grow on its own. It needs support. You grow it in a bottle, but still it takes the support of some wall or some other object so that it can grow. So now this becomes the example of climbing root. So here it is only meant for support, nothing else. So these roots that you can see here, they are called as climbing roots. So what to write for climbing root? I will say that the roots are produced from the node. The roots are produced from the node. It is meant for attachment and support. So we can say At these roots, basically, it attaches for support and climbing. Examples for such kind of root. So we have seen money plant. So money plant is one of the example. What is the scientific name for money plant? So I can say that the money plant is called as pothos. Then we have Kali Mirch. Kali Mirch is also one of the example, and scientifically it is called as Piper nigrum. Then we have one more example, Pan. Pan is scientific name is beetle. So beetle is beetle leaves that we say Piper beetle. Now let's talk about for special function. So this was all about mechanical support. Now adventitious root for special function. So in special functions, we have two major types, and once we finish that, your root will get over. So very first, in case of special function that we have is epiphytic roots. So in order to draw these epiphytic roots, let me first draw one diagram that will help you to understand how the epiphytic roots are, how they look. So what I will be doing, I will be drawing one branch. Let us take this to be the branch of mango tree, or you can take any other tree, but for instance I'm taking mango tree. So this is the mango tree branch. Now this branch is there. There are certain plants that will grow on the branch of this tree. Remember, there are certain plants which are growing on the branch of this tree only for support, because they cannot grow on the surface of the soil because sunlight cannot reach there. So they take the support of this mango tree branch and they start growing there. And these plants which are growing on the mango tree, basically they are called as epiphytic plants. They have specialized roots also. So the roots that you can see here, these roots are called as epiphytic root. And the speciality of this root is that it has velament tissue. So let's understand now how what to write for epiphytic root. So first of all, remember that this plant is just taking the support of, it is just taking the support of mango tree. It is not going to cause any kind of damage to this tree. This root, I call it as epiphytic root, and the leaves that you can see here, the plant, basically I can call it as epiphytic plant. So what we are supposed to write, if it comes to writing, what we can write? So basically the common example that we have is orchids. Remember, orchids are the common example here. So orchids basically grows on the branch of big trees where sunlight cannot reach on the surface of the soil. There they will start growing on another tree. Why they are growing on another tree? So I can say to get sunlight. Just to get sufficient amount of sunlight, they are growing on other tree. These plants, they have leaves. So we can, such plants have leaves, and these leaves, they are going to perform a very important function that is called as photosynthesis. And the roots of such plant, they are called as epiphytic root. Now to do photosynthesis, the root must absorb water. So water is present in the soil, but these roots, the epiphytic roots, they are spongy and they are going to absorb water from the moisture. So I can say epiphytic roots are spongy and has velament tissue. Just remember this. They are spongy and has velament tissue. What we need to understand here, that velamen is hygroscopic in nature. When I say hygroscopic, it means it will absorb water from the moisture and it will give it to the leaves for photosynthesis. So hygroscopic in nature means absorbs water from where? So I will say it absorbs water from the moisture so that it can give water to the leaf and they can do photosynthesis. And the common example that we have here for epiphytic root example is we have vanda, then we have dendrobium. We have vanda, we have dendrobium as the common example. Sometimes what happens, the leaf is not able to do photosynthesis. Under such condition, epiphytic root sometimes becomes green and does photosynthesis. And such roots which perform the dual role, it means they absorb water from the moisture as well as they can do photosynthesis on their own. They are called as assimilatory roots. So the important point here is that the root of epiphytic roots, they are called as assimilatory roots. Why? Because it can do photosynthesis as well as it will absorb water from the moisture. Coming to the last part of special function. Now once I do this, the roots will get over. So let's understand this. We have the last part for special. Next time we will start with stem. So we have something called as sucking root, or even it is called as haustoria. So what exactly you mean by this word sucking root? These are those roots which are not dependent on anyone for support. They don't do photosynthesis. They just grow on some other plant and they derive nutrition from that plant. So I can say that this sucking root, they have highly specialized and microscopic roots. They have very specialized microscopic roots. So this highly specialized and microscopic root, it is developed by parasites. So it's a parasitic root also. So I can say it's developed by parasites to absorb nourishment. It is developed by parasites to absorb nourishment. It means they will not do photosynthesis. They are like leech growing on the body and absorbing nourishment. As the leech sucks the body of blood of any human. So in that way, the leech is acting as a parasite. So here in the same case, it will act like that. So there are two types of parasites. So there are two types of parasites. Let's understand this. One is partial parasite. When I say partial parasite, it means it will absorb water, but it will do photosynthesis. Another one is total parasite. This root will absorb water as well as it will absorb food. Everything will be absorbed. The example of partial parasite is Viscum album. And the example of total parasite is Dodder. Dodder is also called as Cuscuta. So what happens in case of Viscum album? Just remember this. It penetrates, Viscum album penetrates only xylem to absorb water, nothing else. And after absorbing the water, they will do photosynthesis. But when I say total parasite, Dodder or Cuscuta, they are very dangerous parasites, I can say. Why? Because these parasitic plants, it penetrates xylem and phloem both. Now since they are penetrating and xylem and phloem both, so through xylem they will absorb water and through phloem they are going to absorb food. So it is total parasite. And they grow on some other plant. So if I draw this as the stem, if I draw this as the stem, and let us take this to be the leaf of this plant. So on this plant you will observe that the cuscuta is growing and or the dodder is growing. So just let me draw cuscuta for you. Let's take it this way. Now this, what you can see here, this is nothing but cuscuta. It is just taking the support and it is growing, and it will penetrate, it will derive everything from this. So this plant on which it is growing, basically this becomes the host and this becomes the parasite. So this is the example of cuscuta, and this cuscuta is nothing but total parasite. So this is all what you should know about the modification of roots. The next part is stem. Whenever we talk about stem, there are certain characteristics that we need to keep in mind. Very first point, you will say that it is nothing but it is aerial part of the plant body. The aerial part of the plant body is nothing but stem. The stem which is in the aerial part, it is also known as shoot system, and this shoot system basically is going to develop from plumule. During seed germination, plumule formation results in the formation of shoot system. And in the shoot system, the main axis of shoot system is stem. It is also called as ascending part of plant axis. And this ascending part of plant axis, it has different parts. So we can say this ascending part of plant axis has leaves, nodes, flowers, fruits, etc. It means I can say that it is heterogeneous. When I draw a typical stem, what all things I can see? So let me draw just one stem for you. So this is a typical stem. Now this typical stem will consist of, very first important, that it has nodes. So all this lining that you can see, this is nothing but the nodes. From the nodes will arise the leaf. So I can say leaves are there present. Leaves, I have kept it alternate, right left, right left, and from these nodes only there will be flowers arising. So I take this as the flower. So here I will draw one flower for you. So now this becomes another part of the stem, and apart from that it is going to have a bud. So this is the bud of the flower. There is a bud. This bud that you observe is called as axillary bud. On the top also there is a bud present like this. So this bud is called as apical bud. So whenever we do the labeling of typical stem, I will say that it consists of apical bud. At the same time, it consists of flowers. It consists of leaf. It consists of nodes, and the space between the nodes is called as internode. And along with that, it is going to have one more important part that is called as fruit. So here on the one part of the node, we can mention that there are fruits also present. So that's why this stem basically is called as heterogeneous. This stem is called as heterogeneous. Now coming to the next important part, the characteristics of stem. So whenever we look at this stem, they have very specialized characteristic. First characteristic will be that they grow towards the light. They are moving towards the light. So I can say that this stem is positively photosynthetic. geotropic. It is not moving towards the earth, so I can say that the stem is negatively geotropic. And at the same time, it is not moving towards water, so I can say it is negatively hydrotropic. It means it is moving only towards water. That's why it is moving towards sun. Therefore, it is called as positively phototropic. What it has, we can say it has bud. There are two important buds: the apical bud, which is also called as terminal bud, and it has axillary bud. Now, when you look at the diagram, we can easily locate the axillary bud. The axillary bud is present on the axil of the leaf. So this green colored structure that you can see here, it is called as axillary bud. And we have young stem. So normally we need to understand one important point here. Young stem, they are green in color. And since they are green in color, to certain extent I can say they can do photosynthesis. Why they can do photosynthesis? Because they consist of chloroplast. One very important thing that is present in the stem, that is called as bud. Bud is also present in the stem. Somebody asked what is stem. So it is nothing but I can say it is young shoot. So for that I will draw one small diagram for you, and that will help you to understand. So let us take this to be the young shoot. Now this shoot will be having a compact part. This tip is getting compact or condensed like this. And here there will be young leaves basically that will be overlapping this. So this is overlapping of the leaves. So the leaf is basically the young leaves, they are overlapping the bud. And what you observe, this in the center is called as bud. So how to define bud? I can say that bud is a compact young shoot. Bud is a compact young shoot consisting of a condensed stem. It consists of a condensed stem by, now there is overlapping, so it consists of condensed stem which is overlapped. So overlapping by young and immature leaf. Overlapping by young and immature leaves. So these leaves, they cover the bud, and this is what is called as bud. There are different types of buds. So let's look at the types. So whenever we talk about types of buds, we divide it into two major parts. The very first is called as the vegetative bud. The another part is called as floral bud, or even this floral bud is also called as reproductive bud, because if there is sexual reproduction taking place in the plant, it will take place by the help of flower. So first let's discuss this floral bud. Floral bud or the reproductive bud is nothing but it is the bud which develops into flower. So the one which develops in flower basically is called as floral bud. For example, if I draw this as the stalk part and this a young green covering. So this young green covering is nothing but it is a floral bud. And once the flower opens up, the flower will appear something like this. So this young green covering will be like this, and the flower has opened up. And it will have all other different parts like calyx, corolla, androecium, gynoecium that we will study in the flower section. The next type of bud, that is vegetative bud. So vegetative bud, basically we can say these are those birds that develops into branches, depending on the location of the bud. See, when I talk about the largest bird that is available on the earth is cabbage. Cabbage is the largest because we all have seen cabbage. In the center, it will show some whitish structure like this, and then there will be overlapping of the leaves. So when I draw this like this, you get all the cabbage. The cabbage is just covered. So this cabbage is nothing but it is the largest bird. And that's why when we try to open the cabbage, we only see leaves and nothing else. So this is nothing but cabbage, which is the largest bird. There are different types of bird based on the position and location. Let's talk about the different types. First is the apical, or even it is called as terminal bird. The second type is the axillary bird. The third type is the accessory bird. The fourth type is the adventitious bird. So let's understand these all four types first based on the position where they are located. So for that, I will draw one stem for you that will help you to understand the different locations. So let's take this to be the stem. Now to this, we are going to draw different birds. So first of all, let us draw the nodes. So these are all nothing but the nodes. The space that you can see in between the nodes, they are called as internodes. From the node arises the leaf. So I put on this way. This becomes the leaf. Now this will have different birds present. Stem is basically heterogeneous part growing towards the sunlight, so positively phototropic, moving away from the sun, so negatively, moving away from the earth, so negatively geotropic. On the top there is a bird present. So this bird that you can see here on the top, it is called as apical or terminal bird. So this is the very first bird. Then there is a floral bird also present. So I put in this way. Now this green colored bird that you can see, this bird is called as floral bird. Apart from that, near the axil you will find some birds here. So this bird that you can see here, it is called as axillary bird. So this is your axillary bird. And sometime apart from the axillary bird, there is one more bird present at the base, this orange color one. It is called as accessory bird. Not necessary it will be always present, but if it is present, it is called as accessory bird. And if the birds are present on the leaves, sometimes the adventitious birds, they are present on the leaf. So such kind of bird, they are called as adventitious bird. So whenever it comes to writing, we have to write some important points. So apical bird, where it is present, so I can say apical bird is present on the tip of the stem. When it comes to axillary bird, where it is present, we will say it is present on the axil of leaf. Accessory bird, where it is present, we can say it is on either side or above axil of leaf. Either side or above axil of leaf. When we talk about adventitious bird, so we can say that birds at place other than, at other places basically, then it is called as adventitious bird. For example, these birds can be present on the leaf or even they can be present on the node. So on the node, if I draw small some bird like structure like this, like it can be called as adventitious bird. So this all is about types of bird. Now we are going to talk about the different functions of stem. Functions of stem means the stem has different role, like the roots have the function of absorbing water and minerals. In that same way, the stem also has some important role. Very first function is it provides support and produces lateral appendages. This become very important part. It provides a support and at the same time it produces all the lateral appendages like leaves, flower, fruits, etc. It is responsible for conduction of water and minerals. Stem is going to play a very important role in conducting water and minerals to all part of plants. The next function is it also helps in conduction of food to all parts of plant. So the water is conducted, even the food is conducted by the help of basically this stem. But sometimes the conditions becomes very unfavorable, so they are going to undergo modification. So what I will say here, that some stem, it's just an adaptation. Some stem gets modified into. Now their modification will be based on different levels. So I just put a line and write the modification. And on the next page, we will see what are the different modifications. So very first, some of them they modify for storage of food and water. Some of them they modify for support for climbing. Since the stem is weak, it develops into tendrils so that it can grow up towards the other plant. It is also responsible for modification for proliferation and propagation. So proliferation and propagation. It is responsible for, sometime modification takes place, the stem develops thorns. So it is for protection from browsing animals. Like even I can say the grazing animals, they modify themselves. Then the stem is responsible for perennation. It's all adaptation under unfavorable conditions. The stem shows such kind of modification. So it is to overcome unfavorable condition. Stem shows maximum modification. So our next point will be what is the different types of modification that you normally see. So let's look at the modification now. So I put it in this way. I will be talking about modification of stem. So there are different types of stem. Sometimes it is underground, sometimes it is aerial, and sometimes it is subaerial, means little bit in the ground, little bit above the ground. So there are three types of modification that we will see. First modification that we are going to see will be underground modification. If the stem is underground. The second type of modification is subaerial modification. Subaerial modification means they are present below the soil and they come above the soil. That is subaerial. And third type of modification is aerial modification. So let's understand the different types of underground modification. Very first that we have is called as rhizome. Now in rhizome there are different examples. So examples we will see a bit later. Then we have another modification that is called as stem tuber. The third type is called as bulb. The fourth type is called as corm. Corm is nothing but suran. So when I say rhizome, the example for rhizome is ginger. Then we have stem tuber. The example for stem tuber is potato. Then we have bulb. The example for bulb is onion. We have corn. The example for corm is Amorphophallus. This is corm example. When we talk about subaerial modification, there are different subaerial modification. The very first is runner. The second modification is stolon. Third modification is offset. Then you get to see sucker. And there is one more modification that is called as a trailer. So these are the different subaerial modification. The example for runner is nothing but lawn grass, the grasses that grow on the lawn. For stolon, we have strawberry. For offset, we have pistia. For sucker, we have mint. Okay. And let's talk about the next one that is called as aerial modification. In aerial modification, the very first example that we have is stem tendrils. These are telephone wire-like structure. Sometimes the stem modifies into thorn to protect from transpiration and browsing animals. Then it modifies into phylloclad. Then there is one more modification called as cladod. Then there is one more modification that is called as bulbil. So all these are the examples of aerial modification. Now the example in stem tendril, we have passiflora. The example for thorn modification will be duranta. The modification for phylloclad is opuntia, which is also known as cactus. The example for cladod is asparagus. And the last example for bulbil is Dioscorea. We have to study all these underground modification, subaerial modification, and aerial modification in detail. So let's talk about the very first one that is called as underground modification. So in underground modification, we must have some general information about this, why it happens, where it happens, and the responsible person. So we can say underground modification means stem develops below soil. This is very first point. And the stem remains dormant. Even I can say inactive. The stem remains dormant under unfavorable condition. If the conditions are not favorable, then what will happen? It will remain dormant. So under unfavorable conditions, the stem remains dormant. Next, it gives off all its aerial shoot. It gives off aerial shoot during favorable condition. So it gives off aerial shoot during favorable conditions so that it remains underground and safe. We need to understand one thing, that underground modification, all this stem, they are going to store food. So here this stem stores food. It becomes thick because after storing food, things will swell up. So it becomes thick, fleshy, and swollen. This is very important. The underground modification stem, we can say it has nodes, internodes, and even it has scaly leaves. So this all becomes the underground modification importance. What is the function? For any underground modification, the general function is, first we have storage of food. This becomes the important function. The second is perennation. The third is vegetative propagation. So these are the different functions of any underground stem. So let's start with the very first modification that we normally see. So very first modification is rhizome. Now when it comes to rhizome, we must be aware of one important thing. So I just draw a line here so that I can separate out these important parts. I take it in this way here so that we can write everything about rhizome. So this is just a part. So the very first underground modification is rhizome. Now the point here is, what is rhizome? So we all have seen ginger. Ginger is one of the example of rhizome. What are the characteristics of rhizome? First of all, it is prostrate. Prostrate means it goes below the soil and parallel to the earth. It is dorsiventral, means the upper side and the lower side both will be thickened. So it is dorsiventral, thickened, brownish stem, because we all know the color of ginger, which is brown. And most important part, rhizome grows horizontally. So it grows below the soil, horizontal to the earth's surface. Rhizome, it has nodes and internodes. So where are those nodes and internodes present? That I will show you after drawing the diagram. So just remember for the time being that they have nodes and internodes. Rhizome, it also consists of, so it has terminal bud and axillary bud. Both the buds are present in rhizome. Rhizome remains dormant under the soil. It means under unfavorable condition, it remains as it is. So remains dormant under the soil. The next part you can say, under favorable conditions, when the conditions become favorable. Under favorable conditions, the terminal bud, it has two bud if you remember, terminal bud and the axillary bud. So under favorable condition, the terminal bud basically grows into aerial shoot. So any part that comes above the soil, it will come from this. So grows into aerial shoot, but this aerial shoot normally dies because it is underground. So we can say it dies. When it dies, it dies at end of favorable condition. So when I say this favorable condition, so remember FC is nothing but favorable condition. So under favorable condition, the terminal bud grows into aerial shoot which dies off at the end of favorable condition. Now the rhizomes are of two types. There are two types of rhizomes. So I put it in this way. A rhizome will develop in two types. One that develops from lateral bud rhizome. Another one develops from terminal bud. So the rhizome that develops from lateral bud, it is called as sympodial rhizome. It is called as sympodial rhizome. And the one that develops from terminal bud, it is called as monopodial rhizome. Now this sympodial rhizome, it includes two examples. The example that we have, first is ginger. You need to remember scientific name. Second is turmeric. So ginger and turmeric are the two examples of sympodial rhizome. Now ginger scientific name is Zingiber officinale. It is Zingiber officinale. Turmeric, it is Curcuma domestica. So you have to remember that ginger is Zingiber officinale, turmeric is Curcuma domestica. And there is one more example, that is canna. Canna also develops from sympodial rhizome. So canna is nothing but, I can say, it is bamboo. So it is not the scientific name actually. Canna, or instead of canna is one of the example. Then in case of terminal bud, the monopodial rhizome. So here we have lotus as the monopodial rhizome. We have pteris as monopodial rhizome, and we have nymphea. So these are the three examples, each from lateral bud and the terminal bud, which is sympodial rhizome and monopodial rhizome. Let's draw the diagram of ginger so that it becomes easy for you to understand. So we are drawing rhizome. The rhizome, as I told you, it will be of different shape. There is no fixed shape to it. So like this, we can draw any way. you want to draw. And they are all connected. If you have bought ginger from the market, you will understand that they all are connected. And then it is broken down into small pieces depending on the requirement. So this all I can call it as ginger. And this ginger will be showing the presence of line like this. So on the ginger, these lines that you can see, these lines are nothing but they are called as nodes and the internodes. So this line is the node. And the space that you observe between the node, the space that you observe, that space is called as internode. And these space, basically these nodes, they are going to have a scaly leaves. So if you observe very carefully the ginger, it will show the presence of scaly leaves also. So I will just draw this so that it becomes easy for you to understand. Now next important part is the scaly leaves. So I draw this as the scaly leaves that is arising from the node. Scaly leaf can arise from anywhere. Now it has a bud. So let us take this to be the bud here. This bud will be your terminal bud, and it is going to give rise to roots. So I draw this as the roots. So in ginger you will see small roots like the structure. These are nothing but the adventitious roots like structure. So this is one of the example for rhizome. Let me just give a shade to it so that it look bit similar. This is rhizome basically. Just a second. This is one of the example of rhizome. And remember, rhizome is underground stem modification. So when I say underground, here it remains dormant if the conditions are basically unfavorable. But the moment conditions become favorable, it will give rise to aerial shoot, and that aerial shoot will dies off, when the moment favorable condition comes, and finally it will give rise to this. And the main purpose is to store lots of food. So here the ginger has swelled up, and it has swelled up only to store food. Let's do the labeling of this all parts so that it becomes easy for you to understand. So the very first labeling that I put here is the node. These are all nodes, and in between the node, the space that you can see, it is called as internode. There is a bud here. This bud, I call it as terminal bud. This is the green part that you have seen. It is called as scaly leaves. So there is a scaly leaf present. It is having root. So this root is basically called as adventitious root. The root that you observe is nothing but it is adventitious root. And these adventitious roots are very important for putting them substratum or the base. So like this, you can draw the diagram for rhizome, which is known as ginger. Scientifically, it is called as Zingiber officinale. So Zingiber officinale is the scientific name for ginger. So it is not Z, it will be G. Let's go on to the next modification that we normally see in underground modification. So the second type of modification is stem tuber. Now the common example that we can study in stem tuber is nothing but potato. So let me first write something about potato. What is stem tuber? So I can say tuber is nothing but it is swollen tip of underground branches. Swollen tip of underground branches. Why it swells up? So we can say swells due to storage of food. Swells due to storage of food. It shows nodes and internodes. It shows nodes and internodes. Just a second. Spelling, let me write properly. So it shows nodes and internodes. What nodes have basically? So we can say nodes have scaly leaves again. So you all have seen potato during rainy season, it gives tree ties to sprouting. So that is node part. So nodes have scaly leaves with axillary bud, and that axillary bud is normally called as eye of the potato. Now what happens under unfavorable conditions? So I will say that under unfavorable condition, these eyes will remain as it is, but when they get favorable condition like moisture in the atmosphere, so under favorable condition I will say the eyes sprouts. So under favorable condition, eyes sprouts and it gives rise to sprouting. We will see in the diagram how the eye sprouts. This potato or the stem tuber, it helps in vegetative propagation. Vegetative propagation means to grow, to continue. That is the important role of the stem tuber. Most important part, that stem tuber do not produce any adventitious root. It means stem plant, they do not have roots as such. So they do not produce adventitious root. An example for this, we have potato as one example. The scientific name for potato is Solanum tuberosum. So Solanum tuberosum is potato scientific name. Another example that we have is Matalu. Now the scientific name for Matalu is Helianthus tuberosum. So I will be drawing a diagram for you, and the diagram will be basically of potato. So let me first draw how the potato looks when it is above the soil. So above the soil I draw this. The stem is going to come downwards. These stem that you are observing here, it will show branches. So this is the branching of the stem. These are not roots. These are all the stem. And above this there will be leaves present. So I put in this way. Now this is all the leaf that you can normally see in the potato plant. So potato plant has leaves also. Because most of the time students are not aware, do they have leaves? Yes, the answer is yes. Because unless and until they do photosynthesis, how glucose will be synthesized or how food will be stored at the tip of the stem. So when these are doing photosynthesis now, at the tip of the stem, what happens? These food gets stored. And when the food gets stored at the tip of the stem, this tip is going to swell up. And since the tip swells up, it forms a potato. So this is how potato is formed. It is not having root. So you will not see any kind of root in the potato plant. So this is the swelled up stem. And I can say there is one more, a young tuber which is arising. So when it comes to labeling part, I can say this is nothing but this is underground branched stem. Now this underground branch stem, it consists of, this is potato. What is this? This is nothing but a young tuber which is arising. So under favorable condition, they will have leaves, but when the condition become unfavorable, the leaves will fall. So I'm just going to take out one potato to see how exactly the potato looks alike. So I draw this as a young potato. Now to this, just let me give a color to it so that it becomes easy to just give the coloration. It will take some time because the potato is slightly, you can say, brownish in color, not exactly brownish, but it is slightly brownish in color. And the potato is going to show the presence of nodes and internodes, everything present. So here in the diagram, we are going to cover everything. The nodes, the diagrams, the bird and everything. So I take this now. Now this is the most important part. So this is we need to cover. So this is how the potato is. And to this now, we are going to draw the eye. So let us take this to be the eye. So this all what you observe is nothing but the eye of the potato. And here what we see is the scar, because this potato has been broken from the stem. So this part, this area is seen here. And this potato will be having lots of birds present here. So the birds that are present at the nodes of the potato, those are called as adventitious birds. So here I can say this is nodes. And under favorable condition, what happens? That these birds, they sprout. they give rise to some whitish or greenish structure like this. So this is called as young sprouting. So this sprouting is only under favorable condition, not under unfavorable condition. Let's do the labeling of this potato. So this is nothing but it is called as a scar of stem. So this scar of stem becomes very important part. This is nothing but it is a sprouting bud. So this sprouting bud is going to help you a lot. And surrounding this, what we have axillary bud. So I draw this as the axillary bud. So sprouting bud and we have axillary bud. This axillary bud and the scaly leaves, basically they make up the eye. So I draw this here in this way. Let's take this to be the scaly leaves. So I will say scaly leaves first, then we have axillary bud. Scaly leaf and axillary bud, they together make up the eye of the potato. This is very important. And the scientific name for potato, which is a tuber, young tuber, is called as Solanum tuberosum. After this, we are going to have the next underground modification of the stem, that is called as bulb. So let's focus on the bulb part. So bulb is of two types basically. Whenever it comes to bulb, we need to understand that the bulb is either spherical or even I can say in a pyriform shape. The bulb will be either spherical shape or even it is pyriform shape. Bulb, one common example that I can give you is the onion. Onion is a very good example for bulb. So first let's understand the characteristics. Very first, in case of stem, here the stem will not be seen. This is a very important point. The bulb is nothing but it is a condensed disc-like underground stem. Bulb is condensed disc-like underground stem. Most important that the bulb does not store food material. So there is no food material stored basically in the bulb. Many scaly leaves, this is a very important line, the diagram we will see. Many scaly leaves are overlapping. They are on present one above the another. They are overlapping. They are concentrically arranged. So if you cut the onion in this circular form, you can see that they have concentric rings. So they are concentrically arranged. So many scaly leaves are overlapping. They are concentrically arranged. And when you look at the onion, the inner leaf will be very thick and fleshy. So I can say inner scale of leaves, they are nothing but they are thick and fleshy. We have the outer scale of leaves. So we can say outer scale of leaves, basically it is thin and dry. It is thin and dry, and this thin and dry is going to provide protection. So in case of bulb, the outer reddish one will be thin and dry, reddish in color. The lower surface in the bulb shows adventitious buds. So lower surface shows adventitious roots, and these adventitious root helps in providing substratum to the ground. So lower surface shows adventitious root, and the bulb is almost spherical. Let's talk about the different types of bulb that we study. So there are two types of bulb. One is called as tunicated bulb and other type is scaly bulb. So the point here is, what do you mean by this tunicated bulb? Tunicated bulb are the tunicated bulbs, they have fleshy scale leaves. Tunicated bulbs, they have fleshy scale leaves, and these tunicated bulbs, they surround apical bud in form of concentric ring. So surrounds apical bud in form of concentric ring. So onion, if you see in form of concentric ring, it simply means that it is surrounding the apical bulb. Next we have the scaly bulb. Scaly bulb, basically I can say it is fleshy scaly leaves partially overlapped. So fleshy scaly leaves, and these are partially overlapped. When I use this word partially overlapped, you all have seen garlic. So garlic shows partial overlapping each other at margin. So we will draw the diagram, then you will understand more clearly. And the example for the tunicate bulb, we have onion. The scientific name for onion is Allium cepa. So don't forget the scientific name, it is Allium cepa. For scaly bulb, we have garlic as the example, and the scientific name for garlic is Allium sativum. So Allium sativum is the scientific name for garlic. Now let's draw the diagram so that things become more easy for you to understand. Here what I will be doing, this outermost scale that you observe, it is on the garlic, on the onion basically. Onion has outermost like this, then there will be a ring present, so I draw the ring in this way. The stem here will be highly reduced. So in the onion, this disc like structure that you can see that we normally cut basically is nothing but the stem. And at the base, what will be present? It will be all adventitious roots. So these roots that you can see below the garlic, sorry, below the onion is nothing but the adventitious root. And we have this line. So on the onion, you can see these lines present. And when I give a color to it, it will be more prominent. But inside we see what? Inside we see concentric rings. So when you cut this onion, inside you are going to show a ring like this. So this is the arrangement of the onion. It is thick overlapping part. And this is nothing but the reddish color that you observe in case of onion. So outside will be red. Why it will be red? Because it is a thin dried covering. So outer covering will be reddish in nature. So remember this. Just a second. Let's do it again so that it becomes easy. So this overlapping. Now this reddish part is what is onion. And inside is nothing but it is thick fleshy leaf. So not going to talk about that. And when we draw this in a central word, you cut it laterally or longitudinally, what we observe. So I take it in this way. So this becomes the stem. The stem of the onion is highly disc-like. It is, and this is nothing but the root. So this root is basically called as adventitious root here. Okay. And on the top, you are going to see the bud. So this bud, what you are observing is nothing but the apical bud. Apical bud is seen in case of onion. So you say it in this way. This apical bud is now overlapped. It is overlapped by young fleshy leaves. So I don't have that whitish color structure. So I am showing you in this way, a greenish part. So this covering that you normally see on the onion, this is very important. So these all thick fleshy leaves are the one that we normally eat. And finally, we see this. So whenever it comes to onion, remember in the center it has the apical bud. And if you want, you can draw the other part. Let's do the labeling first. What you observe this is nothing but it is concentric ring. What is this? This is nothing but the stem. So we can say this is a condensed stem. And here what they have, this is root. So it is called as adventitious root. And in this part, what you can see here, this is nothing but the apical bud. This apical bud is overlapped by fleshy leaf. So the inner thick one is called as fleshy leaves that we normally eat. The outer dried one is called as scaly leaf. So this scaly leaf normally we don't eat. Why? Because it is reddish in color. So if you want me to draw scaly leaf for you, I can draw it the outermost covering. This is the outermost covering that you see. So the outermost covering that you're going to see here, this is the scaly leaf of the onion. So when you remove this scaly leaf, you are going to get the fleshy leaf. And this is adventitious root, and there is a stem present. So let's do the labeling. This is adventitious root and this is stem. So remember, the stem in case of bulb or the onion is highly reduced. And now we are going to talk about garlic. So I will be drawing garlic for you, which is Allium sativum. Again, it is going to have a condensed stem. So I take this as the stem, disc-like structure. If you have seen complete garlic, this is the stem and below that there will be root. But the most important part is in the center, they have a stalk-like structure like this. So if you see a garlic, complete garlic in the center, you're going to see something like this. So this is very important part, the center part. This is very important. And surrounding this, what will be present? So I can say surrounding this, garlic will be present. So how to draw that? So let us take this and then finally draw it in this. So this is garlic. It is called as scaly bulb. It is called as scaly bulb. It is partially overlapping each other, not like onion, like on each and every fleshy leaf there will be covering present. So this becomes the common example of scaly bulb, that is garlic. Let's talk about the next part, the labeling. So this is nothing but it is adventitious root. This part is called as the stem. This, what you can see, is nothing but the bulb. And on the top there will be scaly leaves. Now the point here is, if I take out one garlic, you observe something like this. This is the shape of one garlic, one part. So this is the scaly part that we normally eat. So this is all what you should know about bulb. After this, we are going to have the last part of the underground modification, that is called as corm. Corm, in simple word, it is called as suran. It is also known as elephant's foot. So how is the corn? Corn is short, stout, it is fleshy, it is upright and thickened. So the corm is short, stout, fleshy, upright, thickened underground stem. Corm bears many birds. So we can say it bears many bird in the axil of scale. So there are many birds present in the axils of scale. This corm, there is scaly leaves basically. So in the axil of scale, there are scaly leaves present. And these scaly leaves, they are going to give rise to daughter corm. So remember, daughter corm arises from these scaly leaves. And it has adventitious root. So it has adventitious roots. It is nothing but, I can say, corm is a condensed form of rhizome. Only difference was that rhizome went parallel to the earth surface. Here the corm grows vertically downward. So it is going to grow vertically downward. Now this corm, we have some examples. The example in corm, first is arbi. Arbi is a vegetable. We make vegetable of it. Example, scientific name for this is colocasia, that is arbi. Then we have the another example, that is zamikand. Zamikand is also called as Amorphopalus, even it is also called as suran, even it is called as elephant's foot. So it is Amorphopalus. Now if I draw the diagram for corn, there is no such specified diagram for corn, but I will draw it for you so that you understand how exactly corn looks alike. So I draw this upper part, this part here, and then finally I take little bigger one and I draw this. So this is what you observe is the bud, somewhat spherical it is. So bird will be seen like this, it appears. And we have all this structure present. So this is Amorphopalus, which is also called as elephant's foot. Let's give color to it so that it will appear better. So we are drawing Amorphopalus. This is all about underground modification. These are the different types of underground modification that we normally see. After this, we have to talk about subaerial modification, not the underground modification. So after this, we have very important part that is called as subaerial modification. So this becomes the example. So I draw this and this. Let's do the labeling of this so that things become again easy for us. This part which is coming out, it is called as bud. On this, you will get small hair-like structures like this. So these small hair-like structures that you're observing, these are nothing but the roots. That is called as adventitious root. So this is adventitious root. And this is zamikan. Or even it is called as elephant's foot or Amorphopalus. So the next part is another type of modification that is called as subaerial modification. Subaerial modification, what points we need to consider first before writing the answer? We will say in subaerial modification, the stem trails, means it doesn't goes inside or above the soil, it will never come. It is not going to go above the soil. The stem trails on the soil, very important, and is found partially beneath the soil. So some part of the stem is above the soil and some part of the stem is above the soil. And this subaerial modification, it remains in contact with air and soil. So it remains in contact with air and soil. The stem here in subaerial modification, it modifies only for two purposes. First purpose is perennation, to continue the race, and vegetative reproduction. So here they will not swell up, they will not store food, nothing will take place. They are just growing and they are spreading on the surface of the soil. So very first example that we have here under subaerial modification is the runner. A runner is nothing but it's a grass. It is a lawn grass. So whenever it comes to grass, what we will say? It is special, narrow, green, horizontal, or prostate branches. From where it develops? So runners, it develops from base of erect shoot. It develops from base of erect shoot, and that erect shoot is called as crown. So from where the runners will develop is called as crown. Next we can say the number of runner arises, numbers of runners basically we can say arises from each crown. The next what we can say, they all spread in different directions like grass. So it moves in all the directions. So you can say spreads in all directions. After this, we will say that the runners, it has nodes and internodes. The nodes of the runner will give rise to adventitious bud and it will be forming adventitious root. So nodes, what they have? So I can say that these nodes, they consist of two important parts. One, they have scaly leaves, and second, they show the presence of axillary bud. So these are the two important parts that we normally see in root. And the example for runner will be lawn grass is the very common example. Lawn grass on cricket ground, the grass that grows, lawn grass. The scientific name for lawn grass is Cynodon dactylon. So Cynodon dactylon is the example of lawn grass. We have another example that is called as hydrocotyle. So this hydrocotyle is scientifically called as Centella asiatica. Centrella asiatica is another example. And last example that we have is oxalis. So let us draw the diagram of the runner so that it becomes very easy for you to understand. So what I will be doing, I will take this as the crown, which is branching here. So this is nothing but the crown part. The one will spread in this direction, other one will spread in this direction, and finally comes the base. So I draw it in this way. Now this will propagate further, so giving rise to all different branches. So this is a runner basically, which is growing just for spreading or the propagation. So I draw this. Now this is a runner. Now this runner will give rise to the roots. So I draw this as the root. So these roots are called as adventitious roots, which is growing. Now above this, there is a formation of the different grass. So this is one of the example that we can remember. So I take it here in this way. It is branching, and something like this. So let me draw the leaves for it, because the runners, they are going to have leaf. So I draw this as the leaf. Now such kind of leaves are seen on oxalis. So this, what I'm drawing is the example of oxalis. I'm not drawing the lawn grass. So remember, don't get confused. This is oxalis which I'm drawing. So this is how the green colored leaves appears on the grasses or the oxalis. For grasses, you all have seen durva. Durva is nothing but one of the example. There will be leaves present here also. So let's do the labeling of this oxalis. So what I have drawn here is nothing but it is oxalis. Let's do the labeling of oxalis. Here what we can see is nothing but adventitious root. To be very much specific, what are these? These are nothing but the nodes. What is present in between the node? We all say internode. This, what you can see, is the leaf. And this bigger portion, let me give a color to it. Let me shade it so that it becomes easy for you to understand. So this bigger portion is nothing but it is the crown. This area that you can see is the crown. This is the main part that is called as the crown. And from here it will spread in all directions. So from nodes the leaves and all arises. So this is all what you should know about runner. The next modification that we see under subaerial modification is stolon. So first we need to understand what we are supposed to write for stolon, where it is present, what are the different rules. So it is nothing but slender lateral branch. So the slender lateral branch that arises from the base of main axis. From the base of main axis, it is called as stolon. Very important line. Initially, stolon grows vertically upward. Stolon grows vertically upward, and then bends and touches the soil. So we can say that the stolon, initially it grows vertically upward, it then bends and it touches the soil. And its terminal bud, in stolon it has a terminal bud, so I can say its terminal bud gives rise to new shoot. Terminal bud gives rise to new shoot system, and it has what? Adventitious root. So there is adventitious root and there is a shoot system that is going to arise. So this becomes the stolon. And the examples that we have here, the examples are jasmine as one example for stolon, even mentha, even all the strawberry that grows, they are the example of stolon. Colocasia is the example of stolon. Now let me draw a diagram for you so that you understand very nicely how exactly is the stolon. So first I will draw it in this way. Now this is the main stem. So this is the main stem. Now this main stem, it has a terminal bud. So let's take this to be the terminal bud. So this terminal bud will now grow. It is coming above the soil. Finally it bends and it touches the soil. So it is going to bend and it will touch the soil. So now this is the important part. This again, it gives rise to a new stem. And here we need to draw the soil surface. So I take this as the earth surface. So it is subaerial modification. So some part of the stem will be below the soil. So here this area is below the soil, and some part which has came above the soil is basically this part. So let me just draw the diagram for it. This is the soil area, and what this is soil area, and the one which has came above the soil is nothing but it is called as the stolon. So I take it this way. Let me just make it thin diagram for you so that you can easily understand. So here we have this. Okay, so this is another labeling. So this brown color structure that I'm drawing is nothing but the soil surface. Let me just take it in this way. I draw the roots here now. So these roots that you observe is nothing but it is the adventitious root which is growing below the soil surface. So this is the adventitious root, and what comes above this? So let me draw the stolon. So this green color structure which I am drawing, the green line, this is nothing but it is the line for the stolon. So this green line is nothing but the stolon. Now let's do the diagram for the leaf, how the leaves and all arises. Okay, so I draw it here. So that it's going up. Let me take a little bit thick. So this is the part which is arising from the stem. So I draw this three line like this. Then I draw this. There will be one more stolon coming from this end also. So let's take it this. But we are focusing on this. It will grow further also like this. So it is going to grow. There is no option to it. It is going to grow. And from here, I draw this as the green part. So I take this. And on this, there will be leaves present. So leaves, we are going to draw it. So let's draw the leaf part now. So I take this as the leaf part. So this is one of the example of stolon. Now this what I am drawing is nothing but it is mentha. Mentha is nothing but the mint which is called as pudina also. So this is the leaves of pudina, and we have this. So this is pudina leaf. This is one of the example. Let me draw this. So now this is very important part. This is mentha, mint as the example. So let's do the labeling now. because labeling is very important part here. This part which is growing above the soil surface is called as stolon. The roots that you can see here, it is called as adventitious root. And this part which is below the soil surface, this is called as the stem. So this part is basically called as the stem. So let me just give stem a different color so that it becomes easy for you. So let's take it this way. So this is the stem. I draw this. So this is one of the modification that we need to understand here. Let's talk about the next important part. We are talking about offset. Offset, basically they are called as runners of aquatic plant. So whenever it comes to offset, remember they are commonly called as runner of aquatic plant. So they are runners only, but since they are in water, so they have been given a different name that is called as offset. So offsets are commonly called as runner in aquatic plant, or runners of aquatic plant basically. So this is what is offset. So when we look at the structure and modification of offset and how it has adapted, then we will understand that the offsets are nothing but they are shorter and thicker than runners. Offsets are shorter and thicker than runners. These offset, they help in vegetative propagation. So it helps in vegetative propagation in aquatic plants. So in aquatic plants, if there is a reproduction going on by the help of vegetative mean, so it will take place by the help of offsets. The examples that are included under offsets are water hyacinth. Water hyacinth is also known as a terror of Bengal. When I say terror of Bengal, basically it means that it was a plant that was introduced in India because of its beautiful flower and leaf, but later on it spread in the entire Bengal. So it is called as terror of Bengal because it consumes all the water and killing all the aquatic life. It is also called as, there are other examples like Jalkumbi. Jalkumbi is also called as Icornia. Then we have Pistia. So these are all different examples of offset. We are going to draw one diagram of offset that will help you to understand how offsets are actually. So we draw this as the offset. Now this is the stem basically. So the stem that we are going to draw will be like this. At one point, these stem will give rise to leaf-like structure. So I put it in this way. So this is the basically arrangement or origin, you can say. So this arrangement is a plant, and from here what comes out is the root. We need to understand here that the roots of this plant is going to have air pockets. These air pockets basically provides an opportunity for the plant to float on the surface of water. So air pockets are present here. So this is one of the example. Now another plant also will come from this because they are runners. Like in runners, we saw that they had nodes and internodes. Same thing is going to happen here also. So here also we will draw one more plant basically like this. And there is a leaf like structure. So this is all leaf of the plant, nothing else. And this will also have their roots. Now these two parts which are connected to each other, they are connected by the help of offset. So I draw this as the roots. So whenever we talk about roots, just remember that the roots, they have pockets, and these pockets basically they are filled up with air, and the air is going to offer buoyancy. And because of this buoyancy, what happens? The plant is able to float on the surface of water. So what I will do, I will draw water for you. So this is nothing but the water, and on the surface of water, this plant is floating. So this is offset, which is one of the modification that is seen in case of subaerial stem. Now you might be wondering which one is offset. So remember, this part which is joining the two plants, they are called as offset. After offset, we have the next modification, subaerial modification, that is called as sucker. So whenever we talk about suckers, suckers are logically nothing but they are runner like non-green branch. So when we talk about suckers, suckers are nothing but they are runner like non-green branch. So they are not green in color. Basically, they do not do any kind of photosynthesis, and it develops from axil of scale leaves. So we can say which develops from axil of scale leaves. So this becomes very important part for sucker. Normally these suckers they grow horizontally below the soil. So we can say grows horizontally below the soil. And since they are growing horizontally below the soil, they will travel only for some distance. And after traveling some distance below the soil, they come above the soil but not straight. So we can say and comes above the soil, and it comes above the soil obliquely. Obliquely means little bit slant, not exactly straight. So is there any other name for suckers? Definitely yes. Suckers are also called as underground runners. So when we talk about normal runners, they are grass. When we talk about aquatic runners, so we say offset. But when we talk about underground runners, we have suckers. The examples that are included under the category of suckers, we have banana. So banana is one of the example under sucker. We have mint. Mint is logically nothing but pudina. So pudina is also a sucker. Then we have one more example that is called as chrysanthemum. So these are different examples that are included under sucker. Let's see the diagram of sucker, how exactly they are. So what I will be doing, I will take this as the ground. So let us take this to be the ground. Here the suckers basically they are going to be like this. So we draw this. This is underground here, the lower part. Then we draw this. Now from here arises the sucker. So logically when we look at the structure, it arises, it travels below the soil, it grows horizontally below the soil surface, but suddenly after some time it comes above the soil surface obliquely. So this what comes out above the soil surface obliquely, this is called as the sucker. Now they are going to have their roots. So I put it in this way. They are going to show the presence of roots. So these roots are basically nothing but they are adventitious root. And like this, it keeps on propagating. So I can put it again here, one more part. So it travels little bit down, then comes above the surface of the soil. So this traveling is of sucker. So sucker is a kind of subaerial modification where it comes above the surface of soil. And here what we will drawing is the leaf. So the example for suckers, basically it is mint. So here the diagram that we are drawing basically is a sucker here. So we have this. So these are all the leaves basically which has come from the sucker. So as far as labeling is concerned, you will say that this lower part, this area is nothing but it is the sucker, which is traveling horizontally below the soil for some distance, and then it is coming above the soil. But since it is coming above the soil, it is not coming straight, it is coming up obliquely. So this is what is sucker. After this, we have something called as aerial modification. Now, aerial modification of stem means here the stem is weak or there is some kind of adaptation, but it is not connected to the ground at all. So it is aerial modification. Under this aerial modification, we will say that stem modifies to form aerial structures. So very first point I will say stem modifies to form aerial structure. Now this is very important part, and when we will study the aerial modification of stem, the stem will get over. And most important point for your NEET, the aerial modification of stem, they are also called as metamorphosed stem. Metamorphosed means they are totally different from what they were. So under aerial modification, the very first example that I will be covering is nothing but stem tendril. First, we need to understand the meaning of this word tendril. What exactly you mean by this word tendril? And then the stem modifies itself into tendril. That is a different story. So whenever we talk about tendrils, tendrils are nothing but, I can say that the tendrils are leafless coiled structure. These are leafless coiled structure, and it has sensitive adhesive gland. So we say this is leafless coiled structure with some sensitive adhesive glands. And these adhesive glands, they are very much important because they help for support. So these adhesive glands are present for fixation, or even I can say clinging. For any support, these stem tendrils are present. Now, which part of the stem modifies into stem tendril? So we can say that the axillary bud modifies to form a thin wiry and highly sensitive structure. It forms thin, wiry and highly sensitive structure, and this sensitive structure we all call it as tendril. So if I show you in terms of diagram how exactly it will be. So let us take this to be the stem. From here what comes out is the leaf. This edge of the leaf is basically called as axil. So there is an axillary bud here. So this bud, what you observe now, it is called as axillary bud. This axillary bud will modify itself and it will become a wiry structure. So how it will become? It will become something like this. And this wiry telephone-like structure is called as tendril. And most important part, what we need to understand. What is the role of this tendril? Why this tendril is so much important? So first thing you need to know that it helps plant to attach. So I can say helps plants to attach itself to a support. Now why it is taking support? Because the stem of this plant itself is very weak. So just to take support and to climb, the axillary bud modifies into tendril. So logically I can say that the stem tendril, they are found in plants with weak stem. The plants which have weak stem, they will show such kind of modification. So it is stem tendril. Tendrils, let's draw and understand with diagram. That will be much better for us to understand. So I draw this as the woody part. Let us take like this. And from here will come with the leaf structure. So I draw this leaf. So let's take it in this way. Now this is the leaf area. So what comes downward is the leaf, and this leaf we have to draw it in 3 points. So like this. So this becomes the leaf. Now sometime what happens, the axillary bud of this plant will modify into tendril. Now what exactly it will do? So let me draw one more plant. The plant which is quite thick and it is woody. So this thick and woody plant basically is growing nearby to this plant. So this is one plant which is growing nearby to this plant. So what will happen here? The axillary bud will modify itself first of all into tendril, and then it takes the support. So it grows like this. It takes the support and it grows towards the upper part. So here this is nothing but axillary bud which has modified into tendril. So I put it in this way. This is axillary bud, and the axillary bud has modified itself into tendril. So the example for this is passiflora. Passiflora is one of the important examples. Then I draw one more plant for you to understand. So I take it in this way. Here straight. Now this plant which I am drawing, it is vitis. So I draw this. These are nothing but the nodes and the internodes that we study. So on this side I draw a leaf. Here also we can draw one leaf. Same thing here. Now what will happen here? In case of vitis, you need to understand that the apical bud will modify itself into tendril. So here this area is getting modified into tendril. So this area is basically the apical part. So I can say from here new stem will arise. So logically, what is this? This is nothing but the apical part. So whenever the apical bud modifies itself, then the example for this is vitis. Now you might be confused that this is not apical, but it is apical. It grows in such a way that axillary bud resumes further growth. So vitis, when you see such kind of growth, so you need to know that such growth is called sympodial growth. Such growth is called as sympodial growth. And this growth is very important because axillary bud resumes its position. Sometime it has been observed that the extra axillary bud, not the axillary bud, apart from axillary bud, there is sometime extra axillary bud present. If that extra axillary bud develops into tendril, so what is the example? Example is cucurbita. If I draw a diagram for you, that will be better. So you take this as the stem. I draw this as the leaf. And here what I draw is the axillary bud. So this bud is axillary bud. Apart from the axillary bud, there is extra axillary bud. Now this extra axillary bud, if it modifies into tendril, then the example is cucurbita. So this part, we all call it as axillary bud. But apart from axillary bud, there is one more. So this is called as extra axillary bud. And this extra axillary bud, if it modifies into tendril, so it is seen in case of cucurbita only. Let's talk about the next one. There is something called as antigonal. So remember, in case of floral bud, the floral bud modifies into tendril. Then the example for this is antigonal. So this is the first modification. So if I draw a floral bud for you, let us take this to be the stem, this to be the branch which is arising here, and it will be having a bud. So let us take this bud which will be developing into flower. If it is not modifying, it's a kind of floral bud. But if this floral bud modifies itself into tendril, then the common example here is antigonal. So remember the example, this is floral bud, and the floral bud has modified itself into tendril. So this is the first aerial modification, that is called as stem tendril. The second aerial modification that we see in case of stem is thorn. Thorn is very important part for protection. So whenever we talk about thorn, I can say thorn is nothing but it is hard. Thorn is pointed, usually straight structure. So it is pointed and hard, and it is a straight structure. So whenever we talk about thorn, you need to understand that it is produced by modification of axillary bud. So the axillary bud modifies, produced by modification of axillary bud. the axillary bud is going to modify itself and will develop into thorn. And on the thorn, sometimes we have seen that leaves, branches, and flowers, leaves, branches, and flowers are developed. They are developed on thorns at the node. So when I draw the diagram, they will understand on thorns at the node. Why this thorn is required? So it is just for protection. Protection against browsing animals. The animals those eats the leaf of the plant. So if there is no leaf in the plant, plant will cannot do photosynthesis. So just for protection against browsing animals, they develop thorns, and these thorns they pierce the lips of the animal. As a result, animals don't prefer eating those plants. So this is one of the modification. Example for this, we have citrus. All the lemon and orange plants, they will have thorns present. We have duranta, they also have thorn. We have bougainvillea, it also has thorn, again just to protect themselves. Sometimes they modify just to avoid excessive loss of water by transpiration also. So we have bougainvillea. Then we have carissa. But in case of carissa, things are different. In case of carissa, the apical bud basically is going to develop into thorn. So this becomes thorn. Let's understand with a diagram that will help you to understand it better. So I draw this as the stem, and here I put a end part like this, and I draw this. From here I will bring the leaf down. So this is the leaf basically which is coming downward. This diagram which I'm drawing is of duranta. So duranta you normally see growing a lot near the railway track areas. So this becomes one of the examples of the modification. It's an aerial modification. If any stem shows the presence of thorn, the modification is only for two purposes. Either to protect themselves from excess loss of water by transpiration, or to modify themselves to protect themselves from browsing animals. And what you can see here, the thorn-like structure that you can see growing basically is for protection. So this becomes the example. Sometime we have seen that on the thorn itself, the thorn is quite big, it shows the growth of some leaves. So here on the thorn you can see some small leaflets growing. So this is also one of the modification. An example, this what we have drawn is nothing but duranta. And what has been modified? So we can say the axillary bud. The axillary bud has modified itself into what? So we can say thorn, and this thorn is meant for protection, nothing else from browsing animals. So this is one of the adaptation. Next adaptation that we have here basically is phylloclad. So let's understand the next aerial modification of stem. It is phylloclad. So when I talk about phylloclad, the phylloclads are also called as cladophyll. So I can say phylloclad or cladophyll. Phylloclad or cladophyll is a stem which gets transformed into leaf-like structure. Is a stem which gets transformed into a leaf-like structure. It means the stem becomes almost flat into a leaf-like structure. And what happens in this? The phylloclad remains green. As we have seen in other plants, the stem becomes brownish, but in phylloclad, the stem remains green in color. So we can say phylloclad is green. It is flattened because it has transformed itself into a leaf-like structure. And most important, it has nodes and internodes. So we can say phylloclad is green, flattened structure with distinct node and internode. So they have nodes and internodes present. How they are in nature? So we can say they are thick, They are fleshy and they are succulent. When I say succulent, it simply means one thing, that they absorb lots of water and they store water in them. They have mucilage present in them, like aloe vera. They have mucilage for water retention. If you see aloe vera, you break aloe vera, you get juicy structure coming out. That is a mucilage, the sticky substance. It is for water retention. Even cactus is one of the example where water is stored in the cactus because they live in the desert area. So the common example that we have for phylloclad, one is Opuntia. Opuntia is nothing but it is the cactus. Then we have Nagfani as one of the example. We have Casuarina as another example. These are all modifications. Then we have Euphorbia, and the modification here is in such a way that their leaves they become thorns and stem becomes very flattened leaf-like structure. Then we have one more called as Muhlenbachia. So these are the different examples of phylloclad. If I draw a phylloclad, it will be easy for you to understand. So I draw this as the ground, the base, and then on this we draw the opuntia. So I draw this. This is nothing but the cactus that you normally see. On the cactus, you have seen some another cactus also growing, and the little one here, like this. So this is a kind of modification. And here, sometimes they show the presence of flower also. So on the cactus, you might see flower growing. When we look at the leaf, what has happened to the leaf? All the leaves they have converted themselves into spines, and these spines are just meant to protect themselves from losing water by transpiration, because we all know that the cactus, it grows in desert area. If the cactus is growing in desert area, it cannot afford to have leaves, because through leaves there is a loss of water by transpiration. So in order to prevent water, they don't want to lose water by transpiration, so the leaves modify themselves into spines, and the stem basically becomes thick and flattened in the green part. So I can put it in this way. Let's do the labeling. So this part is nothing but spine. Spine has two roles. The major role here for cactus is prevent transpiration. There is no loss of water because the plant is a desert plant. Then these points where these spines are present, basically they are called as nodes, and the space between these two nodes they are called as what? Internodes. And this green colored structure, let me just give a color to it so that it becomes easy for you to understand. This green color structure that is there, this green color structure is basically called as phylloclad. So I can call this as phylloclad. So this is one of the aerial modification that we see in plants. After phylloclad, let's understand few more points why this modification is done. Leaves, what happens to the leaves? So we can say that the leaves transform, it means it changes into spines, and these spines are just to protect them from browsing animals and at the same time transpiration. The next aerial modification of stem is cladod. Don't get confused between phylloclad and cladod. Phylloclad, the word phyllo means leaf. So leaf-like structure, the stem becomes flattened leaf-like structure, that is cactus, that is phylloclad. In cladod, what happens here? It is nothing but, you can say, green branch of limited growth. This is very important. It's a green branch of limited growth. And what exactly stem does now, since it is becoming green branch, what the stem will do? Stem will take, you can say, it takes the function of photosynthesis. So here the stem almost becomes green and it starts doing the function of photosynthesis. And the reason why this stem has become green to do photosynthesis is, first we need to understand what has happened to the two leaves. So I will say that the true leaves are reduced. So these true leaves, they are reduced to spines. That is what we need to understand here. True leaves are reduced to spines. This is very important part. True leaves are reduced to spines. And this is just to protect from browsing animals. An example for this is asparagus. Let me draw a diagram for you so that you understand what is exactly happening here. So this is the stem part. From here comes out one branch. So there is a node. So here this stem will not branch. It will never give rise to any kind of branching. Here what will happen? The stem will become flat and green so that it can do the function of photosynthesis. So I put it in this way. The structure will appear something like this. So this is what is cladod. Here again same thing can happen. The stem, instead of branching, it becomes flat and green like. And what will happen to the leaves? So I will say that the leaves, they become spiny. So here the spine that you can see is nothing but leaf. So let me do the labeling so that things become easy for you. This part is the spine. This what you can see is cladod, and this is one of the modification. And the reason for modification is prevent loss of water by transpiration, first reason. And second reason is protection from browsing animals. All the goat, cow, browsing animals, they should not eat their leaves, so they do such kind of modification. And the last modification that we have in stem, aerial modification, is bulbil. So let's talk about bulbil now. When we talk about bulbil, what exactly happens here in case of bulbil? The axillary bud becomes thick, fleshy and round. So axillary buds becomes fleshy and rounded. And this fleshy and rounded formation, the round structure, is due to storage of food. So axillary bud, when it starts storing food and becomes round, large and fleshy, I call it as bulbil. Now after some time what happens? It gets detached from the plant. So since it detaches from the plants, what will happen? It will fall down. So it detaches from the plants and falls down. And the moment it falls down on ground, what will happen? It will get water and it will germinate into a new plant. So we can say and develops into a new plant. So this is bulbil. There is only one example in bulbil, and that common example is Dioscorea. Dioscorea is one of the example. Let me draw a diagram for bulbil so that you will understand. This is the stem. From stem what comes out is the leaf. So I draw this as the leaf which is coming out. So this big portion is nothing but the leaf area. And we draw this. So here the axillary bud will develop itself. Now what is going to happen? This axillary bud will start growing bigger in size and it will become a large fleshy part. So this large fleshy part that you can see is nothing but it is called as bulbil. So bulbil formation is just a kind of, you can say, vegetative reproduction. So for vegetative reproduction we see such kind of modification. So this is all what you should know about the modification of stem. So let's talk about morphology and functions of leaf. Whenever we talk about leaf, even though it appears to be very simple, but when it comes to write a short note on leaf. Being a biology student, you should know lots of important points for leaf. Very first point that you will say for leaf, that it is important green appendages. So it is important green appendages of shoot. The next important part that you should know about leaf is that it performs a very important function that is called as photosynthesis. Leaves, when I have to define leaf, somebody tells me just define leaf. So I will say that leaf is nothing but a dorsiventrally, means from dorsal side as well as from the ventral side, compressed. So it is flat from both the sides. So dorsiventrally compressed lateral appendage of stem. Dorsiventrally compressed lateral appendages of stem produced at the nodes. Produced at the nodes and is specialized to perform photosynthesis. So this becomes the actual definition of basically leaf. So if somebody asks you what is leaf, just say leaf is nothing but it is a dorsiventrally compressed lateral appendages of stem produced at the node and it is specialized to perform photosynthesis. Let's talk about the characteristics of leaf. Like we talked about root, stem and leaf, in that same way we need to talk about the structure of leaf also. Characteristics of leaf. We did for root, we did for stem, let's do it for leaf. For the first characteristic, it is thin and expanded part. So we can say it is thin and expanded and it is green in color. Next point, why it is green? So we can say green is due to chlorophyll. So there is a chlorophyll pigment and this chlorophyll pigment gives green color to the leaves. Leaf arises on the stem, so we can say it is exogenous in origin. Exogenous means it is seen outside and where they are present, so we can say that they are born on the node of the plant or the stem. And what exactly is seen on the leaf? So we can say axillary bud. Axillary bud is very often seen. So axillary bud is often present on the axil of leaf. So on the axil of leaf, there is axillary bud mostly present. Most important part of leaf is they show limited growth. It means they cannot keep on growing like the stem. They have a limited growth. And next important part, that the leaf do not have any apical bud like it is present in the stem. Let us draw a typical leaf and understand the different parts of leaf. So for that we need to draw a leaf. So let me just draw a diagram of leaf for you. That will help you to understand in a better way. So let me put the heading as parts of typical leaf. When I draw the leaf, first I need to draw a stem because from here things are going to arise. So I put this. This becomes the important part. From here will come out the leaf. So I take this and this. So let me just bring this part. So this part which is coming out basically is the leaf part. In between you will find some swollen area and we draw this as a normal typical leaf. So instead of drawing it like this, let us put it on this way. Because sometimes when you look at the rose leaf, they are not straight. They have some zigzag like structure. So this margin is not straight. This kind of margin, basically it is called as serrate margin. And inside, what are these? These are veins that we normally observe on the leaf. And from the veins, what arises is the veinlets. So this structure that you can see here It is nothing but it is the veinlets. And the role of these veins and veinlets is to supply water to each and every part of the leaf. And we need to draw one very important part here. This green color structure which is present, this green color structure is called as stipule. So it is there. And at the same time, there is one more bud present here. This is axillary bud which is present. So this bud is called as axillary bud. Sometimes there is extra axillary bud also present. So I draw it in this way. Let me put some color to it so that it becomes very nice. So let us take it this way. This is the origin. That is what we are going to draw. So here we have this wavy. So this structure that is there, let me put a color to it. This color, just a second. So this leaf basically is divided into three parts. The leaf, when I study the structure, I will say it has leaf base, then it has a petiole, then it will have the lamina. So all this becomes the part of the leaf, general part of the leaf. So I just, so this color is basically nothing but the color of the leaf. So this leaf has three different parts. So whenever it comes to leaf, remember it is the most important part of the plant, because without leaf there is no possibility of photosynthesis. So it is the most important part. Why? Because it is going to perform a very important process, and the process is called as photosynthesis. So this is the coloring of the leaf. Okay. Now let's do the labeling so that things become easy for you. So very first part, this is the area where leaf is present. So this area I call it as leaf base. This area is called as stipule. Here there is one bud present, so this bud is called as axillary bud. Sometimes there is one more bud present, not always. So it is called as extra axillary bud. This middle part is very important. It is called as petiole. And finally we have this entire leaf. So I can call it as the lamina. This is entire thing is called as lamina. This is apex of the leaf. Here in the center part that you can see, the middle line that was going, it is called as midrib. What arises from the midrib is nothing but veins, and what arises from the veins I can call it as veinlets. And this part, basically this part is the nothing but margin of the leaf. So this all becomes the typical part of the leaf. Let's do the bifurcation of the leaf. So a typical leaf, basically it consists of three important parts. So which are those three parts? Very first part is called as leaf base. The second part is called as petiole. The third part is called as lamina. Lamina is also called as leaf blade. If I talk about the other name for leaf base, remember it is also called as hypodium. It is called as hypopodium. It is called as hypopodium. When I look at the petiole, it is the middle part, so it is called as mesopodium. When I look at the lamina, lamina is called as epipodium. The word epi basically means above. So we have hypopodium, we have mesopodium, and we have the epipodium. Let's understand the leaf base. Very first part to be discussed, that is the hypopodium. So hypopodium is basically it is attached to stem. If somebody asks what is hypopodium, just remember it is attached to stem. Very first part. Hypopodium is going to provide attachment. So if this leaf is attached to the stem, it is purely attached because of hypopodium. And this hypopodium, what it has? So we can say that the hypopodium has stipule. Now, very important part to be kept in mind, that these stipules, there are two conditions. Either the stipule can be present or even the stipules can be absent. If the stipules are present, then those leaves are called as stipulated leaf. They are called as stipulated leaf. But if the stipules are absent, then they are called as non-stipulated leaf. So this stipule is not a criteria. It can be present or even it can be absent. If present, stipulated leaf. If absent, it is non-stipulated leaf. Non-stipulated leaf is seen in mostly monocot, and the stipulated leaf is seen in case of dicot. So whenever it comes to stipulated leaf, remember the common example that I can give you is all the dicot plants. Stipulated leaf, mostly the non-stipulated one is in the monocot. What is the role of the stipule? So the role of the stipule is to protect the bud. If somebody asks the function of stipule, just remember the function of the stipule is it protects bud. Which bud? So I can say the axillary bud. Axillary bud is protected by the help of stipules. When we talk about the middle part, that is called as mesopodium. So mesopodium is that part which connects leaf lamina to base. So if the leaf lamina, this entire leaf is connected to the base, so it is connected only by the help of petiole. And this petiole is also called as mesopodium. So petiole not necessary will be present. Now again I put two condition here, that these petioles, they can be present or even they can be absent. Let me draw a diagram for you so that you understand petiolated and non-petiolated leaves. If it is present, the leaf will appear like this. If it is absent, the leaf will appear like this. So here there is no petiole present. If petiole is present, then that leaf is called as petiolated leaf. And if the petiole is absent, such leaves they are called as sessile leaf, or even you can call them as non-petiolated leaf. Sometimes it has been observed that these petioles, sometimes these petioles, they are hollow. They are hollow. And if the petioles are hollow, the common example is papaya leaf. The leaf of the papaya plant, it has a hollow petiole. And what is the function of this petiole? So I can say this petiole, it raises leaf to sunlight. It raises leaf to sunlight. So this is what is mesopodium or petiole. The next is epipodium. When I say epipodium, it is leaf lamina or leaf bed. It is the largest part. It is the largest part and it is the most important part, because all this part that you can see now is nothing but it is the epipodium. So it is green and flattened part. Since this is the largest part, lamina part, what role it will do? So I can say that it is going to do photosynthesis, very important part. In leaf, maximum photosynthesis takes place in the epipodium. And at the same time, the base of this epipodium has stomata that is going to help in transpiration. So the role is photosynthesis and transpiration. Not necessary. If I take example of, let's take monocot and dicot lamina. So when I say monocot or I say dicot, in monocot the epipodium both side appears same. So in monocot, dorsal and ventral side is same in terms of color, because when you take a look at the leaf of the mango, the upper part of the leaf is dark green in color and the lower side will be light green. That is a dicot. So in dicot, what I can say, that the dorsal and ventral side is different, because the dorsal side is towards the sunlight, so it will be more dark in color. So in monocot and dicot, you will find this difference. So in monocot, since the dorsal and ventral side both are same, I can call it as isobilateral. So this becomes the isobilateral, and sometime this lamina, they are arranged in a concentric rings. The leaf itself is arranged in a concentric ring. Now for this, you need to remember, we discussed the structure of onion, which was a bulb. So this onion is going to have concentric ring like structure. So we can say sometimes the lamina is centric or cylindrical. So if it is centric, example is onion. So we can say here it is arranged in form of concentric circles. So this is what you should know about the structure of leaf having hypopodium, mesopodium and the epipodium. Leaf has this middle part called as midrib. Midrib gives rise to veins and veinlets. There is a margin present. Margin can be of two types. Either it will have a smooth margin or it will have a serrate margin. So when I draw the diagram for smooth margin, it is like this with no curves on the margin. But when I draw serrate, it will have some zigzag like structure. So this is what is margin. Let's talk about the venation. Now what is venation basically? Venation is nothing but it is the arrangement of veins and veinlets. So we are talking about next and the most important topic, that is called as venation. So what is venation? Venation is nothing but arrangement of veins and veinlets on the lamina. How the veins and veinlets are arranged on the lamina, it is called as venation. And what is the role of these veins and veinlets? So it is responsible for conduction of water and mineral. So water and minerals, if they are conducted to the entire part, it is purely because of venation. Let's understand the types of venation, where we will draw a big chart, and on that chart we will even try to draw the diagram also. So types of venation. Very first, there is something called as reticulate venation. Reticulate word means network. It is reticulate venation. And the other type is parallel venation. So if I give you a simple example, reticulate venation means all the veins and veinlets, they are arranged in a network form. And when I talk about parallel venation, means all the veins and veinlets, they are parallel to each other. Now this reticulate venation is further divided into two types. Now this division that is taking place, it is purely taking place on the presence of number of midrib. So it is divided into two. One is pinnate. This pinnate is also called as unicostate. We have the another one that is called as palmate. Palmate is called as multicostate. Now this palmate is further divided. Palmate means having many ribs, and pinnate means it will have only one rib. That is further divided into two types based on the veins, whether they are meeting or not. So we have convergent and we have divergent. Let's talk about the parallel venation. It is also same. So again, there are two major types in this. There will be a pinnate, means having a single midrib. So it is even called as unicostate. And the second one is palmate. Palmate is also called as multicostate. And this palmate is further divided into two types. Either they will be convergent or they are going to be divergent. Let's draw a diagram to understand these things in a simplest way. When we talk about reticulate, the word reticulate means network. So if I draw a leaf, this becomes the midrib. Now look at the veins and veinlets. They are arranged in such a way that they are forming a network. So these veins and veinlets, they are like network. But when I draw a parallel variation, means they all are parallel to each other. For example, let's take this as the leaf. When I take this as the leaf, all the veins and veinlets, they are like this. So they are parallel to each other. Since they are parallel to each other, they will show parallel venation. Most important point is that reticulate venation is mostly seen in the dicot plant and parallel venation is mostly seen in all the monocot plants. When we talk about pinnate, the word pinnate basically means has one midrib. It has a single midrib. But when I say palmate or the multicosted, I can say that it has many midribs. So let me draw a diagram for pinnate. So the diagram that we have here, there is a single midrib. Now this is a pinnate unicostate. So this is a midrib, this is all veins. And from veins what arises is the veinlets. So I draw this all. This is all veinlets. So it is forming a network. But when you look at the structure, you will understand that it has a single midrib. So this is pinnate. An example for this, what I can give you, is hibiscus. You take a look at hibiscus flower leaf, you will understand that it shows such kind of venation. Or if not hibiscus, just take a look at mango leaf. Even mango leaf shows such kind of venation. When I say palmate, I mean palmate, you have convergent or you have divergent. When I use this word convergent, convergent means arises from the same point and they meet at the same point. So we can put it in this way. All midrib arises from same point and meet at same point. It means the point of origin and the point where they will meet, they will remain same. That is called as convergent. But when I use this word divergent, divergent means all the midrib will arise from same point, but they will not meet at the same point. So in divergent, I can say that they do not meet at same point. They arise from same point, but they never meet at same point. So let's draw the diagram. First, we are talking about convergent palmate. So convergent, let us take a look at this leaf. Now this is the normal leaf that you see. It is a kind of bay leaf. This is a kind of spice leaf that we see. So it is a midrib. So this is one midrib and I draw this as the margin. So to take a look at this, let me put it again in a simple way. Let us take this as the midrib, this as the leaf. So see, all the midrib, this is one midrib, this is the second midrib, and this is the third midrib. So you can see here three midribs, and all the midribs, they are arising from one point and they are meeting at one point. And inside there is veinlets and veins, and they are arranged in the form of a network. So this is a kind of convergent palmate venation. And example for this, we have Ziziphus. Ziziphus basically means boar. The boar that we normally eat. Berry, even we can call it as berry. So the example for this is Ziziphus, which is also called as berry. But when I use this divergent, so in divergent what exactly happens? That they do not meet, but they arise from same point. So I put it in this way. I take this as the leaf here. Now let us draw this as the leaf. So this is all the leaf, and we have different parts of the leaf. These leaves you have seen at many places. This is a midrib which is arising. They will go in each part, but they will never meet. It means when I say divergent, it arises from the same point, but it never meet at the same point. These are all the veins and veinlets. So this is a divergent kind of venation. An example for this, we have papaya or even cucurbita. So remember, papaya is one of the example and we have cucurbita. So these are the basic examples of multicostate divergent reticulate venation. When I talk about parallel venation, they all are parallel to each other. So a unicostate, when I say pinnate, the word pinnate means they have a single midrib. And when we say multicostate, I can say it has many midrib. So the common example that I can put for pinnate unicostate is a banana leaf. We all have seen banana leaf. So let me draw a banana leaf for you that will help you to understand. It rises from this way and it meets here. So this banana leaf, when you look at this, it has a single midrib and it has all the veins and veinlets. Look at these veins and veinlets, they are all parallel to each other. So this becomes the first type of parallel venation. And example for this is banana, one example. So banana is showing parallel venation, which is pinnate. You have one more example that is called as canna. Canna also shows a parallel venation. The next in many midrib palmate, we have two. One is convergent and other one is divergent. When I say convergent, it means the midribs, they will arise from same point and they will meet at same point, that is convergent. And in divergent, they will arise from same point but they will never meet. So let's draw the diagram for convergent. So here we are going to talk about convergent. So in case of convergent, uh, so let me draw convergent parallel venation. So here I take it in this way. Now this is all the midrib. So I draw it here. This is convergent. When I say convergent, it means they are arising from one point and they all are meeting at one point. The most important part here is that the veins and the veinlets, they are not in the form of network. Look at this, they are all are parallel to each other. When the veins and veinlets are parallel to each other and there are more than one midrib present, such kind of convergent adaptation is palmate. An example for this, we have bamboo. If you look at the bamboo leaf, they will show convergent. And when I talk about divergent, divergent means here they will arise from one point, but they will never meet. So let me draw one divergent. So here the example that we can put in this way is like this. So let us take this to be the divergent leaf. So I draw this. Now this is divergent. Divergent means they are arising from one point. All the midribs, they are arising from one point, but they are not meeting each other. So this is all midribs that are arising. So this I can draw it as the midribs. This is midrib which is arising from the common point, but they are not meeting at a particular point. So it is divergent. Divergent means diversified. And inside what you're going to see, all the parallel, basically veins and veinlets, they all are parallel to each other. They are not going to form network. So this is called as parallel palmate divergent venation. And the example that we have in this is fan palm. So it is a kind of a palm tree which is having fan like structure. So this is about venation. Next part that we have is called as types of leaves. So there are two types of leaf. One is called as simple leaf and other one is called as compound leaf. So I draw a diagram, a flow chart for you. So first type of leaf is simple and the second type of leaf that we study is compound. When we talk about simple leaf, what are the characteristics of simple leaf? So it has single leaf blade. First part, it has single leaf blade. In simple leaf, lamina is present. And example for this, we have mango, we have people, even we have papaya. So these are the examples of simple leaf. Now if I draw a simple leaf, it will be easy for you to understand. This is the simple leaf. When we talk about compound leaf, what are the characteristics of compound leaf? First of all, we will say in case of compound leaf, the blade is divided. Blade is divided into number of segments. So there are different segments, and in each segment the blade is divided. And most important here, there is no axillary bud present. So in compound leaf, you will not find anywhere axillary bud. So we can say no axillary bud present. Now this compound leaf is further divided into two types. Very first type, I can say, it is pinnate, and the other compound leaf is palmate. So what is the difference between the pinnate and the palmate? Pinnate leaf, they are arising on common axis. So we can say in pinnate, leaf is present on common axis, and this common axis on which leaf is present, it is called as rachis, and it acts as a midrib. An example for this pinnate leaf is gold moher, or another example is cassia. So we have gold moher or you have cassia. If I draw the diagram for pinnate leaf, it will be somewhat like this. So here this is the common axis that is called as rachis, and on this rachis you are going to get the leaf. So all these are the leaf present. So this is one of the compound leaf. So this middle one is called as rachis, and this is nothing but the leaf. So this is pinnately compound leaf. When I talk about palmate, in palmate we need to say that all leaves are attached to common point. All leaves are attached to a common point. That is what is palmate. And let draw the diagram so that it becomes easy for you to understand. So this is the common point, and to this point all leaves are attached. So this is called as palmate leaf. And from here, basically this is the petiole of the leaf that is going to arise. So this becomes the petiole. So I can put it in this way. This is nothing but the leaflet. This is the petiole. Now this palmate leaf, they are further divided into many types. What are those types? So first, this palmate leaf, they can be unifoliate, and the example for unifoliate leaf is citrus. This palmate leaf can be bifoliate. Foliate word means leaf. If it is bifoliate, example is zorina. Sometimes they are trifoliate. It means from one you will get three. So it is trifoliate. Example for this is oxalis. Sometimes it is quadrifoliate. I will draw a diagram for it so that you understand. Quadrifoliate. Example for this is Marsilia. Marsilia is the example. Some of them, they are multifoliate. So when I say multifoliate, the example for this is Bombax. So here we have the leaf, and when I say unifoliate, it means from common point you have only one leaf. When I say bifoliate, it means from common point you will have two leaf. That is Zorina. Oxalis, you will have three leaf present. That is trifoliate. When I say quadrifoliate, it simply means that it will have four leaf present. Marsilia. And when I say bombax, it has many leaf present. And this is what is the palmate: unifoliate, bifoliate, trifoliate. And the examples for palmate, we have maples, black oak. Let's talk about the pinnate. We have different types of pinnate leaf also. So there is something called as peripinnate. It is called as peripinnate. And the common example that we have for peripinnate is cassia. Cassia is the example of peripinnate. Then we have peripinnate, means they are equal from both the end, that is peripinnate. Then we have imperipinnate. And the example for imperipinnate is rosa, means they are not equal on both the side. And sometimes they are bipinnate. Bipinnate means they will have two branches. An example for this is Castlepania. Now when we talk about bipinnate, after that there can be tripinnate also. So in tripinnate, the example that we have is moringa. Moringa is used to make syrup. We have moringa syrup. Then we have decompound leaf. Decompound means there is no shape to it, proper shape. Example for this is coriandum. Dhania, what we say, it is not having any proper shape to it. So this becomes the different types of leaves based on the blades and the margins that are present. After this, we have to talk about the phyllotaxy. The next part that we need to study is phyllotaxy. When I use this word phyllo basically means leaf and taxi means arrangement. What is phyllotaxy? I can say phyllotaxy is arrangement of leaves on the stem. Arrangement of leaves on the stem and branches in a definite pattern. Arrangement of leaves on the stem and branches in a definite pattern is called as phyllotaxy. So how many types of phyllotaxy are there? So let's understand this by the help of a flowchart. So this phyllotaxy, basically the word phyllo, if you remember, I told you phyllo is nothing but it is leaf. So we have phyllotaxy. There are three major types of phyllotaxy. So the three major types of phyllotaxy are, first one is called as alternate phyllotaxy. So it is alternate phyllotaxy. Second one is called as opposite phyllotaxy. So we have opposite phyllotaxy. And the third one is called as world or verticillate phyllotaxy. So we have three types of phyllotaxy. We have alternate phyllotaxy, opposite phyllotaxy, world or verticillate phyllotaxy. When I say alternate phyllotaxy, it means single leaf at each node. Single leaf at each node. They are laterally on stem. They are laterally on stem. An example for this, we have mango, then we have sunflower. If I have to draw a diagram for it, it is very simple diagram, because from the node you are getting only one leaf. So let's take it in this way. So this is one node, one leaf, one node, one leaf, one node, one leaf, one node, one leaf. So from one node, if you are getting one leaf, that is alternate phyllotaxy. Then we have opposite phyllotaxy. So the opposite phyllotaxy means not one leaf. We will say that two leaf at each node. So at each node there will be two leaf present. When I say word or verticillate phyllotaxy, it simply means more than two leaf at each node. So from one node, let me give you a very simple diagram for you. From one node, if you are getting only one leaf, it is alternate phyllotaxy. Right, left, right, left, right, left, leaf will be arranged. When I say opposite phyllotaxy, so from one node you will get two leaf. When I say word or verticillate, it means from one node we are getting more than two leaf. Opposite phyllotaxy, I will say that two leaves from two leaves arises from each node in opposite direction. This is very important word. They arises from each node in opposite direction. This opposite phyllotaxy is further divided into two types. So I can put it in this way, that opposite phyllotaxy is further classified into two types. Which are those two types? The first type is opposite decussate phyllotaxy. So we have opposite decussate phyllotaxy. Another one is opposite superposed phyllotaxy. So we have opposite decussate phyllotaxy and we have opposite superposed phyllotaxy. When I use this word opposite decussate, what exactly it means? When I say opposite decussate, it says that one pair of leaves, it says that one pair of leaf is placed at right angle. One pair of leaf is placed at right angle to the next or lower leaf. It means the leaves are at 90 degree to each other. And example for this, we have Calotropis. Another example that we have is Ocimum. Calotropis is nothing but it is bhang tree, and Ocimum is nothing but it is tulsi. So if I draw a diagram for you, you will easily understand what do you mean by this opposite decussate. So when I say opposite decussate phyllotaxy, this is the stem or where the leaf is present. So one leaf, let's take is like this. So other leaf will be 90 degree to this one. And above this, there will be a leaf that is 90 degree to the previous one. So both the leaves, they are 90 degree placed to each other. And that's why it is called as opposite decussate phyllotaxy. When I talk about opposite superposed, in opposite superposed, what exactly it means? That all pairs of leaves basically are arranged. All pair of leaves, they are arranged one above the other. They are arranged one above the other. So that is called as opposite superposed phyllotaxy. And the common example that we have in opposite superposed is jamun. Another example is guava. So let me draw a diagram for you so that you understand what exactly it means. It simply means one thing, that if I draw this as the leaves, they are also in a superposed manner. They are present one above the another, and from one node you are going to get two leaves. So this kind of arrangement is opposite superposed. After this, we have the word or verticillate phyllotaxy. More than, here I can say that more than two leaves arises from each node. So if more than two leaves arises from each node, it is word or verticillate phyllotaxy. An example for this is nerium. So let me draw a nerium for you, and this will mark end to phyllotaxy. The nerium will show four leaves. So like this, there will be four leaves present from the nodes. So you can easily observe that from one node if you are getting one leaf, it is alternate phyllotaxy. From one node, if you are getting two leaves, it is opposite phyllotaxy. And from one node, when you are getting more than two leaves, it is word or verticillate phyllotaxy. In opposite phyllotaxy, you have two options: opposite decussate and opposite superposed. In decussate, both the leaves are 90° to each other placed. In superposed, they are one above the another. This is all what you should know about phyllotaxy. We are talking about modification of leaf. Now, whenever we talk about modification of leaf, any leaf, if it modifies or it undergoes any kind of modification, the reason behind this modification is only for survival and adaptation. So very first modification of leaf that we are going to study is basically called as leaf spine. Now when I say leaf spine, it means that leaf is going to modify into spine. Now this kind of modification we all have seen in case of xerophytic plants. All the xerophytic plants, the one that lives in desert, they will undergo modification. And the leaves they are going to modify into spine. So the reason behind this is only one: to check transpiration. Now when I'm checking transpiration, it simply means that there is no excess loss of water in the form of water vapor. Why? Because it is xerophytic plants. In desert area, basically we are going to see such kind of modification where the leaf modifies into spine. Now what gets modified into spine? We say that the stipules we have seen in the structure of leaf. We say that the stipules gets modified into spines. Now when these stipules are getting modified into spine, the reason is very much simple: to avoid loss of water by transpiration. And one more reason is there: it is a protection against browsing animals. So if there is any browsing animals like cow, goat, all these browsing animals, they will eat all the leaf of the plants. In order to protect their leaf, they modify themselves into spines. Now the common example that we study under leaf spine, we have examples like opuntia. Opuntia is nothing but it is cactus. We have one more example that is called as acacia. Apart from acacia, we have ziziphus. Ziziphus is commonly called as boar, the boar that we normally eat. Now let me draw one diagram for you so that things become very clear for leaf modification, that is leaf spine. So I draw this. This is the branch basically, and I draw this. From here, what arises is the basically the leaf part. So here I put it in this way. The stipule they extend so much that they become very spiny. So this is the thorn, that is modification is there. So this is spine modification. We might even see some adaptations like this. It means they have leaves, but the leaves of these plants, they will be very small. They are small just because the other plants, the other animals basically, they should not eat the leaves of the plant. As a result, what happens, there are leaves present, but the shape and the size of the leaf is very much reduced. So this is the kind of modification, very first modification that we need to study in leaf modification, that is leaf spine. What is this? This is nothing but the stipule. The stipule is getting modified into what? Spine. Stipule modifies into spine. And this diagram that I've shown you, basically this diagram is of acacia. Acacia is going to show a xerophytic adaptation, and here there can be one more extension, or this extension will be of flower. So this sometime it happens that this acacia, they might bear flower on it. So this is modification. So if somebody talks to you about modification of leaf or leaf spines, just say only two reasons are there for modification. One is to prevent transpiration, and the second reason is protection. When I say protection, it means protection against browsing animals. So this is the very first modification of leaf, that is leaf spine. The second modification that we have to study is leaf tendrils. Now tendrils are meant for small weak plants basically. sometimes it happens that the stem itself is very weak, and when there is weak stem, the leaf contributes as a support for those plants. So we can say leaf tendril is seen in case of weak stem plants. Now this is seen in case of weak stem plants. What are tendrils basically? So we can say these are nothing but elongated, they are elongated, thin, wiry structure. So I can say it is elongated, it is thin, it is cylindrical, thin, elongated, cylindrical, coiled, wiry structure. So it appears like telephone wire. And this tendril is mainly meant for support. And remember that this tendril is highly sensitive. It has adhesive glands kind of structure that will help them to coil around any other plant. So logically these tendrils, what it helps in, so we can say it helps in coiling around any particular plant. Sometime whenever we talk about modification, it has been observed that the entire leaf modifies into tendril. When entire leaf modifies into tendril, we have example like lathyrus, that is yellow color dal. The yellow dal that we normally see or we eat in our house, that is nothing but it is lathyrus. Sometime what happens, not the entire leaf, only the terminal leaf gets converted into tendril. And when the terminal leaf gets converted into tendril, we have example like pea plant. Sometimes the leaf apex gets converted into tendril. And if leaf apex modifies into tendril, we have example gloriosa. Sometimes the stipule gets modified into tendril. And the example that we have is smilax. So these are the examples for modification. Let's look at the diagram how it will appear when we study the structure. So for this, we need to draw again. This is the lathyrus which I am drawing, where the entire leaf gets modified into tendril. So the leaf is somewhat like this in structure. So I draw this as the leafy structure, and they will be having no doubt veins and veinlets here. So I can draw this as the veins and the veinlets. Now to this part, we will be drawing a stem. So let us take this to be the thin elongated stem here, something like this. And under this condition, what we will see that this area gets modified into tendril. So this entire leaf gets modified into tendril. So example is lathyrus. Sometime it has been observed that the terminal leaf modifies into tendril. So the example for this we have pea. So let me draw one leaf of pea plant. Pea, we all know it is nothing but it is the vatana, and that pea modifies into tendril. So this is the basic leaf. Then there will be some other leaf also which are there. Now the terminal leaf, the upper three leaves, they will modify themselves into tendrils. So this is called as pea plant modification. Again, this modification is for support. We have talked about gloriosa. The leaf apex gets modified into tendril. So in order to show leaf apex, first let me draw a leaf for you. So this, now let us take this to be the leaf. This is the leaf, and in gloriosa we take this as the leaf. And what exactly happens here, the apex or the tip of the leaf further continues to modify as tendril. When the leaf apex modifies into tendril, we have example of gloriosa. And we have seen one more example, that is of stipule. If stipule gets modified into tendril, so the example for this we have smilax. So I draw this as the basically one leaf. So let us draw this as the leaf, and this is the leaf of smilax, where it is going to have many veins and veinlets here like this. Under this condition, what happens? This stipule, it gets modified into tendril. The stipule arises from here. So this kind of modification is for stipule smilax. So leaf tendril, if it is formed, it's just because the stem is weak. They cannot stand erect. Just in order to climb, take the support of another plant to grow towards the sunlight, they modify themselves into tendril. If entire leaf modifies into tendril, example is lathyrus. If terminal three leaves modifies into tendril, example is pea plant. If the leaf apex modifies into tendril, example is gloriosa. If the stipule modifies into tendril, example is smilax. The next modification that we have is something called as leaf hook. Here the leaf is going to modify into hook-like structure, and it is modifying into hook-like structure like cat's nail, only just to take the support of another plant and grow. So what we can say in leaf hook, I can say that the terminal three leaf, what they will do, they modify into hook-like structure. So they modify into hook-like structure, and this hook-like structure is meant for clinging. Clinging means attachment, support, clinging to bark of tree. So it's like cat's nail. The cat can easily climb the tree, and the reason behind this, the claws that they have is very strong. An example for this leaf hook, we have something called as bignonia, and another example that bignonia is also called as cat's nail. Now if I have to draw a diagram for this, I will draw it in such a way that it becomes easy for you to understand. So I take this as the stem, this green stem, and here will come out the leaf. So let us take this to be the leaf section, and there will be a dropping of the leaf. So let us take this. But this is not the modification, this is the leaf of that plant which is going to modify into cat's nail like structure or leaf hook like structure. So what happens here, this tree which was supposed to be leaf, it will modify into a hook like structure, something like this, very pointed cat's nail like structure. So this is one of the example, that is leaf hook modification. So I can call this as leaf hook. And the general example that we have in this is bignonia. And this bignonia basically is meant for only attachment and to grow towards the sunlight. The next modification, the last modification that we see in case of leaf is something called as phylod. Now this phylod we have studied basically. When in this case what happens in phylod, the petiole of leaf becomes the petiole of leaf becomes flat, green and leaf like. So basically if the petiole is becoming flat, leaf like green color structure, it means it has this petiole, when it expands itself, it is going to perform the function of photosynthesis also. So logically, if I put you, if I show you in the form of diagram how it will appear, if this is the petiole of leaf, for example, this is the petiole. So the petiole of the leaf now will modify. So what will happen? This petiole will expand, it will become thin, flat and green like this. So now this is not the leaf, this is the petiole. And so, and what will happen to the leaf? Leaf will remain as it is, very small. So this is a kind of phylod modification. Now this is done only for xerophytic adaptation. Now when I use this word xerophytic adaptation, it means it's a desert adaptation only for two reasons. One is to prevent loss of water by transpiration. This is the first reason why there is formation of phylod that is seen in case of desert condition. The second is to protect basically from browsing animals. And the example for phylod is we have Acacia auriculiformis. This is one of the example. Now let me draw a diagram for you that will make you understand the phylod in very easy way. So for that we need to draw a diagram. So let us take this to be the main, basically the branch, and from here the petiole is going to become very thin and flattened like this. So this is the petiole. Now the petiole is becoming thin and flattened, it means it is not going to have any stomata, and since there is no stomata as such, so what will happen, the rate of transpiration will be reduced. What will happen to the leaf? Leaf will become so much small. So the major role of photosynthesis in case of phylod is performed by the petiole, not by the leaf. because the leaf is very small, so they cannot do that much photosynthesis. So this structure, what you can see, is nothing but it is phylloid. So these are the four modifications that we normally study in case of leaves. Next important topic, that is called as inflorescence. Now, when I use this word inflorescence, first understand the definition of this word, because once you are clear with the definition, you will understand everything. What is inflorescence? It is nothing but arrangement of flower. Inflorescence is nothing but arrangement of flower on a special axis. Arrangement of flower on a special axis called peduncle. So arrangement of flower on a special axis called peduncle is inflorescence. It means the flowers, they will be arranged on a spatial axis, and that axis is called as peduncle. First, let's talk about the significance. What is the significance of inflorescence? See, inflorescence, you will understand one thing, that all the flowers are on one axis. They are very large in number, so I can say they are conspicuous. So when I use this word conspicuous, they are small in size but more in number, and they look very attractive. So here the inflorescence, when you see, it is going to look very attractive. At the same time, since there are more number of flowers, I can say that it improves the chance for pollination. Since there are many flowers together, it can improve the chance for pollination, and it is very important criteria for identification. There are two types of inflorescence that we all need to study. This is the major one. In that, you can have many different types. Very first type of inflorescence is called as racemose. The other type of inflorescence is called as cymose. So racemose and cymose are the two major type of inflorescence. So if I have to draw a diagram for it, let us first put it in this way. I draw here racemose. So this is the stalk, basically the common plant that is called as peduncle. Peduncle is nothing but it is the stalk. So I draw this. I draw here the branches, basically the big one, or instead of taking it there, let us take it here, because it will give you some space to understand. So this is the bigger one, then there is a smaller one, then there is a smaller one, and we have the topmost. When I talk about cymose, so in cymose I can put it in this way. Here also we have the big one, after that we have the small one, and then we have the very small one. But this is not the main arrangement. Arrangement is with respect to flower. When you look at the racemose, here there will be always new bud ready to form. In case of racemose, you will see that the young flowers, they are always on the top, but the matured flowers, the flowers which are bigger in size, they will be at the bottom. So such kind of arrangement, whenever you see, it is racemose. When I say cymose, in cymose what happens, the tip of the flower, basically the tip of the peduncle will have the matured one, and surrounding this will be smaller one, and it has no arrangement. Basically the bigger one will be at the top and the younger one will be at the bottom. So such kind of arrangement is called as cymose arrangement. So if you look at this, this is very common type of arrangement or inflorescence that we see. So let's understand what we can talk about racemose. This stalk that you see is nothing but it is peduncle. This also is called as peduncle. Peduncle means it is that stalk on which the flowers are arranged. So here on the top there is old, here at the bottom there are old flower. Here you can say the new flower basically is at the bottom. But in case of racemose, you can see that the new flower is at the top. So this becomes a very basic difference. So let's write or elaborate the distinguish between racemose and cymose. Very first point I can say here, that the growth of peduncle is indefinite. When I say indefinite, it means it keeps on continuously growing. There is no end to it. But whenever I talk about cymose, I will say that the growth of peduncle I can say that the growth of peduncle is definite. And why it is definite? Because there is formation of a matured flower at the top, the terminal bud. So in case of racemose, I can say that the terminal bud is active. It is growing continuously. But in case of racemose, I can say terminal bud is active. But in cymose, I will say that the terminal bud is inactive. Why it is inactive? Because it has been converted into a matured flower. It will never grow further. How the flowers are arranged? In racemose, I can say that the flowers are arranged in acropetal succession. So when I use this word acropetal succession, logically I want to say here that the matured flowers, they are at the bottom, and the immature flowers, they are at the top. But in case of cymose, I will say that the flowers are arranged, in basipetal manner. When I say basipetal, it simply means one thing, that the matured flower is at the top and the immature flower is at the bottom. So in case of acropetal succession, I can say old flower, they are at bottom in racemose, whereas the new flower, they are at apex. But when I talk about cymose, I will say that the old flower is at the apex and the new flower is at the bottom. This is what we need to do. In racemose, I can say that opening of flower is centripetal. What is centripetal? First, the inner petal will open, pushing the outer one. But in case of cymose, the opening of flower is centrifugal. When I say centrifugal, it means the outer petal will open first, then the inner one will open. Let's talk about the examples that we study under the racemose and cymose. So example of racemose inflorescence. First we have gold mohair. The second one is Castlepania. So this becomes the example here. The example that we have in cymose is jasmine and clarodendron. So these all becomes the example. So these are the two major types of inflorescence, that is the racemose and cymose. In one, the peduncle growth is continuous, but in other it is terminated by mature flower. Let's talk about flower. If somebody asks you what is flower, so logically there is a very beautiful definition given to flower. What is flower defined as? So we can say that flower is defined as highly modified and condensed shoot. Highly modified and condensed shoot specially designed for highly modified and condensed shoot specially designed for sexual reproduction, specially designed for sexual reproduction in plants. So it is the tip of the plant which has modified itself for sexual reproduction. So if I put it in this format, let us take this to be the stem. So this part becomes the node. So we have 4 nodes, and there are many nodes below, but we are only focusing on 4 nodes. So I will take 4 nodes here. So these 4 nodes, they will condense. So when I look at the diagram, what I can see here, this is one node, second node, third node, and the fourth node. And in between them, there are 3 internodes. So I can say that 4 node and 3 internodes, 4 nodes and 3 internodes, they will condense and once they condenses, it will result in the formation of floral bud. Now you might be wondering why only 4 node has condensed. Why not more than 4? Because in flower you see 4 important parts: calyx, corolla, androecium, and gynoecium. So these are the 4 nodes, and these are the 4 important whorls that are formed. So they will condense, and once it has condensed, it will result in the formation of floral bud. So the floral bud will appear somewhat like this greenish color structure. Now this floral bud, when it opens up, this floral bud, when it opens up logically, how it will appear. So let me show you once it has opened up. So this floral bud, when it opens up, it is somewhat like this. This part, the green part which was covering, is nothing but the calyx, so it will come like this, and in this there will be flower formation. So such kind of arrangement basically that we normally see is flower. Flower is highly modified and condensed shoot, specially designed for sexual reproduction in plants. First, let's understand the parts of the flower. Then we will talk in detail about the structure of flower and how to draw. So I put it in this way. The flower is divided into 2 major parts. One I can call it as floral axis. Means these are those parts which will fall on the axis. Second, we have floral whorls. So when I say floral axis, in floral axis you have the very first part that is called as thalamus. Thalamus is also known as the stalk of the tip of the stalk basically, which is swollen. And second we have pedicel. Pedicel is nothing but the stalk. When I say floral whorls includes calyx, then corolla, then we have androecium, and at the last we have gynoecium. We have to study each and every part of this flower in detail. We will be studying everything in detail here. But before that, some part of the flower is very important. So calyx and corolla is not that much important as androecium and gynoecium. So I can say that this calyx and corolla, they are non-essential words. Non-essential means it is not required for reproduction. But androecium and gynoecium, they are considered as essential words. Now, most of the time there is a confusion which one is male and which one is female. Just to solve the confusion, we have G for gynoecium and G for girl. So this gynoecium becomes girl, that is female. So definitely the androecium is going to become male. So androecium is nothing but it is the male part of the flower. Gynoecium is nothing but it is the female part of the flower, or I can say female reproductive part of the flower. Let us draw the diagram how we can draw a typical flower. So in order to draw a typical flower, first I will be drawing the stalk, that is called as the pedicel. From here I take out one branch. Now this branch is leading to a new branch, basically new flower. This is basically we have to show thalamus. So thalamus is nothing but like this. It is swollen end of the pedicel or the stalk, and at the base here you will see the calyx. So this is all calyx. The calyx has some role, but it was playing a very important role when it was in the bud form, but not as such. Now here I will be drawing this. This is nothing but the gynoecium. This is the gynoecium, which is also called as female reproductive part of the flower. It has stigma, style, and ovary, and inside the ovary you will get ovules. And after this we are going to draw the most important part, that is called as androecium. So I draw this. This becomes the androecium. So it has anther, it has filament, all different parts. We have to study each and every part of the flower in detail. So this is androecium and the gynoecium. Now we are going to draw the very important whorl, that is the petal of the flower. So this becomes the petal, which is bright, attractive, and colorful part of the flower. What it does, it attracts the insects for pollination. So this is the simplest way how you can draw a flower. Let's do the labeling of flower before we move on to the actual structure of flower. So what I will be doing here, first I will do the labeling. This part what you can observe here, it is nothing but it is called as the pedicel. Pedicel is nothing but stalk of the flower. This part that you can see is called as bract. This part what we observe is nothing but it is the calyx. This bright, attractive and colorful part is called as corolla. This is the male part that we all normally call it as androecium. We have to study the unit of all these words. What is single androecium called as? What is single gynoecium called as? This is androecium, and what we can study here, this is nothing but it is called as gynoecium. So these are the different parts of the basically flower that we have to study. So very first I will be focusing on the pedicel. Pedicel is logically called as the stalk of the flower. So when I have to write about pedicel, I will say that pedicel is nothing but it is a stalk of flower. Not necessary that the pedicel will be present. It can be present or it can be absent. If the pedicel is present, such flower is called as pedicellate flower. And if the pedicel is absent, such flower is called as sessile flower. Even you can use the word non-pedicellate flower. So how it will appear? So if I have to draw it in the diagram, I can take it in this way. This is the main, let us take the branch from where the flower is going to arise. So from here I put it in this way. This is with the pedicel. The flower is having the pedicel. So I draw the pedicel and then I draw the flower. But here there is no pedicel present. So such kind of flower they are called as sessile flower as the pedicel is absent. Now the point here is what is the role of this pedicel? What it does? So we can say pedicel basically raises the flower and at the same time it holds the flower. So it raises the flower. Okay, just a second. So pedicel basically what it does, it raises the flower and at the same time it holds the flower. So this becomes all about pedicel. After pedicel, we need to study something about bract. So bract is that part that will give rise to the branch. So it is not necessary that every flower is going to have bract. But if bract is present, I can call that flower as bracteate flower. If it is absent, it is called as ebracteate flower. So let us take it in this way. Bract, basically it can be present or this bract can be absent. If the bract is present, the flower is called as bracteate flower. And sometimes if it is absent, it is called as ebracteate flower. And what is the role of this bract? So it gives rise to a new branch. Let's talk about the next important word that is called as calyx. Now when I talk about calyx, first let's understand what is the unit of calyx, because this calyx has a unit. So the unit of calyx here is nothing but sepal. One single calyx is called as what? It is called as sepal. So remember, sepal is nothing but it is the unit. If you have seen the flower at the bud stage, if I show you the flower at the bud stage, it is purely covered by calyx. So all the sepals they cover. So this is nothing but what? This is the floral bud. So logically I can say that this calyx has a very important role at the bud stage. It will give protection to the flower. So I can put it in this way. The unit of calyx is sepal. The sepal gives protection to flower at bud stage. Once the flower has opened up, this calyx has no role as such. But since it is green in color, it is going to perform the function of photosynthesis to a certain extent. Now sometimes this calyx, they are free and sometimes they are fused. Free in the sense you can count all the sepals. So if the sepals are free, If the sepals are free where you can count all the sepals, that condition is called as polysepalous. Poly means free. And when they are fused, it is called as gamocephalous. We will be studying examples and everything about sepals in another section. But here we have to focus on this. Now this calyx is basically under two conditions. One is they are called as polysepalous. Another side we have something called as gamocephalous. Above this you can see a stalk getting swelled up. So this part which is resulting, you can say the swollen tip of the pedicel, this part is called as thalamus. If somebody asks you what is thalamus, just say that thalamus is nothing but it is the swollen tip of the pedicel. So what is thalamus? I can say that thalamus is swollen tip of pedicel, and so it is the swollen tip of pedicel. And what is the role of this? It is going to hold all the different whorls like the corolla, the androecium and the gynoecium. All will be holded here. Let's talk about the next and the most important whorl, that is corolla. Whenever we talk about corolla, corolla is nothing but they are bright, they are colorful, they are attractive. What they do? They basically attracts the insect for pollination. So whenever it comes to corolla, I will say first about the unit, because every part has a unit. So the unit of corolla is nothing but it is petal. The rose flower, if you have seen the rose flowers, basically they are having lots of petals and each and every petal is free where you can count all the petals. So if the petals are free, it has certain condition. But before that, let's see what we can write for corolla. So for corolla, I can say corolla is nothing but it is bright, it is colorful and it is attractive part of flower. What is the role of this corolla? Basically, why it is bright, colorful, attractive? So reason is very much simple. It attracts insect for pollination. And since it is the outermost part and inner to that you will have androecium and gynoecium. So I can say that this corolla is going to give protection. So it is involved in providing protection to the inner part of the flower. Let's talk about the next important part. The petals, they can be free or they can be fused. So I put in this condition. If the petals are free or the petals are fused, where you can count all the petals, they are free, like rose, you can count all the petals. So it is the condition is called as polypetalous. And if they are fused, the condition is called as gamopetalous. We will be studying everything in detail about corolla later. Let's talk about the next, that is the male reproductive part of the flower. It is one of the essential whorl, and that essential whorl is nothing but it is androecium. First we will talk about the unit. So the unit of androecium is nothing but it is stamen. Stamen becomes the unit of androecium. So whenever we talk about androecium, very first point that we all need to say that it is nothing but androecium is male reproductive part of flower. It is the male reproductive part of flower. Unit is basically stamen, and what it will do, we can say it produces pollen grain, and these pollen grains will reach to the stigma after pollination. If I draw one androecium or one stamen, it has two parts. So I put them this way. There are two parts present. The very first part, the upper part is called as anther. Anther is the fertile part, and the lower part is the filament. Filament is nothing but it is the stalk. And inside the anther, what will be present? So we have lots of pollen grains present. Now this androecium, basically, again there are two conditions here, that the androecium, they can be free or even they can be fused. So if they are free or if they are fused, see, if they are fused, there is a term involved to it, and the term is called as adelphi. Adelphi means that they all are fused. So we can say if it is free, I will say it is polyandrous. But if they are fused, I can use this word adelphi. Now they can be monoadelphi, diadelphi, triadelphi, depending on the condition. The next important word that we need to study is the gynoecium. Whenever we talk about gynoecium, remember it is the female reproductive part of the flower. So if somebody asks what is gynoecium, very first point to say that it is female reproductive part of flower, and it is one of the essential word because it is responsible for production of ovule. Let's talk about the unit, because the gynoecium also has a unit. The unit of gynoecium is carpel. Unit of gynoecium is carpel. Single gynoecium is called as carpel. If I draw one gynoecium, I will say that it consists of three important parts. So these are the three parts of the gynoecium. The three parts of the gynoecium are, it can be stigma, then we have the style. Stigma receives the pollen grain after pollination. Style helps in the transfer of the pollen tube. Then the ovary, and inside the ovary what is present? Ovule. And this ovule is going to help in fertilization. After fertilization, ovule is going to develop into seed. So in gynoecium also there are two conditions. One condition is that the gynoecium is free, and other condition is the gynoecium is fused. So if they are fused basically, so the condition is called as syncarpus, and if they are free, it is called as apocarpus. So just let me write here one, that this gynoecium, if they are free, it is called as apocarpus condition, and if the gynoecium is fused, the condition is called as syncarpus. So we have apocarpus and syncarpus condition. So this is very important part that we all need to know with respect to the flower. Flower, no doubt it is the most attractive part. It is going to attract the insects for pollination. But at the same time, this flower plays a very important role in sexual reproduction. So whenever if anyone asks you what is flower, just say it is nothing but the sexual reproduction part or unit basically that you can say. And it is involved in what? It is involved in only sexual reproduction. And what are the essential whorls? So the essential whorls we can say it is calyx, corolla, no. Calyx and corolla are non-essential whorls. The essential whorls are androecium and the gynoecium, whereas the androecium is the male part and the gynoecium is the female part. So the male part which is involved in the production of pollen grain is the androecium, and the female part which is involved in the production of ovule is the gynoecium. And this androecium and gynoecium is most important part that is required for any sexual reproduction. It is not possible for sexual reproduction to occur without these whorls. So this is all what you should know about flower. So this is what you should know about the different parts of the flower. Let's talk about the flower. Whenever we talk about flower, we have to understand one thing, that there are different types of flower. Sometimes the flower has only androecium, sometimes the flower has only gynoecium, sometimes it has both. So what are the technical terms given to these flowers? So very first word that we are going to study is complete flower. So when I use this word complete flower, it simply means that the flower which has all four floral whorls, that is calyx, corolla, androecium and gynoecium. That is complete flower. And example for this complete flower I can give you is hibiscus. The second flower is called as incomplete flower. When I say incomplete flower, it means it is that flower where any one or more floral whorls are absent. So I can say any one or more floral whorl is absent. So that is called as incomplete flower. Then we have something called as perfect flower. Even I can use the word bisexual flower. If I don't want to call it bisexual, I can also call it as hermaphrodite flower. So when I use this word perfect flower, bisexual flower, or hermaphrodite flower, I will say that it has both male and female part. It means it has androecium as well as it has what, gynoecium. So when both androecium and gynoecium are present together, it is called as perfect flower. Then we have one more flower called as staminate flower. When I use this word staminate, basically it is connected with the word called as stamen. Stamen is nothing but it is the unit of androecium. So logically it is a unisexual flower, very first part. It is unisexual flower, but this unisexual flower is nothing but male. So if there is male, so example is staminate flower. Now see, example we can put papaya because papaya has different male and female flower. What is female flower called as? So female flower is called as pistillate flower. We need to understand that other name for gynoecium is pistil. It is called as carpel, even it is also called as pistil. So this pistil is nothing but it is unisexual flower, but that unisexual flower is female. And this unisexual flower female, I can put again example as papaya. We have a neuter flower. This is very interesting flower. Neuter flower means the male and the female part both are absent. So I can say that the both male and female sex organ absent. Now neuter flower normally we see in mango. The mango flower that we see, mango tree flower, they have neuter flower more. There is monoecious flower. So when I use this word monoecious flower, monoecious flower means, or even I can put it as monoecious plant. This will be better word for it. I call it as monoecious plant. Monoecious plant means plant which has both the type of unisexual flower. Plant which has both the type of unisexual flower. It means it has male flower as well as female flower, but at separate place. Example for this is maize, and even we have cucurbits. So this become the example for monoecious plant. We have dioecious plant. So it is called as dioecious plant. So in dioecious plant, I can say that plant has only one type of unisexual flower. It means either it will have all the male flower or it will have all the female flower. Nothing else. Example for this is papaya. Papaya can be either male or it can be either female. Then we have something called as polygamous plant. When I use this word polygamous plant, logically the polygamous word means what? These plants, they will have bisexual flower. At the same time, they are going to have staminate, that is the male flower, plus they will have neuter flower also. So all these types of flowers, when they are found on one particular plant, that plant is called as polygamous plant. An example for this, we have mango. Let's understand insertion of floral leaves. When I use this word insertion, it means it is the arrangement of rest of the floral whorls with respect to gynoecium. So I put it as the heading, that is insertion of floral leaves. Floral leaves here will be calyx, corolla and the androecium. How the calyx, corolla and androecium is arranged basically on the gynoecium, with respect to gynoecium, it is insertion. So I can say insertion is nothing but it is position and arrangement. So it is nothing but position and arrangement of rest of the floral whorls, position and arrangement of rest of the floral whorls with respect to gynoecium, with respect to gynoecium. So that arrangement basically you can call it as insertion of floral leaf. So at a position and arrangement of rest of the floral whorls with respect to gynoecium on the thalamus, with respect to gynoecium on the thalamus is called insertion. This is very important definition when it comes to insertion of floral leaves. Let's understand the different types. So whenever we talk about types here, there are three types of insertion that we need to study in detail. Very first type is called as hypogeny. The second type is called as perigeny, and the third type is called as epigeny. Let's understand meaning of these terms because that is very important. So whenever we use this word hypo, if I break this word, it says hypo and it says gyne. So gyne is very clear, it is gynoecium. The word hypo means below and gyne stands for gynoecium. So I can say that the calyx, corolla and androecium, they are all arranged below the gynoecium. There is perigeny, peri and gyne. When I say peri, the word peri means around. So around the gynoecium, you will see calyx, corolla and the androecium arranged. When I use this word epigeny, the word epi logically means above and the word gyne is gynoecium. So logically I can say that above the gynoecium there is calyx, corolla and androecium arranged. Here very important, the shape of the thalamus is going to change. Whether it is hypogeny, the thalamus shape will be different. If it is perigeny, thalamus shape will be different. If it is epigeny, thalamus shape will be different. In case of hypogeny, I can say that the thalamus will be convex or even they are conical in shape. But in perigeny, the thalamus is cup shaped or even they are saucer shape. So you have two shape, cup or saucer. When we talk about epigeny, in case of epigeny, here the epigeny, the thalamus will be, it grows upward and completely covers the ovary. So I can say grows upward and covers ovary. So this is the three parts. Let's draw the diagram so that it becomes easy for us to understand. So very first, let us talk about hypogeny. So in hypogeny, I will be drawing the half part. So let's take this. This is the thalamus, which is convex or conical shape. Above this, we are going to have the gynoecium. So I draw this as the stigma style and this is the ovary. So this stigma style and ovary becomes the gynoecium and inside there will be ovary. Most important part is the calyx, corolla and the androecium. So first I will draw the calyx. The calyx is arising from the base of the gynoecium. Then I draw the corolla which is also at the base. So I put it in this way. And finally I draw the androecium. So everything is arising from the base of the ovary in such a way that the ovary is going to take a superior position. So when the calyx, corolla and the androecium, calyx, corolla and the androecium, it arises from the base of ovary. That condition is called as hypogeny. It means here the gynoecium is going to take the superior part. So all the leaves are going to arise from below it. Gynoecium, when it comes to parts of gynoecium, we'll say that gynoecium takes the superior position. What are the examples included under the hypogeny? The examples that we have is brinjal, mustard, and China rose. In short, I can call it as BMC. As we all are under BMC, so I can say under the gynoecium, when all these three whorls are present, calyx, corolla, androecium, it is called as hypogeny kind of arrangement. Then we have the next one, that is called as perigeny. The word peri means around. So here first, let's take the position of the thalamus. So I draw this. The thalamus here is going to take the cup shape, or even it will take the saucer shape. So let me draw the first one, that is the cup shape structure. So I draw this, or even you can get a saucer shape. So it can be like this. So this is nothing but the arrangement of the thalamus. So here the calyx, corolla, and the androecium, they are going to arise around the gynoecium, not above, not below. So I take this as the stigma, this is the style, and this is the ovary. Same thing here, I take this as the stigma, this as the style, and this I take it as the ovary. So here what will happen? First I have to draw the calyx. So I draw this as the calyx, very small one. Let me draw this as the calyx. Then after calyx, we are going to draw corolla. So this beautiful colored petal is called as corolla. Here also I can draw this corolla. And above that, we have to draw the androecium. So here. So this becomes the androecium. So here when you observe the thalamus, it is cup shaped or the saucer shape. And at the same time, you will observe that this calyx, corolla, and the androecium, it is arising around the gynoecium. So here the gynoecium is neither superior nor inferior. Basically, it is not above as well as it is not below. It is a perigynous condition. So this perigynous condition, I can say it is a semi-superior. If you want to say semi-superior, or even you can call it as semi-inferior. So this is a perigeny, a kind of arrangement. The examples of perigeny, we have rose, pea, and beans. These all show perigeny kind of insertion. Last one that we have is epigeny. Epi means above the gynoecium, everything will come. Now here the thalamus will arrange it such a way that it will come above the ovary. So if I have to draw this, I can put it in this way. Let me first draw this. This becomes the stigma. I draw this as the stigma. This is the style. And the thalamus will arise in such a way that it will cover the entire part. So I put it here. This is the thalamus which is arising. So this thalamus is going to cover the entire ovary. This becomes the thalamus. And here what I will be drawing is all the ovules. So now this kind of arrangement is basically called as epigeny. And here there will be again very important part. This part is called as calyx. This part is called as corolla, and we have the androecium. So here I can say that the calyx, the corolla, and the androecium, they all arises from the periphery of the thalamus. So this becomes a very important part. All the ovary of the floral whorls basically. Here you can say it is taking the above position. Here everything is above it. So calyx or androecium. So here gynoecium is at the lower position. So I can say it is inferior ovary. The ovary is inferior. And example that we have to study under epigeny is sunflower, and we have guava. So sunflower and guava are the two examples that we have to study under epigeny. So this is all about insertion of floral leaves. We are talking about floral whorls. Now, when I say floral whorls, basically we are going to stick more towards the calyx, corolla, and roscium and all. The very first floral whorl that we are going to discuss today is about calyx. So, the moment I talk about calyx, so there are certain important points that we all need to remember. Unit of calyx is nothing but it is sepal. You have two conditions. One, the sepal is free. Second, the sepals are fused. If the sepals are free, the condition is called as polysepalous. And if they are fused, the condition is called as gamocephalous. So for polysepalous, the example that we have is brassica. Brassica is nothing but it is mustard. For gamocephalous, the example that we have is China rose, where the all the sepals are fused. There are different words also apart from polysepalous and gamocephalous. There are few important words. Like we have something called as caducus. Now when we talk about caducus, what exactly it means? So when I say caducus, caducus means that the sepals basically they fall off as the flower opens. So it's a technical term. We will say that the sepals fall off as the flower opens. So once the opening of the flower takes place, all the sepals will fall down. That condition is called as caducus. An example for this caducus is argemone. Argemone is also known as poppy plant. There is another technical term for calyx that is called as deciduous. So when I use this word deciduous, it simply means that sepals survive till weathering of petals. So we can say sepals survive till withering of petals. Withering of petal means the spreading of petals, because once the flower becomes old, all the petals they wither, they get scattered. So the example for this is we have lotus and we have mustard. Mustard is again nothing but it is brassica. Then we have one more callus that is called as persistent. So when I use this word persistent calyx, so when I say persistent, so for persistent, it means sepals remain even after fruit formation. So I can say that the sepals remain even after fruit formation. So when the sepals remain even after fruit formation, that condition is called as persistent. Now the example for this, we have brinjal. The brinjal that we have seen, brinjal has calyx present on it. So if I draw a brinjal for you, that will be easy for you to understand. So let me draw one brinjal. Whenever I draw a brinjal, there is green color like this. Then we have this part. So this part, what you can see in the brinjal is nothing but it is the sepal, and this is your brinjal. So this, what you observe, the green colored part is nothing but it is the calyx, and the calyx is present basically even after fruit formation. Then such type of calyx is called as persistent calyx. Now coming to the next important one, that is called as pappus. So we have the word that is called as pappus. Pappus means what? Sepals modify into hairy structure. So when sepals modify into hairy structure, that condition is called as pappus. And why they modify into hairy structure? So answer is for dispersal of seed. We all have seen somewhere or the other a brown color seed in the center, and surrounding this there will be a white color hairy structure like this, and it keeps on flowing with the wind. So this is basically pappus, and this pappus consists of seed in the center, and this seed is going to fly. So this is the different types of calyx that we normally study. After this we have something called as corolla. So the point here is, what is the unit of corolla? So the unit of corolla will be petal. Now again there are two conditions, main conditions. Sometimes the petals are free or sometimes the petals are fused. If the petals are free, the condition is called as polypetalous, and if the petals are fused, the condition is called as gamopetalous. Now the point here is when they are free, the polypetalous, the example is rose, and when they are fused, the example is datura. So we have two different types with respect to the petals. Sometime, now there is a very important and technical word here. There is a word called as perianth. Sometimes when we look at the flower, it is not possible to distinguish between the calyx and corolla, or even the sepals and the petals cannot be separated. So what is perianth? Basically, I can say perianth when calyx and corolla, when calyx and corolla both appears to be same, both appears to be same, then that condition is called as perianth. The unit for perianth, basically I can call it as a tepal. Like unit of calyx is sepal, unit of corolla is petal, and unit of perianth will be tepal. Again, there are different conditions. Sometimes the perianth is like, sometimes the perianth is like sepal. So that time it is called as, it is called as petaloid perianth, or it is sepaloid perianth. So let's understand the different types first, then we will understand. First condition is called as polyphylous. So with respect to the perianth, if I use this word polyphylous, it means what? Here the perianth is like corolla, and since the perianth is like corolla, the unit that we have, basically unit is tepal, and here we can say that the tepals are free. If the tepals are free, the condition is called as polyphylous. Then we have one more word that is called as gamophilous. Now, when I say gamophilous, it simply means one thing, that the tepals are fused. So if all the tepals are fused, the condition is called as gamophilous. Perianth is of two types. Either there will be a sepaloid perianth or petaloid perianth. So let's check it in this way. I talk about the first one, that is called as sepaloid perianth. When I use this word sepaloid perianth, it means the entire perianth is going to appear like sepal. That is nothing but the calyx wala part. So we can say sepaloid perianth means here the tepals in the perianth, the tepals in the perianth are green in color because the sepals are green. So this condition is called as sepaloid perianth. We have one more that is called as petaloid perianth. When I use this word petaloid perianth, what exactly it means? It means that the tepals, basically, the tepals in the perianth are colored. So we can say tepals in the perianth are colored. So when we have green colored entire flower, the calyx and the corolla both appears to be green, it is called as sepaloid. And when the calyx and the corolla both are colored, it is called as petaloid perianth. Petaloid perianth, basically it is mostly seen in case of monocot. After this, we are going to talk about one very important topic, and the topic is called as estivation. So whenever I use this word estivation, see in all the flower, the calyx and corolla, they are arranged in a definite pattern and they follow a particular feature of folding. So what is estivation? Basically, I can say estivation is nothing but mode of arrangement, mode of arrangement, mode of arrangement of sepals and petals, mode of arrangement of sepals and petals in a floral bird, in a floral bird with respect to, with respect to members of same whorl, with respect to members of same whorl. That is called as estivation. It means how the calyx is arranged, how the petals are arranged. When we study all this, then it is called as estivation. There are different types of estivation. So let us first see velvet estivation. So when we use this word velvet estivation, what exactly it means? Here in velvet estivation, we can say for velvet estivation that margin of the sepals or petals, they are in close contact. For velvet estivation, margin of sepals or petals are in close contact. When I say they are in close contact, it means they are not sticking to each other or not overlapping. Or even you can say they are in close contact, or even I can say they are close to each other. And that condition basically is called as velvet estivation. But most important line here is, but they do not overlap. So here, in case of velvet estivation, just remember they are not going to overlap. And example for velvet estivation is, we have calotropis and we have datura. If I draw the diagram for velvet estivation, then it will be more easy for you to understand how the estivation appears. So let's draw the diagram for velvet estivation. Here I can say, let us draw 5 petals. So we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5th one. See, they all are in close contact, but they are nowhere touching each other, or they are nowhere overlapping each other. So since they are not touching and they are not overlapping, this condition is called as velvet estivation. So if you want, this is one of the best way to study velvet estivation, where all these sepals, they are in close contact, but they are not touching or overlapping each other. Such kind of estivation is called as velvet estivation. The next estivation that we need to study is called as a twisted, or even it is also called as contorted estivation. Contorted estivation. What do you mean by twisted or contorted estivation? So in this case, how the sepals or the petals are arranged. So we need to understand here. Here one margin of each sepal, try to understand. In twisted or contorted, I can say one margin of each sepal is free. So one side is free, or the petal is directed inward. We can say one margin of each sepal is free or directed inward. Directed inward means they are little bit overlapping, or directed inward. So there are two conditions, or directed inward and other margin basically, and other margin is directed outward. Now when I write, it's difficult to understand, but when I draw the diagram, that time you will understand. One margin is directed inward, another margin is directed outward. So to understand this twisted, we can say for one sepal or petal, we can say one side is overlapped. One side is overlapped and other side is free. Now how to understand this? For this, let's draw one diagram to understand how things are going to work here. So we are going to draw a diagram to show how it is overlapping and how it is free. So let us take it in this way. We are going to draw a big diagram so that things become very easy and clear to understand. So I draw this. This is one margin. So this one margin will be overlapped and other margin will be free. So let's take it in this way. So this is one margin. So here you can see that one side it is overlapped, and on other side I can say here like this, it is free. So now this is free end. So this end is overlapped. So I can draw this way. This end is free. Now here you can see this is overlapped. So it has to be free. So I draw it in this way. This is overlap. Here we can say one side is free here. So this end will be overlapped. So like this, when you draw, you will get entire margin. So logically, when I put it in this way, you understand one thing, that here one margin is overlapped, another margin is free. So we can put it in this way. This such kind of estivation is called as twisted or contorted estivation. Twisted or contorted estivation means for the sepal or the petal, the one margin is overlapped while the other margin is basically free. And when you look at this diagram, you can see here one margin is getting overlapped and other margin is getting free. Such kind of estivation is called as twisted or contorted estivation. Look here, this margin is free, but this margin is overlapped. Same thing in all, you will see one overlapped, one free, one overlapped, one free. And the example for twisted or contorted estivation is China rose. If you see China rose, then you can easily understand the structure. And we have one more that is called as cotton. Let's understand the next part. The next estivation is called as imbricate estivation. When I use this word imbricate estivation, what exactly it means? In imbricate estivation, we need to understand here that one of the petal, both the margins will be overlapped. So we can say one of the petal or sepal, one of the petal or sepal is internal. So one will be internal and one will be free. Overlapped, internal means what? Internal means that they are overlapped at both margin. So one of the petal or sepal is internal, overlapped at both margin, and we can say, and for rest one is external. For rest one is external and both of its margin is overlapped. So when I draw the diagram, that time you will understand what do you mean by imbricate estivation. And what happens? See, for one petal both sides will be overlapped. For another petal both sides will be free. But what about others? The rest all one side overlapped and other side free. So this is what is imbricate estivation. The example that we can have here for imbricate estivation is cassia, and we have one more example that is called as bahunia. So these are the different examples of imbricate estivation. Now if I draw a diagram for imbricate estivation, what I can say? So in order to draw the diagram, again I need to take the thin diagram, so that will help you to understand actually how things are working. So I draw this here, a small one. So let us take it in this way. And now we are going to draw the diagram to show the imbricate estivation. So if I draw this, let us take it in this way. This is one petal. So for one petal, as told that both the sides are free, so I take it in this way. This is both sides free. So I take it here. So here it will come like this. So here both the sides are free. And if I draw it nicely, that will be much better. So look at this one. This is free. So both the petals are free. But on other, this is free. This is overlapped. So this has to be free. This is overlapped. So this has to be free. And for one, it will be like this. So here you can see one petal, both are free. On other petal, you can see one side overlapped and other side free. And here in one of the petal, both the sides will be free. So I take it in this way. So look here. When I draw this diagram, then you will understand very nicely. This we can say both free, one petal. Here for this I can say both overlapped. But in rest all other you can see this is overlapped. One side is overlapped and this side is free. So such kind of estivation is called as imbricate estivation. We have the one more estivation, that is the last one. It is called as vexillary estivation. So this is the last estivation, that is called as vexillary estivation. Vexillary estivation means here the flower or the arrangement will be like butterfly shape. So here I can say for vexillary, the corolla is butterfly shaped. Here we can say that the corolla is butterfly shaped. When I draw the diagram, that time you will understand how it takes the butterfly shape. It is also called as papilionaceous flower. What do you mean by papilionaceous? It will have 5 petals. It is papilionaceous flower. That is vexillary estivation. It has how many petals? So we say it has 5 petals. It is longest, the largest one basically, the largest petal, the one which is biggest one. It is called as standard, or even the largest one is called as vexillium. So we have the largest petal, standard or vexillium. We have 2 lateral one. So the 2 lateral one, they are called as wings. And we have 2 small one. So 2 small fused. So they are fused boat shape. 2 small fused boat shape. They are called as keel. They are called as keel, or even you can call it as carina. So you can call them as keel or you can call them as carina. And the example for vexillary estivation is pea or bean. So let's draw the diagram so as to understand how the vexillary estivation looks like. So the biggest one is this one. So this is, I draw it as the biggest one. So let me just take thin one. So this, what we can draw is the biggest one. The biggest one is called as what? It is called as standard, or even it is called as vexillium. So I draw this as the biggest one. Then it has 2 lateral wings. So I can show it this way. This is the 2 lateral wings. When you look at these wings, it is someone like this. It has 5 petals. The last 2 petals basically they are fused. They are fused and they form what? A boat shaped structure. So this is the boat shaped structure and they are fused. So this boat shaped structure which is formed is called as keel, or it is called as carina. So when you look at this, this is 5 petals. The biggest one is called as standard. These 2, they are called as wings, and the boat shape basically they are called as keel, or they are called as carina. So this becomes the types of estivation that we need to study. Next we are going to talk about very important part of the flower, that is called as androecium. So whenever it comes to androecium, we all say that androecium is nothing but it is one of the essential one, and even we have to say it is nothing but male reproductive part of flower. And the unit of androecium is nothing but it is stamen. Stamen is considered as the unit of androecium. When I talk about androecium, when I draw one androecium, that will be easy for you to understand. If I draw one androecium, the androecium is like this. It consists of 2 parts. So one part that you can see here, it is called as filament, and the other part is called as anther. So whenever it comes to filament, remember that filament is sterile part, nowhere responsible for reproduction, but anther is fertile part. Why anther is fertile? Because inside the anther what is present? We say inside the anther there are lots of pollen grains, and these pollen grains makes it fertile. When we talk about androecium, the stamens, there are conditions. Now the conditions are either the stamens can be free or they can be fused. If all the stamens are free, the condition is called as polyandrous, where you can separate and count all the stamen. And if they are fused, basically if they are fused on petal, then it is called as epipetalous. Now the point here is, what do you mean by on the petal? So for that, let us take it in this way. I draw this as the petal of any flower. This is the petal of the flower. On this petal, we will draw one androecium. So let us take this to be the petal of the flower. So on this petal, we will draw one androecium. Here the androecium will be attached on the petal. This is attached here. So if the petals are attached, If the petals are attached, then that condition is called as epipetalous. The androecium is attached to the petal. So this I can call it as petal, and this is nothing but the stamen. So when the stamens are attached or fused on the petal, the condition is called as epipetalous. Now next part that we need to understand here is, the next part is, apart from epipetalous, we have a very important part, the anther and the filament. They are joined to each other. So anther and filament, if they are joined to each other, they are joined at a point, and that point is called as connective. So let's talk about androecium in detail. We have a very important concept that is called as types of anther. So depending on the nature, we have three types of anther. One is called as basifixed. The other one is called as dorsifixed. And the third type is called as versatile. We have three types of androecium. How it goes with the diagram. When I say basic fixed, it means the anther and the filament, they are attached at the base. This is basic fixed. When I say dorsi fixed, it means that the anther and the filament is attached on the dorsal side of the anther. So that is called as dorsi fixed. And when I use this word versatile, the word versatile means that the anther is kidney shape and it is hanging freely. So this all becomes the part. Basic fixed means the anther and the filament, they are attached at the base. So filament is attached at the base. But here we can say it is attached on the dorsal side. The filament is attached on the dorsal side. And when I say versatile, it is just at a point. It is just at a point which is hanging. Let's talk about the next important concept with respect to androecium, that is called as adelphi. Point here is, what do you mean by adelphi? Adelphi word means fusion, the fused basically. When the stamens are united, stamens are united by their filament. Try to understand. Stamens are united by their filaments and anther is free. So when the stamens are united by their filament and anther is free, such condition is called as adelphi. So let's take the different types of adelphi. Very first condition is called as monoadelphi. When I use this word monoadelphi, it simply means that all filaments are fused to form one bundle. So all filaments are fused to form single bundle, and if they are forming single bundle, then that condition is called as monoadelphi. Example for this, we have hibiscus. Now if I have to put it in a diagrammatic form, I will show you in this way. These are all filaments, and all the filaments, they are fused to each other and they have formed a single bundle. And these are all the anthers which are separate. So if the filaments are fused to form one bundle and the anthers are free, that condition is called as monoadelphi. After monoadelphi, we have one more condition that is called as diadelphi. Now when I use this word diadelphi, it simply means one thing, that the filaments are fused to form two bundles. So basically there is formation of two bundles, then that condition is called as diadelphi. An example for this, we have P, that is Pisum sativum. In P, the arrangement is of 9 plus 1. It means 9 will form one bundle and one will be separate. So I take it in this way: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we have a 9. So this 9 is together. This is one bundle and there is one separate anther. So it shows what? 9 plus 1 arrangement. They are arranging two bundles, that is called as diadelphi. Then we have one more condition that is called as polyadelphi. Now when I use this word poly, as the name suggests, poly means many. So in polyadelphi, I can say that the filaments are fused to form many bundles. So when many bundles are formed, then that condition is called as polyadelphy. An example for this, we have lemon. In lemon you will get many bundles. So if I draw the diagram, this is one bundle, this is another bundle, this is the third bundle, or even if you want you can draw one more. Let's take this to be the four bundle. So here there will be all anthers present. So here there is four bundles that you can see on the lemon. So such kind of condition is basically called as polyadelphy. So single bundle monoadelphy, two bundle diadelphy, more than two bundle it is called as polyadelphy. Let's focus on the next important part of the androecium, that is called as anther. Because anther are of different types. Anther is the upper part first of all. So this is nothing but the fertile part. Now depending on the nature of the anthers are either they will be monothecous. Now what do you mean by this word monothecous? Monothecous means anther with single lobe. Anther with single lobe. So the lobe is single, but this single lobe has how many chambers? We can say two chambers. That is called as monothecous anther. If I have to draw the diagram, let us draw this. This appears to be single. So this is monothecous, but when I cut and I see inside, I will see that it has two chambers. Now since it is having two chamber, it is called as monothecous. The other type of anther is dithecous. You can call it as dithecous, or if you want even you can call it as bithecous. So we can say bithecous means anther with double lobe. And since they have double lobe, when I cut and I see inside, I will see that there are four chambers. So if I have to draw this diagram, I take it in this way. I draw this. This is two lobes. When I cut this and I observe inside, I will see that there are four chambers present. Such condition is called as dithecous anther. There is one more word. The word is called as syngeny. Syngeny means all the anthers are united and filaments are free. The word is syngeny. If somebody asks you what is syngeny, you have to say that the anthers are united. All the anthers are fused, but the filaments are free. So anthers are united and the filament are free. Such condition is called as syngeny. And such kind of condition is seen in only one plant, that is called as sunflower. What is the scientific name for sunflower? So we can call it as, scientific name is Helianthus anus. Helianthus anus is the scientific name for sunflower. If I have to draw the diagram for syngeny, I will put it in this way. All these are nothing but the anthers. So the anthers here, they are fused. All the anthers are fused, but their filaments are free. So when the anthers are fused and the filaments are fused, the condition is called as syngeny. There is a key word here. The key word is connective. What is connective? The part which attaches the filament and the anther. So continuation of filament is called as connective. Continuation of filament. So continuation of filament basically is called as connective, and it is also called as midrib, and most important part, that connective is sterile. Anther is the fertile part. So this is all what you should know about androecium. Now going to the next important part, that is called as gynoecium. Gynoecium, we all know, it is nothing but it is the female reproductive part. So the female reproductive part of flower is called as gynoecium. And what is the unit? So unit of gynoecium is carpel. Is there other name for gynoecium? Definitely yes. Gynoecium is also called as pistil. Let's understand now gynoecium in detail. So it is female reproductive one. Unit is carpel. Is there any other name for carpel? Yes, carpel is also called as megasporangium. So if I have to talk about not megasporangium, basically it is called as megasporophyll. So megasporophyll is the carpel. Let's talk about in this way. When I draw a gynoecium, so I will draw it in this. It has three important parts. This is the upper part called as stigma, middle part is style, and the lower part is called as ovary. And inside the ovary you will find ovules. So whenever it comes to gynoecium, we say this is stigma. Below the stigma, there will be style. Below the style, there will be ovary. And inside the ovary, what is present? Ovules. So this is a single carpel. What is ovary called as? We can say ovary is called as megasporangium. What is the other name for ovule? So we need to understand that ovules, they are also called as megaspore. So it is also called as megaspore, which is present inside the megasporangium. Now, depending on the condition, these carpels, they can be one, two, or many. So first condition is monocarpellary. As the name suggests, monocarpellary. You will all say that pistil consists of single carpel. So I can say pistil consists of single carpel, then it is called as monocarpellary. And this is very simple type. It is seen in case of pea and gram. Monocarpellary. Then there are some words like polycarpellary. When I use this word polycarpellary, it simply means one thing, that pistil consists of more than two carpel. So since there are more than two carpel, the condition is called as polycarpellary. Now depending on the situation, now this polycarpellary, if I have to bifurcate, I can say it is bicarpellary, or even sometime it is tricarpellary, or even pentacarpellary. So when I say bicarpellary, what exactly you mean by this word? It means it has two. So bicarpellary example is Dhatura. Tricarpellary example is Cucurbita. That is what we call it as Kakdi. Pentacarpellary is hibiscus. So this is polycarpellary condition. There is one more term that is called as syncarpus. So when I use this word syncarpus, basically it means what? Carpels of gynoecium are fused. So if the carpels of gynoecium is fused, the condition is called as syncarpus. An example for this we have China rose, that is syncarpus. And if they are free, basically, then we call them as apocarpus. So what is apocarpus? I can say that the carpels of gynoecium, are free, then that condition is called as apocarpus. And the example for that we have rose. Whenever we look at the gynoecium, it has stigma, style, and ovary. Ovary is nothing but, if somebody asks what is ovary, so I can say ovary is nothing but it is basal, it is swollen, fertile part of carpel. So it is basal, swollen, fertile part of carpel. And this ovary contains ovule, which is megaspore. What is ovule? Where they are present. If I draw a tissue like this green color tissue is called as placenta. So we can say that all the ovules, they are on the ovary, but they are attached by the help of placenta. Then there is a style. What is style? We can say narrow, elongated, thread-like. So narrow, elongated, thread-like structure is called as style. When we talk about stigma, stigma is nothing but the upper part, sticky part. What is the role of the stigma? We can say that the stigma receives pollen grain. A stigma is receiving pollen grain for fertilization. So this is all what you should know with respect to gynoecium. Very important topic to be discussed next is that this ovule, they are arranged. The ovules, they are arranged in ovary. And since they are arranged in ovary, they are arranged in a definite pattern. So And this arrangement of ovary, this arrangement of ovules in the ovary is called as placentation. So this is our next topic that we need to study, how the ovules are arranged in the ovary. So we are starting with a very important topic that is called as placentation. So first we should know the definition of placentation. Mode of arrangement. What is placentation? Mode of arrangement of ovule. The mode of arrangement of ovule on the placenta, within the ovary is called as placentation. So that arrangement is very important. There are different types of placentation that we need to study. So let's study one by one. Very first type of placentation is called as marginal placentation. When I talk about marginal placentation, what exactly it means? When I say marginal placentation, it means ovules are born. Let's understand. Marginal placentation, I will say that the ovules are born at the fused margin. Ovules are born at the fused, ovules are born at the fused margin. Ovules are born at the fused margin of unilocular ovary. So remember here, the ovary is unilocular, it has one chamber, and the ovules are born at the fused margin. So what examples we can put here? The example that we can put here is P and B. We all have seen P, that is called as Vatana. So when I draw a P, then you will understand things very clearly. So let me draw one P for you. So this is the P. So this is the Vatana part. And inside this P, you are going to get the seeds. So I take it here like this. So this is the margin, and on this margin, the seeds will be present. So if I draw a seed, it will be like this: small seed, and bit bigger one, then more bigger seeds, and this. So this is the arrangement where this chamber that you can see is nothing but unilocular. This is a single chamber. So it is called as unilocular. So here it is fused margin of unilocular ovary. That is the first placentation, called as marginal placentation. The second type of placentation is axile placentation. So when I use this word axile, the word axile basically means on the axis. So axile placentation means ovules are born, ovules basically are born on the central axis of multilocular ovary. Ovules are born on a central axis of multilocular ovary. So now here there will be more chamber. That's why it is called as multilocular. So I can say that the ovules are born on the central axis of multilocular ovary. And the example for this, we have China rose. China rose is also called as hibiscus. So let's understand how it will appear in terms of diagram. So if I draw this as the important part, so here in this center there will be 5 chambers present. So I draw this and I draw 5 chambers. So let's take this to be the first chamber, this to be the second chamber, this to be the third chamber, the fourth chamber, and the fifth chamber. On this 5 chambers, there will be ovule present. So where are the ovules? So inside this, there will be 2 ovules. So I draw this. This 2 becomes the ovule. So when you look at the diagram, you can understand here that this is the arrangement. This is locule. How many locules are there? So we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this condition here is pentalocular. And in each locule, how many ovules are present? So we can say 2 ovules. So this becomes the axile placentation. If I draw a diagram for axis, you will understand here that it can go in any of the axes. That is what is called as axile placentation. The third type of placentation that we all need to study is called as parietal placentation. So when I say parietal placentation, what exactly it means? Parietal means on the inner layer, that is parietal. So parietal means ovules are born on the inner wall. Let's look right at the definition. Ovules are born at the inner wall. So we can say ovules are born at the inner wall of unilocular ovary. Ovules are born at the unilocular ovary of, a word is multicarpellary, means there will be many carpels present. Multicarpellary. Syncarpus. Syncarpus means all the carpels are fused. Gynoecium. So multicarpellary syncarpus gynoecium. So that is parietal placentation. An example for this, we have papaya. We have one more example, that is cucumber. So this becomes the example of parietal placentation. If I draw the diagram of parietal placentation, then things will become more easy for you to understand. So let us draw the diagram for parietal placentation. So I draw this as the parietal placentation part. Now in this, there will be inner layer. So when I talk about inner layer, let's take this to be the inner layer. So this is the inner layer, first margin, then to be the inner layer, the second margin, then we draw one more. So like this, there are three parts basically. So first, the second, and we take this as the fourth, and like this. So this kind of arrangement leads to inner layer. Now where are the ovules present? So ovules are present here like this. So we have this. They are born on the inner margin. This is unilocular ovary, no doubt, because there is single chamber, but still they are born on the inner wall. That is why it is called as parietal placentation. This is parietal layer. So this is the parietal layer, and this is unilocular ovary. Such kind of condition basically is called as parietal placentation. We have one more placentation, that is the last placentation, called as basal placentation. So when I talk about the last one, it is called as basal placentation. Basal means the ovule will be at the base. So we can say in basal placentation there is nothing but single ovule. There is a single ovule is born at the base. Single ovule is born at the base of unilocular ovary. Single ovule is present at the base of unilocular ovary, and this unilocular ovary is nothing but it is inferior in terms of its position. An example that we have is sunflower. So sunflower shows basal placentation. So how the diagram will appear? So I draw it in this way. This becomes the ovary, single unilocular, and in this ovary you will get one ovule. So logically I can say that this ovule is present at the base. This is what is called as unilocular, because this chamber is now single chamber. So I can call this chamber as unilocular. So this is all what you should know about placentation, how the different ovules are placed. We have the next topic, that is called as symmetry of flower. Now symmetry means it is the imaginary axis. Symmetry means imaginary axis which can divide the flower into two equal half. It means if you try to cut that flower by the help of some blade or scissor, and if you are able to divide that flower into two equal half, then we can say it is symmetry, or it is symmetrical, having two identical half. So based on symmetry, we have the different types. First is called as actinomorphic flower. The point here is, what do you mean by this word actinomorphic? So I will say it is radial symmetry. It is called as radial, or even if you want, you can call it as regular symmetry. So radial or regular symmetry is also known as actinomorphic flower. Means flower can be divided in two equal half. Flowers can be divided in two equal half from more than one plane. So if there is more than one plane and it can be divided into two equal half, it is actinomorphic flower. Example for this, we have mustard as one example. Then we have another example that is called as China rose. Now if I have to draw a diagram for such kind of flower, I will just draw a simple one. So if I draw this as the flower, I can cut it in this axis, or even I can cut it in this axis or any of the axis. Still it will divide into two equal half. That is called as actinomorphic flower. The next type of flower that we need to study is zygomorphic flower. So what do you mean by this word zygomorphic? As actinomorphic was radial, zygomorphic is bilateral flower. Bilateral symmetry. What in a bilateral symmetry? It means the flower can be divided. Even you can also call it as monosymmetrical flower. So you can say monosymmetrical flower, or even you can say bilateral symmetry. What exactly it means? It means that the flower can be divided in two equal half from only one axis. If I cut the flower, I can cut it into two equal half from only one axis. Then it is called a zygomorphic flower. Example for this, we have P, that is Vatana. Then we have Ocimum. Ocimum sanctum is nothing but Tulsi. And if I cut it, I can cut it into two equal half from only one plane. Then it is called a zygomorphic flower. The next one is asymmetric flower. When I use this word asymmetry, it means if I cut this flower, I cannot divide it into two equal half from any axis. So I can say that this asymmetry flower is nothing but, it is also called as irregular flower. What do you mean by irregular flower? We can say that flower cannot be divided in two equal half from any axis. It cannot be divided into two equal half from any axis. If I cut it into two equal half, it cannot divide into two equal half from any axis, and such kind of flower is asymmetrical flower. And example for this, we have canna. Canna is nothing but a bamboo flower basically, so which is asymmetrical. So I just draw this circle indicating that it cannot be divided into two equal half from any of the plane. So this is all what you should know about flower in detail. We are going to talk about a very important part, that is called as fruits. Fruits normally they are formed after fertilization. So whenever we talk about fruits, very first and very important word, that fruits we can say it develops after fertilization. So what exactly happens after fertilization? After fertilization, the ovule is going to develop into seed and the ovary is going to develop into fruit. So if I have to define fruit, I will say fruit is nothing but it is fertilized or metamorphosed, ripened ovary. So fertilized, metamorphosed, ripened ovary is defined as what? Fruit. Most important, the fruits can be with one or more seed. It can be with one or more seed, or even the fruits can be without seed. There are many fruits which are without seeds, and there are fruits with one seed or many seeds. So there are different terms. Let's talk about the very first term. that we all call it as parthenocarpy. Now this is very interesting thing, because I told you for fruits they will always develop after fertilization. When I say parthenocarpy, it means formation of fruit, formation of fruit without fertilization or pollination. Formation of fruit without fertilization or pollination is called as parthenocarpy. And all the fruits that will be produced by parthenocarpic fruit, they will be all seedless fruits. So in seedless fruits or in parthenocarpy, there will be no seed as such. The example of parthenocarpy, we have banana and we have grapes. So banana and grapes are the two example of parthenocarpy. These are seedless ones. When we talk about the second part, there are different types of fruits. So let's take it in this way. When we go with respect to fruits, I will say that there are two types. One, I call it as a true fruit. This is very important to understand. And other one, I call it as false fruit. So what is true fruit and what is false fruit? When I say true fruit, it means that fruit develops exclusively from the ovary of flower. Fruits that develops exclusively from the ovary of flower. It means only the ovary of the flower is contributing to fruit formation, then it is called as a true fruit. And example for this true fruit, I can put it as mango. So mango is one of the example of true fruit. Now since mango basically has one seed, I can say that mango is nothing but it is a drupe. If there is a berry, if let's say in any of the fruit you will find more than one seed, then that fruit is called as berry. So drupe is means fruit having one seed and berry means fruit having more than one seed. Then we have false fruit. False means pseudo. So I can call it as pseudocarp. So what is false fruit basically? When other floral parts, when other floral parts develop into fruit, when other floral parts develops into fruit, then that condition is called as false fruit. Now example of false fruit, we have apple and we have pear. So in apple, the part that you eat is nothing but thalamus. So we can say what exactly happens in apple. I will say that the thalamus develops into fruit. Let me draw one apple so that I can clearly make you understand the apple, how exactly it will look alike and what are the different parts of it. Because you all have seen apple and you will say, sir, you are drawing apple for me for what reason? But still, I would love to show apple diagram for you. Now this is how your apple looks alike when it is cut into half. In the apple, you will find this area as a darker area, this area like this. So this area, what you can see here, in this, you will find seeds. And above this area, this is seed area. And above this, what you're going to get? You are going to get the fleshy part. So remember that this part, what you're observing here in the center, this is actually true fruit. This much is fruit part, which is developed from ovary. But this part, what we eat basically is nothing but it is thalamus. So the part that we eat is the thalamus, and the part that we throw out basically it is nothing but it is the ovary part. And one important point here is that we should never eat the seeds of apple. So this is nothing but the seeds. So why we should not eat the seeds of apple? Reason is very much simple, that the seeds of apple, they contain cyanide. The seeds of apple contains cyanide. But since we eat 1 or 2 apple a day and hardly we eat 1 or 2 seed, the cyanide is very less. But if you eat 100 seeds together of apple, then there is a possibility the person might die because of the cyanide concentration increasing. So these are the two important parts. One is parthenocarpy and second is the true fruit and the false fruit. The next part that we are going to talk about is parts of fruit. So let's focus on parts of fruit. So in fruit we have only two parts. One is the part that we eat. So basically it is called as the pulp, and other will be the seed. So whenever it comes to parts of fruit, very first part is pericarp. The second part that is present in the fruit, it is called as seed. So in order to understand very clearly, I will draw one mango for you. That will make you things very clear. So if I draw this as the mango, now this mango in the center will be having a seed. So I draw this as the seed. So this part which is from the seed to the wall is called as pericarp. So this entire stuff is the pericarp, and the red yellow one is the seed. So when I talk about pericarp, see, in most of the time in cases we have seen that the pericarp is single, it is not distinguishable. So if you see single pericarp, the example for single pericarp is pea or bean. But the pericarp is nothing but technically what it is. So we say pericarp is wall of fruit. That is pericarp. So wall of fruit basically develops from ovary wall. It develops from ovary wall. Pericarp is divided into three parts. Pericarp is divided into three layers basically, or even I can say three parts. So which are the three parts of pericarp? If you take the example of mango, there are three parts here. The first part is the covering, the skin that we always throw it out. That part is called as epicarp. Then the second part is the pulp that we eat. It is called as mesocarp. And the third part is the covering on the seed, the hard covering, that is called as endocarp. So what is the epicarp? We can say it is outer wall of fruit. So I can say that the fruit's outer wall is nothing but it is epicarp. So what is epicarp? It is outer wall. I can say it is nothing but it is the covering of fruit. So the covering of fruit, the outer wall that we see is epicarp. What is mesocarp? It is nothing but middle part of fruit. So this middle part of fruit that we normally eat is called as mesocarp. So middle part of fruit, it is pulpy. Basically there is a pulp present in it, or even I can say it is the juicy part. So the pulpy or the juicy part that we eat is the mesocarp. Last we have endocarp, that is the inner part, and this endocarp is hard on seed. So basically it's a covering that is seen on the seed. So this becomes the pericarp. Let's talk about the definition of seed. Seed is nothing but it is, I can say, fertilized or metamorphosed ovule. So after fertilization, the ovule is going to develop into seed. Now the point here is seed, fruit wall can have one or many seeds. So I can say fruit wall can enclose one or more seed. See, when I talk about one seed, we have example of mango, and the one seed they are called as drupe. So we can say example is mango. And if there are many seeds, then I can say the fruit is called as berry. And the common example that we have for berry is nothing but tomato. Tomato is a berry, it's a fruit. So this becomes the different parts of fruit. We are talking about one of the most important topic, that is called as classification of fruits. So when we try to classify fruits, we mainly classify in three basically parts. One is called as simple fruit, other one is called as aggregate fruit, and the third one is called as composite fruit. So I put three arrows that will help you to understand that the fruits are classified into three parts. Very first one is called as simple fruit. The second one is called as aggregate fruit, and the third one is called as composite, or it is also called as multiple fruit. So there are three major classification of fruits. When I talk about simple fruit, here when we talk about the ovary of the fruit, we need to understand that the ovary is monocarpellary. When I use this word monocarpellary, it simply means it has single carpel, or sometime it is even polycarpellary. Polycarpellary means it has many carpels together, and they are syncarpous. When I use this word syncarpous means that they all are fused together. So whenever we talk about simple fruit, ovary is monocarpellary, polycarpellary, and syncarpous. But in case of aggregate fruit, whenever we talk about aggregate fruit, the ovary of aggregate fruit will be always polycarpellary and apocarpus. So there are two words here, polycarpellary, and the other word is apocarpus. Apocarpus means the carpels are free, they are not fused at all. Now, when I talk about this simple fruit, let's discuss first simple fruit in detail. Simple fruit means I can say ovary of single flower. Ovary of single flower with or without accessory floral part. With or without accessory floral part will develop into fruit. Then it is called as simple fruit. So this becomes a very simple definition. The simple fruit, they are further classified into two groups. The simple fruit can be, first of all, it can be a fleshy fruit, or if not fleshy, it is a dry fruit. So simple fruit has two classification, the fleshy and the dry. When I talk about fleshy fruit, what examples we have? The examples that we have in fleshy fruit is tomato. We have one more, that is guava. If not guava, then mango. All these three, they are considered as fleshy fruit. Fleshy fruit logically means what? Fleshy fruit logically means that the pericarp, the covering is basically thick and fleshy. So the pericarp is thick and fleshy. That is why it is called as fleshy fruit. And remember, all the fleshy fruits, they are indehiscence. Indehiscence means they will never burst out. They all are indehiscent. And in indehiscent, we have examples like, we put it as a droop. Droop, when I use this word, or when you hear this word droop, just remember that these are those fruits which have only one seed. When I use this word berry, the word berry means that they have many seeds. So this is all what you should know about fleshy fruit. When you talk about dry fruit can have cotton as one of the dry fruit, or even there can be pea, or even there can be ladyfinger. So these are all examples of dry fruits. Now, when I talk about dry fruits, here I can say that the pericarp is thin. The pericarp is thin and dry. And since it is thin and dry, it can undergo dehiscence. So based on this criteria, we put that there are two types of dry fruits. One that can undergo dehiscence, so I call it as dehiscent. Other one that will not undergo dehiscence, so it is called as what? Indehiscent. So when I talk about dehiscent fruit, the examples that I have under dehiscent, is ladyfinger and we have P. Ladyfinger is also called as okra, that is bhindi. The one that will undergo indehiscent, we have examples like mirabilis. We have one more example, maize, and we have one more example, that is sunflower. So these are all included under indehiscent flower, the fruit that will not undergo dehiscence. When I talk about aggregate fruit means here the carpel basically is polycarpillary and apocarpus, means they are free. So polycarpillary, apocarpus, gynoecium of single fruit. These fruits they are called as etario. Why they are called as etario? Because here in this case the carpels are free, and since the carpels are free, what will happen? The ovary of each carpel develops into fruitlets, but all are fused together. So I can say ovary of each carpel develops into fruitlets, and this ovary of each carpel, when it develops into fruitlets, they all collect together to form simple fruitlet, that is aggregate. So all fuse basically to form aggregate. Here the example that we have is custard apple. So when I say custard apple, you can see that there are small fruitlets in the custard apple, and each custard apple, each fruitlet basically is formed from single ovary. So the example that I can put here, all the fruits that are included under the aggregate fruit, they are no doubt called as etario, but etario is not of one type. Etario is of many types. So first we have Etario acanis. These are the types. Very first type is Etario acanis. So Etario acanis, the example that I can put here. Let's see the example later. The second type is Etario berries. Means all the berries are together forming Etario. The third type is we have Etario folidis, or I can say Etario follicle. So these are the three different one, Etario of follicle. So let's write here Etario of follicles. So what are the examples included? The Etario of acanis, the example that I can write here for this is strawberry. So remember, strawberry is the example for Etario of acanis. Etario of berries, the example that we can have is custard apple. And when I talk about Etario of follicle, the example is calotropis. Calotropis is nothing but basically it is bhang. The bhang tree is called as Etario of follicles. Let's talk about now the composite or multiple fruit. When we use this word composite or multiple fruit, here only difference is that the entire inflorescence develops into fruit. So we can say this composite fruit, we can say develops from entire inflorescence. So I can say the entire inflorescence of the fruit, it develops into a fruit. That is what is called as composite or multiple fruit. Here in this case of composite and multiple fruit, peduncle also takes part, peduncle also takes part in fruit formation. We all have studied racemose and cymose, two type of inflorescence. So in that inflorescence, the entire inflorescence is getting converted into fruit, and that fruit is called as composite or multiple fruit. So here when we talk about composite or multiple fruit, I put two types. Very first type is basically called as sorosis. The second type is called as syconus. So in sorosis, the common example that I can say here is the receptacle basically becomes fruit. In case of syconus, the inflorescence develops into fruit. So let's understand the examples of sorosis and receptacle. So the common example that I can put for receptacle is pineapple. Pineapple, we all know here the entire inflorescence develops into fruit. And for syconus, the inflorescence, the example that I can put is fig. Fig is nothing but anjir. So now point comes here, which part of the inflorescence basically develops into pineapple? So we can say it's a catkin inflorescence. And as a result, as the name suggests, catkin means it will have spines. We can see spines on the pineapple, that is catkin inflorescence. And when I talk about fig, it is hypanthodium inflorescence. It's very important point for NEET exam. Hypanthodium inflorescence. So this becomes all the examples of composite or multiple fruits. Now this is the entire classification of fruit. We need to understand that the families are very much distinguishable. So remember, whenever we talk about fruits, so it's very easy to remember that there are three types of fruit. One we call it as simple fruit. The second type is called as aggregate fruit, and here we have composite or multiple fruit. So when I use this word simple fruit, means one ovary develops into one fruit. So I can say it's a simple fruit. In short, I can say one ovary develops into one fruit. But in case of aggregate, I can say many ovary, they are going to develop into many fruits. But the point here is that all the fruits, they are fused to each other and they are aggregate. And in composite, what happens? The peduncle or the inflorescence becomes fruit. So this is the classification of fruit that we need to understand. So we have the next important word that is called as seed. If somebody asks what is the definition for seed, so remember, seed is nothing but it is fertilized and metamorphosed, fertilized and metamorphosed ovule containing an embryo. So there is embryo present, containing an embryo enclosed in, containing an embryo enclosed in resistant protective coat. That becomes the seed. Resistant protective coat. So if somebody asks what is seed, so just remember only one thing you have to say, that in the flower, if I draw gynoecium, this becomes the gynoecium. Gynoecium has three different parts. The very first part becomes the stigma, upper part. The lower part becomes the style, and this part becomes the ovary. And inside the ovary, you are going to get ovules. So these are all ovules present. So this becomes the ovules. Normally what happens after fertilization, this ovary is going to develop into fruit and the ovule is going to develop into seed. So it is a fertilized, means after fertilization. So the word fertilized justifies here that after fertilization, the ovule will develop into seed, and it is metamorphosed. Why it is metamorphosed? Because when you look at the structure of ovule and the seed, they both don't appear to be same. And what is present inside the seed? So they are going to have an embryo. So this is very important word, and it is present in a protective seed coat. There are two layers present basically if there is a dicot seed and the monocot seed. So logically, the seeds are of two types now. One seed we all call it as monocot seed. The other type of seed is basically dicot seed. The point here is, when I use this word monocot seed, we all know, as the name suggests, it is going to have only one cotyledon. We have one cotyledon, that is called as monocot seed. So I put it as one cotyledon, that is monocot seed. And dicotyledon means they have two cotyledon. Okay, so this becomes the monocot and the dicot seed. We are going to study separately. First we will study dicot seed and then we will talk about monocot seed. So let's start with the very first topic, that is dicot seed. So when I use this word dicot seed, dicot, with the name you can easily get that it is nothing but dicotyledon, having two cotyledons. So logically all the dicot seeds, they are going to have two layers. Basically we put it in this way. It is going to have the outer layer as well as it will have the inner layer. The outer layer, since it is outer, it has to be thick and resistant to unfavorable condition, and that outer thick layer is called as testa. When we talk about inner layer, the inner layer basically it has to be thin and membranous. So the inner layer is thin and membranous layer, and this inner and thin membranous layer we all call it as tegmen. So remember this, outer testa and inner tegmen becomes the layer of dicot seed. If I draw any dicot seed, let us take for example, I draw this. This is nothing but gram. Gram is basically chana. So when you observe this chana very carefully, you will understand that on the top or the notch, it will always have a small hole. This hole is very important. So what is this hole called as basically? This small hole or the opening is called as micropyle. This micropyle is very important. Why? Because when you keep this chana in water, this micropyle is going to absorb water. So the micropyle is that point through which the water is going to enter. And after few days, what you will observe that this chana basically through that micropyle, it has given out sprouting. So let us take this to be the sprout which came out first. So this is basically the role of the micropyle. What the micropyle does, it absorbs the water and what it gives rise to radical. So we can say that the radical emerges out, and this radical is the first one that will come out. So remember, in any of the seed germination, what comes out first is the radical, and radical is that part which is going to give rise to root system. And after radical, what comes out is the plumule, and plumule will give rise to shoot system. So let me draw one general seed for you that will help you to understand basically. One fruit I will draw, a generalized fruit. So let us take this to be the fruit, simplest one which I can draw. Inside the fruit, let us take this to be the seed. So this becomes the seed. On the seed, there will be a point where the funicle will be attached. So I draw this as the point and it is attached here. So I can put it in this way that this seed basically is attached to the fruit like this. So there is a point of attachment. So remember, this pink color part will be more visible. So this part is basically the point here. So how will we label it? We call this point basically as the hilum. This is the hilum that we normally see. This part is nothing but it is the funicle which has attached the fruit basically to the seed. And this funicle is attached to inner wall of fruit. So like this, the seed is attached to the fruit. So you cannot say that the seed is not attached to the fruit. It is always attached to the fruit. There is a word that we all need to remember. The word is called as raphe. So when I say raphe, raphe is basically that part which connects hilum to testa. So if hilum and testa, they are connected to each other, they are connected by the help of raphe. What is present within the seed coat? So I like put it in this way. Within seed coat means you will open the seed and you will see what is present within the seed coat. You will find two important stuff. So within the seed coat, there is very important part that is called as embryo axis because it is attached to the embryo. So there is embryo axis. Embryo axis can also be called as a tigellum. It's asked in NEET many a time. Then there are two cotyledons present. So these two cotyledons, why? Because it's a dicot seed. So remember that embryo axis and the two cotyledon together, they are called as kernel. So kernel is the word that we assign to the fusion of embryo axis and the two cotyledon. So what is the role of this embryo axis? What this embryo axis actually does? So I can put it in this way. Or let's write it separately. That will be much better. So what I will say, I will write here the embryo axis. So this embryo axis basically It consists of two important parts. The very first part is radical, which always comes out, and after radical what comes out is the plumule. Radical is nothing but it is the root. Plumule will give rise to shoot system. So radical gives rise to root system, plumule gives rise to shoot system. Let's understand few important definitions. They are very important to understand. The very first word to be taken care of is epicotyle. What do you mean by this word epicotyle? And the second word is hypocotyle. So we have to understand meaning of these two words, epicotyle and the hypocotyle. So if I draw this as seed, this is the part which has arisen. This is inside the embryo and this is the radical. So let's take it in this way. So I put it in this way. This entire part basically is the embryo axis. So let me just make it completely black. So this part that you can see is nothing but the embryo axis. So the part which is embryo axis and the first node, basically between the radical and the first node. So this is the radical part. Radical is the one that gives rise to the root part. So I take this green portion as the radical. So now let's do the labeling. So I can put it in this way. This is the radical. This is the first node. And this is the embryo axis. So the embryo axis that is present between the radical and the first node, this entire section, I can call it as hypocotyle. So if somebody asks me what is the definition of hypocotyle, I will always say that hypocotyle is nothing but it is the part of embryo axis. It is the part of embryo axis between radical and first node. So part of embryo axis between radical and the first node is called as hypocotyle. So this is the very first keyword. Second keyword is epicotyle. Epi word, as it suggests, epi will be above. So when I say epicotyle, so let us take it in this way. This is the seed and this part is the cotyledon. So the part that is going to arise here. So let us take it in this way. So this part is radical, no doubt it will give rise to root system. This part is basically plumule. This part I take it as a cotyledon. This part we can take it as cotyledon. So it is the part of embryo axis plumule and the cotyledon. So this area between the plumule and the cotyledon, the area that is present, basically this area is called as epicotyle. When I use this word epicotyle, it simply means above cotyledon. So if somebody asks what is the definition for epicotyle, you will always say part of embryo axis, between plumule and cotyledon. So the part of embryo axis between plumule and cotyledon, it is called as epicotyle. So this becomes the dicot embryo, most important part. Now see, dicot seed is classified into two types. So whenever we talk about dicot seed, just remember that this dicot seed in nature it exists of two types. The very first type is called as albuminous seed. So very first type basically it is albuminous seed, and the second type is X-albuminous seed. So we have two types of seed, albuminous and X-albuminous. When I say albuminous, here I can say that endosperm is present. So I can put it in this way, that this albuminous seed is nothing but it is endospermic seed. It has endosperm present in it. But when I say X-albuminous, remember there is no endosperm present. There is no endosperm present in it. The albuminous seed, the example that we have is basically gram. And the one which is non-endospermic, the example that we have is castor. So this becomes albuminous and the non-albuminous seed. The albuminous seed, basically, there is in the seed you will find a nutritive tissue. So I can say inside all the seed, what is present? A nutritive tissue. And this nutritive tissue that is present in the seed will give nourishment to the embryo so that embryo can develop, and that is called as what? Endosperm. So remember, what is endosperm? Endosperm is logically nothing but it is the nutritive tissue that we see in case of seeds. We have the next important part, that is monocot seed. So this becomes the dicot seed. Let's talk about the next important one, that is called as monocot seed. Now to understand monocot seed, first let's understand the meaning. Monocot means the seed which have only one cotyledon present, that is called as monocot seed. And the very interesting example that we all study every now and then, it is maize. Maize is monocot because we can say it has single cotyledon present. So we have this monocot seed. So what is maize? Basically I can say it is nothing but it is single seeded fruit. Maize is single seeded fruit in which seed coat and fruit wall, in which the seed coat and fruit wall are inseparable. Means you cannot separate. They all are together. Like in mango, when you eat mango, you separate the skin and then you eat the pulp. But in maize, you cannot separate the skin or anything. They are inseparable. They are all fused together. So we are going to draw one diagram of maize where we will try to study the seed in detail, the maize seed. So let us draw one diagram. So I draw this as the maize seed, a very common and general seed that we normally study. So here we are going to draw the, let's do it the shading so that diagram looks very clean. And this maize is the seed where there is no separation. The fruit seed coat, the fruit wall, everything will not be separated at all. So that is the ultimate example for maize. It is monocotyledon. Why? Because it is going to have a single cotyledon. And most important, in maize you will not find the endosperm. There is no endosperm present in maize. Okay, so the endosperm is not that much developed. They just take the shape. So this is a single seeded fruit, not fruit actually, it is a seed. So this is maize, basically the one which is having a single cotyledon. Now monocot, like in dicot we had the X albuminous and albuminous seed, but in monocot there will be no such bifurcation as X albuminous or albuminous seed. There is no such bifurcation in case of monocot seed. So monocot seed has only one statement, that it is not going to have any covering. So let's take it in this way now. This becomes your monocot seed. The monocot seed is separated into two parts. So I draw those two parts. The large part here, the bigger portion, basically, the bigger portion will be your endosperm. So this is the bigger portion that we are going to draw. The bigger portion that you can see here is nothing but the endosperm. So I draw a double layer because there are two layers present. So the layer that is present in the maize seed, this layer we call it as aileron layer. Very important question that is asked in NEET exam every now and then, that the maize basically has the endosperm, which is the largest portion, but that largest portion covering of the endosperm is of what? So remember, it is aileron layer. There is one epithelium tissue that will divide this grain into two unequal parts, where the larger part becomes the endosperm. Now this is the smaller portion. So this smaller portion, basically I can call it as embryo. And in the center here somewhere we put this epithelium tissue. So the blue part is nothing but it is the epithelium tissue that is going to divide the maize seed into two unequal parts. Here what parts now we are having? So very first is this is the covering that we need to draw. So this is the embryo part. The upper part is basically called as coleoptile, and it is going to give protection to the plumule. So this green color is nothing but the plumule. The black portion that I am drawing here is coleorhiza, because once the maize germinates it will give rise to shoot and root. So this is coleorhiza, and this coleorhiza is going to give rise to the root system. So I draw this radicle, so it is giving protection to the radicle. So this all becomes the basic part. Let's do the labeling to understand. So very first part what I will say, that there is one epithelium. What is the role of this epithelium? So I will say that epithelium divides grain into two unequal part. So it divides grain into two unequal part, and that two unequal part, the larger part, basically this one, the larger portion is called as endosperm. So endosperm is nothing but it is the bigger portion. So the bigger portion that we formed is basically the endosperm. The endosperm is covered by, there is an important layer which is going to cover the endosperm. So there is a covering. That covering is called as aileron layer. So if somebody asks you what is aileron layer, you will say it is nothing but it is the covering of endosperm. So on the endosperm you see such kind of covering, that is aileron layer. This fruit wall and this, they are not separable, they all are fused together. So I can say the fruit wall and everything is fused together. Since they are fused, we use a word called as hull. What is hull? Fusion of seed coat and fruit wall. So I can put it in this way. Hull is nothing but it is the fusion of, hull is nothing but, hull is fusion of seed coat and fruit wall. So when the seed coat and the fruit wall, they are fused together, it is going to form a structure that is called as hull. Now this lower portion that you can see, the smaller portion, basically it is nothing but embryo. The embryo has a covering. So for that covering, let us draw this. This is nothing but the covering that is going to cover the entire embryo. So this is called as scutellum. Scutellum is nothing but it is the shield shaped structure that is going to form the covering of the embryo. So this embryo is having what? Something called as scutellum. So what is scutellum? We say shield shaped coleoptile. So shield shaped coleoptile is nothing but it is scutellum. Now this scutellum is going to have the outer part that is called as coleoptile. What is the, it is not, sorry, it is shield, just a second. Shield shaped, it is not coleoptile, it is cotyledon. The shield shaped cotyledon is nothing but scutellum. Then we have the coleoptile. What is the role of this coleoptile? So we can say that the coleoptile protects plumule. Where is plumule present? So this green part, basically this green structure is called as plumule. And what is the role of this plumule? So it gives rise to shoot system afterwards. Then below this, we have this black portion which is called as coleorhiza. What is the role of the coleorhiza? So we can say that this coleorhiza protects radicle. And what is the role of the radicle? It is going to give rise to root system. So this is nothing but the radicle. And what is the role of the radicle? So we can say it is going to give rise to root system. So this is how you can explain the entire maize seed. So when I put it in point, very first point I will say that it has the epithelium which divides the grain into two unequal part. The larger part becomes the endosperm and the smaller part becomes the embryo. There is a hull which is nothing but fusion of seed coat and the fruit wall. The endosperm is covered by a layer that is called as aileron layer, which is a covering of the endosperm. Then inside this embryo, there is basically scutellum. What is scutellum? It is shield-shaped cotyledon. This embryo consists of coleoptile, which gives protection to the plumule. The plumule gives rise to shoot system. Then there is a coleorhiza, which protects the radicle, and radicle gives rise to root system. So like this, in 10 points, you can explain the entire structure of seed. If I draw one maize seed separately, if you see a small maize seed, what things you observe? So let's draw this. This is the maize seed, the normal one that we observe in the market. This is the maize seed. Now let us give a covering to it because it is having a yellow colored. Normally this color of the maize seed is yellow. So I put it on this way. So this becomes your maize seed. Okay. Now this maize seed, when you observe very carefully, it will have a lighter area like this. And below that there will be one more area, and in the center there will be a whitish area. So this is how the maize seed appears. So I can say this is nothing but opaque whitish area. So this becomes very important part. This is opaque whitish area. The middle one basically becomes the endosperm. So this takes the part of endosperm. And in the center here, what we have is the embryo. So this embryo is nothing but small area basically. It's a small area. And this becomes your maize seed. So like this, you can explain the structure of a monocot seed. So this is your monocot seed. We are talking about families and floral formula. So let's first understand the sign and symbols that are used to assign a floral formula to any of the family. So what are the various sign and symbol? Very first, if you see a circle and a plus in it, it indicates that the flower is actinomorphic. Actinomorphic means it is going to show radial symmetry. If you see something like this, a percentage sign, then it indicates the flower is zygomorphic. When I say zygomorphic, it means it is having bilateral symmetry. If you see a circle and arrow, then I can say this is the symbol for male. If you see circle and plus, so this becomes the symbol for female. Sometimes you see circle, arrow and plus, which is also represented as circle. Instead of arrow they put a curve. So this indicates a bisexual flower. The flower is having both androecium and the gynoecium present in it. If there is an alphabet K, K stands for calyx. If there is alphabet called as C, C basically stands for corolla. If there is alphabet written as BR, BR basically stands for bracteate. Okay, C is for corolla, BR is for bracteate. If you see this alphabet called as A, so A stands for androecium. A stands for androecium. If you see G, G basically stands for gynoecium. But we all have studied superior ovary, inferior ovary. So in order to understand that G, we can put it in this way. The gynoecium is divided into three parts. So very first I write G and I put line above it. The second option is I write gynoecium and I put line below that. Or if I write G and I put a line in front of G. So what exactly it means? Here the gynoecium is below the line. So this is called as inferior ovary. It represents inferior ovary. But here G is above that line. So this condition is called as superior ovary. It is called as superior ovary. And if G is exactly, the line is in the center. So it is neither superior nor inferior. So we can say it is half superior ovary, or even if you want, you can call it as half inferior ovary. If I use this letter IR, I basically stands for inflorescence. Whenever we talk about I, it is inflorescence. So inflorescence, you have two options. Either you have IR or you have IC. When I say IR, R basically stands for racemose inflorescence. When I use this word IC, it is for cymose inflorescence. So like this you can remember. And most important is this: if I put a bracket like this, or if I put a bracket like this, or if I put a bracket like this, these all three brackets, they are indicating only one thing, that they all are fused. So this is how the signs and symbols are included in the families. There are three important families that we all need to remember. The very first family is Fabaceae. So first I will tell you how to write the floral formula, and then we can talk about it in detail. So we have the very first family, that is called as Fabaceae. C-E-A-E, that is Fabaceae. The second family is called as Solanaceae. So we talk about Solanaceae family. And the third family is Liliaceae family. So we have Liliaceae family. So when I use this word Fabaceae family, what is the floral formula for Fabaceae, Solanaceae and Liliaceae? So I will write the floral formula. Very first, with respect to flower, I will put this way. It means that it is a zygomorphic bisexual flower. It is bisexual flower, means we put arrow like this. So bilateral symmetry, bisexual flower. K stands for basically calyx. How many calyx are there? 5, but all the calyx are fused together. So I put it in bracket 5. When I talk about corolla, corolla is 1 plus 2 plus 2. But the last 2 is fused together. So I put it in this way. Last 2 is fused. So I put it in a bracket. Then I write androecium. Androecium is 9 plus 1. So this 9 is fused together. So 9 plus 1. G inferior line and 1. It means it has one superior basically ovary. So here we have the different lines available. If it is below, G is above, so it is superior ovary. So this becomes the formula for Fabaceae. Very first I will say that the flower is bisexual. Then I can say that the flower shows zygomorphic condition. It means it is having bilateral symmetry. It has 5 calyx and all the 5 calyx are fused. When I talk about corolla, no doubt it is 5 corolla, but all the corollas, they are in the order of 1 plus 2 plus 2, where the last 2 is fused. Then when I talk about androecium, so there are total 10 androecium present, which is in the order of 9 plus 1. So this 9 is fused. So 9 will fuse together to form one bundle. When we talk about gynoecium, so it is 1 gynoecium. So like this, you can remember the floral formula for Fabaceae. And the general example that we have in Fabaceae is pea plant. The scientific name for pea is Pisum sativum. So Pisum sativum becomes the scientific name for pea plant. So this is the very first family included, that is Fabaceae. After Fabaceae, let's talk about Solanaceae. So for Solanaceae, what we will do, we will draw a circle and plus. It means it is radial symmetry. Actinomorphic, we draw a circle, arrow and plus. It is bilateral symmetry. Sorry, it is bisexual, not bilateral symmetry. Calyx 5 and all the 5 are fused together. Corolla basically 5. All the corollas are fused together. Androecium is 5, but they are not fused. But most important, the corolla and the androecium, they are fused. So with the bracket, on every corolla, on every petal, you will get one androecium. Gynoecium, again it is superior. It has two, but both the two are fused together. So if I have to write a description about it, what I will say, very first I will say again Solanaceae, all the plants under Solanaceae, they are bisexual. Then I can say that they are actinomorphic. When I say actinomorphic, means they show radial symmetry. How many calyx? So we say that there are total 5 calyx and all the 5 calyx are fused. How many corolla? So we can say there are 5 corolla and all the corollas are fused. 5 androecium, but the androecium is not fused. So I can say that the androecium is free, but the all petals. So let's take for example, if I draw this as one petal. So on one petal, you will get one androecium fused like this. So this is the condition where corolla and androecium, they will be fused together. Then how many gynoecium? So we can say 2 gynoecium, superior one, and again they are fused. The general example that we have in this is Datura. So Datura becomes the one that belongs to the family of Solanaceae. After this, we have a very important family, that is Liliaceae. So the formula for Liliaceae family, first BR, it means it is a bracteate flower. Circle and plus, radial symmetry. Circle plus an arrow, it is bisexual. It has perianth, so 3 plus 3, 3 of bundle. Androecium, 3 plus 3 in a group. Gynoecium, superior, 3, but they all are fused together. Now if I have to write description for it, very first again I will say Liliaceae, they are bisexual. After that I will say they are actinomorphic. Actinomorphic means they are showing radial symmetry. They are bracteate flower. Bracteate means they have bract present. Then they have perianth basically. Perianth, if you remember, the calyx and corolla, when they are inseparable, they are in the bundle of 3. Then total 6 is there. Then we have androecium. Androecium is also in the bundle of 3 plus 3. We have gynoecium. How many gynoecium? 3 gynoecium. And most important part, all the 3 gynoeciums, they are fused. And the general example that is included under the family of Liliaceae is onion. And the scientific name for onion we all have studied. It is Allium cepa. So Allium cepa becomes the scientific name for onion. So this is general family Fabaceae, Liliaceae, but we have to study all the families. Like let's take 2 families, very important, Fabaceae and Solanaceae, and we are going to study them under certain criteria. So what are the criteria? So here we will put it as characters, and we are going to study all those characters, and here I will put it as description. So we are going to study description and the characters. Let me first write down the characters. Very first character will be symmetry of flower. So with respect to this character, we are going to talk about. Then we will mention whether the flower is bisexual or it is unisexual. After that, we will talk with respect to calyx. Then we will talk with respect to corolla. After corolla, we will talk about androecium. After androecium, we are going to talk about gynoecium. And after gynoecium, we are going to talk about estivation. So we have estivation. After estivation, with respect to estivation, we have 2. One is calyx and second is corolla, how they are arranged. After estivation, we are going to talk about the placentation. Remember how the ovules are placed in the ovary, placentation. After placentation, we have position of ovary. So we have position of ovary. And after position of ovary, we are going to talk about types of fruit. So what type of fruit it is going to show. And at the same time, we are going to talk about the nature. Nature means whether it is small, herb, shrub, tree, whatever it is. After that, we will talk about the root, the stem, and we are going to talk about the leaf. And apart from this, we will talk at the last about inflorescence. So we have to study all these characters, and we are going to draw a line because we are going to study two families at a time. So let us take these characters and we draw one line. The line will be talking about all these parts in detail. So I take it in this way. So on this, on one side, I write Fabaceae. On one side, we are going to write Fabaceae, and on other side, we are going to talk about Solanaceae. So we have Fabaceae and we have Solanaceae. Fabaceae, which example is included under Fabaceae? So very first is pea plant. When we talk about Solanaceae, we have seen the example that was Datura. So Datura is included under Solanaceae. Symmetry of flower. When we look at the floral formula, you will understand here. Like this, you can remember the symmetry of flower of Fabaceae. So looking at this, I can say character-wise Fabaceae, the symmetry of flower is zygomorphic. When I say zygomorphic, it means it shows bilateral symmetry. It can be divided into two equal half, but from only one axis. When I say Solanaceae, I will say symmetry is actinomorphic. When I say actinomorphic, it means it is going to show what? Radial symmetry. Now, Fabaceae, whether it is bisexual or unisexual, so the answer here is they are bisexual in nature. What about Datura? Datura is also bisexual in nature. When you talk about calyx, that is K. So they have 5 calyx together, but all the calyx are fused. When you talk about Solanaceae, they also have 5 calyx and all the calyx are fused. When you talk about corolla, corolla in Fabaceae is in the order of 1 plus 2 plus 2. So total it has 5. But the last 2 corolla, they are fused. But when I talk about corolla of Solanaceae or Datura, they have 5, but all the 5 are fused together. When we talk about androecium, in Fabaceae it shows 9 plus 1 arrangement, where this 9 they are going to fuse together. So logically, if 9 are fused and 1 is separate, you will always see 2 bundles. So there are 2 bundles present here. But when I talk about Datura, the androecium, basically 5, and all 5 are free. But they are attached. They are attached on the petals. So we can say they are fused on the petals. When we talk about gynoecium, so gynoecium here in case of this is 1. So it shows which ovary? So I can say superior ovary. But in case of Solanaceae, it has 2 and both the are fused, and at the same time they are going to show superior ovary. So this becomes a very important part with respect to gynoecium. When I talk about estivation, so the corolla basically here, when I talk about estivation, remember the calyx, they are 5, they are fused, gamosepalous, they are arranged in imbricate estivation. Calyx 5 fused, and they show what? Imbricate estivation. But when I talk about corolla, corolla they are 5 and they are free. So we have seen corolla 1 plus 2 plus 2. So they are free basically, and they are arranged in vexillary estivation. So they are 5 no doubt, but they are arranged in vexillary estivation. When I talk about Solanaceae, the arrangement basically, when you look at the calyx, it has 5 fused sepals. They are gamosepalous no doubt, but the calyx, they are arranged in velvet estivation. So I can say the estivation for calyx and Solanaceae is velvet. And when I talk about the corolla, again it is same fused one. So I can say they show velvet estivation. Fused means gamosepalous, and gamopetalous. When I talk about the placentation, placentation means how it is arranged. So here we can say it shows marginal placentation. The example is pea. The pea plant shows marginal placentation. Single ovary, large unilocular ovary, big chamber, and many seeds are present in them. But when I talk about the Solanaceae, here the placentation is axile placentation, bilocular ovary. It shows axile placentation, and most important is that they have bilocular ovary. Bilocular means single chamber, but here in case of P they have monolocular ovary. So this becomes the aestivation and the placentation. When we talk about position of ovary, so here ovary is basically superior. So position of ovary in case of P, remember it is superior because in the flow chart, the diagram, we have shown the formula G and below that there was line. When I talk about Solanaceae, again here it is superior ovary. So bilocular and superior ovary. So ovary is superior. When we talk about types of fruit, after fertilization, no doubt ovary will develop into fruit. So ovary develops into which type of fruit here in P? So it is legume type of fruit. And it shows dehiscence. Dehiscence means they will burst open when they dry up. And when you talk about Solanaceae, here the ovary develops into berry or capsule type of fruit. So here what happens, ovary develops into berry or capsule type of fruit. When we go with respect to the nature now, this is very important. Nature means the body part. So in Solanaceae, just remember pea plant belongs to this family. So they can be either a tree, it can be shrub or herb. So this becomes a very important example with respect to nature. Here the plants basically they are herb, they are shrub, or even there are small tree. So this all becomes the nature. When we talk about root, the root of Fabaceae family, the root shows root nodules, very important. Now since they have root nodules, they are going to go for very important step that is called as nitrogen fixation. Leguminous plant, they have like hemoglobin as a protein, so they show basically the structure. When we talk about Solanaceae, here the roots, they show taproot system, very important. They show taproot system, but potato is an exception where potato is not having any kind of root. So remember, potato is underground tuber. So taproot system is not seen in potato. When we talk about stem, basically, how is the stem? So we can say it is a climber. They are modified into tendrils so that they can jump and take the support of another plant and they can grow. But in case of Solanaceae, what we can say that the stem is erect, woody and branched. So I can say erect, woody and branched. But stem is covered by hairy wax. In potato, it is underground tuber. How is the leaf of the pea plant or Fabaceae? So whenever we talk about leaf, you need to understand they are pinnately compound, alternate phyllotaxy. Leaf is pinnately compound, and since it is pinnately compound, it shows what? Alternate phyllotaxy. Remember, on one node, you will get only one leaf. So right, left, that is alternate phyllotaxy. When I talk about Solanaceae, the leaf here, they are simple arranged, alternate phyllotaxy, reticulate venation. So reticulate means network. So it is going to show reticulate venation. And most important, it shows what? Alternate phyllotaxy. So there is alternate phyllotaxy present and it shows reticulate venation. When we talk about inflorescence, what is the inflorescence of Fabaceae? So remember here that with respect to inflorescence, it is racemose type. Inflorescence of Fabaceae is racemose type. It means the growth of peduncle is indefinite, it goes on growing. But in case of Solanaceae, it is cymose type, where the growth of peduncle is definite by formation of terminal bud. Here ovary will develop into fruit. Seeds, when I talk about seeds here, I can say that the seeds of, so when we talk about seeds, this is the last point that we need to remember. Seeds of Fabaceae, they are non-endospermic. It means they do not have endosperm present in it. But when I talk about seeds of Solanaceae, they all are endospermic. So like this, you can remember all the points of Solanaceae and Fabaceae.